Welcome to beautiful Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's time for some Red Bull Double Dawn. That's right, all across the nation. There have been matches going for quite a while now, but all the winners are here, ready to compete to find out who's going to be the champion, who's going to take that Red Bull Double Dawn trophy home. My name is Doe. I'm one of your casters for today. Along with me is true champion Steven. Welcome.
What's going on, everyone? I'm a lover of all things card games, but particularly I'm a fan of One Piece today. Thank you to Red Bull for putting on this event. It's going to be super excited to see the Double Dawn action.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. And for those of you who might not be familiar with it, there is a slightly different rules format for this tournament. This is kind of the first time I feel like we've seen in the One Piece card game where there's been a change to kind of how Dawn works specifically, right? In that you are going to have the Double Dawn special rule. I'll just read this on the screen. There you go. Each player must use a special Dawn card in their Dawn deck that gives their characters twice the normal power. So it doesn't give you twice the resources to spend on that one Dawn. It just gives you that extra 1,000 power that can power up a lot of different things. We've talked about it a lot before, where a lot of leaders that require a Dawn to be on them to do their ability will benefit greatly from this. Leaders like the blue yellow Nami could just be 7K every turn. Why not, right? So it's exciting. It really does change the way you think about the game in a very subtle way. There's decks that are just simply enhanced by it. There's decks that you might not have played a lot otherwise that you will now be thinking about. There's also fringe decks. I know when this format was first announced, people were talking about like, oh, we'll go back to like the Red Dragon one, right?
Sure.
Or my personal favorite, the old chopper, the green red chopper.
Animal
Get the
Kingdom,
double down on
baby.
some animals. I know. We're not going to see that today.
Right.
I'd be shocked, but I still have the hope deep inside me. What do you think we're going to see today, though?
Well, unfortunately, not unfortunately, but I think something that's really interesting about the utilization of the Dawn system in this way, basically giving an extra oomph to your Dawn, means that decks that can utilize Dawn multiple times in a single turn, like a lot of purple decks, by Dawn minusing that card and then ramping it back using a different effect, are going to be really well poised in this event. And with the recent release of OP15 and Kami's Island, Enel seems like one of the best cards to utilize this new strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Enel's just strong in general in the meta right now. The purple Enel is the one we're talking about, of course. And so he's also able to use that extra double Dawn that much quicker, that much easier, getting to move around, like you said. I think if I had to guess, the majority of players here today are going to be on the Enel. That is certainly the deck I saw being played the most in practice yesterday when players were kind of playing in the lobby here and all that. That said, we talked about the blue-yellow Nami. I think that's going to be hugely represented as well. What other decks do you think we're going to see?
Well, one big thing to keep in mind is that a lot of these players, in order to qualify for this event, did not have access to a lot of the cards that we currently have. They were even operating using the previous regulation of cards. And so I could totally see them just sticking with the same deck they used to get here today, but with that extra oomph they get from the bonus of their Dawn deck and the double Dawn deck, could just be an extra way for them to kind of get the strategies they need to go to the top of this event. So I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I know a lot of people here that love blue yellow Nami and use it to qualify for this event. I know people playing like red green Luffy have been really excited to get extra use out of reactivating that Dawn over and over again, so they can always attach it when they need to and make their leader that much more powerful. I really like the placement of green in this format. Like I said, Enel's a really good deck right now, and one really powerful piece of removal that does work against Enel, what's kind of pseudo removal, where it basically stuns the cards on board and keeps them from either attacking or standing up during the refresh phase, could be a really nice way to buy extra turns against that deck and force them into game-winning situations for yourself. So that could be an interesting thing that people are kind of adapting in this format that I'm going to be excited to see.
I mean, stunning is the name of the game right now, right? I mean, it's green obviously is the color that's traditionally been very good at that, but we've got a lot of it kind of filtering into other colors right now too. I mean, I'm going to shout out OP14 Crocodile. Not necessarily the best double Dawn using deck out there, but it's certainly a deck that's very good at stunning other cards. And when we say stunning, we mean making it so they either can't activate or can't rest or can't basically make a card unusable for the next turn is what stun means. Although it is accomplished in different ways depending on the cards we're talking about.
I mean, the way that I kind of explain this format to people is you're basically playing the same deck you've always played, but instead of having, the normal Dawn deck you're used to, it's just a more powerful Dawn deck that makes every deck that plays with it that much better. But the decks we're going to see probably the most prominent are the ones that can abuse that new addition to that deck the best. Yeah,
the cards and decks that are well equipped to move Dawn from one character to another are going to really benefit from being able to move that Dawn that gives you double the power to, from your leader to your character, vice versa. So I think we're going to see, a good amount of that as well. But you mentioned earlier, it's not just that we've got a new set out recently in OP15. It's that we've got a brand new format because we're also just after rotation here too. So this is kind of the first big tournament, even though it does have a little bit different format than the norm that we've seen, in this sort of new era of the One Piece card game, right? So I think that alone is going to make this very exciting too, is in addition to the extra Dawn.
Yeah, but I mean, powerful removal tools like Red Rock just no longer exist in the format. And that was a really pinnacle piece for a lot of blue decks. But like I said right now, because of that, the kind of name of the game when it comes to removing is not actually getting the threats off the board. It's just saying, hey, that threat is no longer threatening. And so that's how I'm going to actually buy those extra turns so I can close out the game instead of you.
Yeah, we're going to have a round for you very soon. Basically, what we're going to, the plan today is to begin with round 2, get a match from every single round on camera. Then we're going to jump into our top 8 cut. After that, there's going to be a short break between those two as the players grab a little bit of food, grab a little rest and relaxation, and then hopefully along the course of the day, too, we'll be able to get some players here on the desk to talk about the game, talk about their experiences here. And, man, when you guys see the venue, like, this is just such a great venue. The vibes are very cool. Mm-hmm. We've got a very neat, so very wood-centric theme, which is appropriate, I think, for a pirate card game, right? Where you've got a lot of, it's a very ship element feeling venue, I think.
Everyone in there is a captain of their own ship, and hopefully they're going to be able to ride it all the way to victory.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and obviously lots of Red Bull around today to drink as well. So the energy levels, the excitement is going to be out of control for sure.
Oh yeah.
Maybe even me with my old man status now, I guess. This is the event for me. I need this today.
I mean, with potential of I think 8 rounds today, because we have over 147, 150 players, I think.
150, yeah.
And the extra 3 rounds of Top Cut that's going to be happening in Top 8. You're going to need that energy to keep it up throughout the day, because it's a 1-day event. There is no day 2. There is no sleep in between. You're going to have to be on your A game the entire day. And luckily, Red Bull will help you do that.
I mean, it's interesting because we talk about the multi-day events being like marathons, right? Our card fest, things like that, where you need to keep up that mental acuity for days on end. Where this one, even though it is going to be a longer day, I feel like it's much more of a sprint, right?
Yeah.
Where you can give it like your entire, mental capacity for one day, just put it all out there and try to make it to that final stage. But it is going to be intense. It's going to be intense for us. It's going to be even more intense for the players. And there we have our 2 players getting started on the main stage there. And we'll jump into what exactly we're going to be seeing in just a moment as we begin, as I said, with Swiss round 2.
Yes, it's going to be very exciting here to see these players, see how they've chosen to tackle this new, unique format. I believe while these events were happening all over the country in various LGSs across it, no one's really ever documented what it's like to play this event on camera like this. So this will be the first ever kind of streamed variant of the One Piece card game that I'm sure people are really excited to see. You can already kind of see those in those Red Bull sleeves. We have the 2 separate Dawn cards, the Big Dawn deck and then the Double Dawn deck.
Yeah,
and okay. So we have Daniel Trotter on the left playing Ultimate Deck Sabo, and we have Daniel Masso playing OP11 Blue Yellow Nami. This is going to be a fun little battle of the yellow decks, but trust me when I say these yellow decks are quite different from each other. Sabo is actually one of those interesting leaders that gets a benefit from the Red Bull Double Dawn, but in very specific ways. Not only does he, being a Dawn X leader, always get an extra boost whenever he swings, basically he cares about having characters that are 7,000 power or higher in play, and having a lot of base 5,000s in your deck becomes a lot better when you can easily give them 1 Dawn to make them 7,000 power. And here we see a couple of things being revealed by both players. We see both the Thriller Bark engine being utilized by both of these players, which, like I said, is a really fun adaptation to the OP15 meta that a lot of yellow decks are making, especially since the recent update to the ban and restriction list, getting rid of the ability to really abuse the powerful OP15 Borsellino.
Yep, that's right. And there's the girl there, one of the greatest additions to this new Nami out there. Just getting a card draw, getting the engine going a little bit quicker. But I want to go back to the red-yellow Sabo. Like you said, I mean, I think this is a really smart choice specifically for Red Bull Double Dawn, just because you can get to that 7K that much easier, right? You can turn on what Sabo does best that much easier. So I'm curious to see how this is going to do. I mean, it's this, like we said, this is it. This is a 1-day event. You don't get a chance to change anything past here. So bold move, bringing the Sabo.
Yeah, and what's going to be really interesting is we do have like a yellow deck in Sabo that likes to be more aggressive, likes to get in there and reuse powerful characters by putting them back in the life and then having them trigger to come back out. And then we have Nami, who's like the ultimate wall of the format. Once during every single turn, you can just become a 7,000 leader to stop an attack from your opponent. You can draw cards at infinite during your turn. Every time you take away your own life cards, you have awesome inclusions that have been coming out from EBO3 and OP15 in the 5-drop Nami, in the 7-drop Nico Robin. So there's going to be so many fun adaptations that I can't wait to see what these decks do in conjunction with what they normally are used to doing. How they make adaptations for the Double Dawn will be super exciting.
Yeah, and the thing with playing against this Nami is it's just so difficult to get through and do damage to your opponent, right? One of the ways you can do that is by using cards that just take life, obviously. But getting over that 7K defense that Nami has most of the defending turns is tricky.
And it's going to be interesting to see the threat here of Kikunojo already established for the Sabo player, because Jonathan basically is going to be forcing it to where your opponent has to get removal that can deal with it very well. In fact, they love utilizing this card themselves in the mirror match. But here we see that 5-drop Nami coming from EVO3 that I talked about. It's going to be able to trigger your leader ability. You get the extra Don attached to your opponent. It's going to be swinging 8K. Normally, it's only swinging 7K, but thanks to that double Don, we get a little bit extra cards out of Jonathan there as he chooses to go for the counter out of the attack. That's a +1 in my book.
I mean, that does change a lot, right? It just puts that much more of a tax on your opponent's hand when you're able to get that extra 1,000 power through with the swing. Because, I mean, everyone's brain is so wired around, like, what do I do around the 7K swings, right? And now when those go up to 8 so frequently with the Red Bull Double Dawn in play, it really does sort of change your mental math, you know? It's a bigger brain thing than I could handle on a regular basis, that's for sure.
Now, something that's going to be really tough for Jonathan here is he needs to make sure that he can get Nami down to 3 life cards as soon as possible. But Daniel being able to manipulate his life cards is going to be really powerful here because unless Jonathan can get him down to 3, this Kikunojo's trigger, even if he recycles it with Sabo, won't be able to activate. And so Daniel's probably being aware of that, using leader ability here and using the young girl to counter out of this attack. He might want to stay at 4 this entire turn, it looks like.
It's possible. It's possible. All right.
So there we see the Absalon coming down here. We're going to be using our leader ability. Now we get to swing 7 with it, though, instead of 6 normally with the double Dawn, putting the Kikunojo back in. But like I said, that Kikunojo will not be able to come back out unless you have 3 or less life cards against your opponent. So we're going to really try to force the issue here. Put it down to 8K swing. Nami is going to be taking it. We might see a trigger here out of life. Oh my gosh, is it a Perona? Or it's just another hogback?
Okay.
Yeah, and we already have the hogback in there. He does not say trigger play a non-hogback. He says trigger play a Thriller Bark. So we can definitely hogback for hogback here.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean that's a reason why the Thriller Bark is back, in such a big way. It's almost flashbacks to a previous meta. About a year ago, there was a lot of Gecko Moria related playing of things from Trash, playing of things that cost 4 or less, right? So yeah, not surprised to see him come back. And I think it seems like a lot of yellow decks outside of the Sky-centric ones are going for the Thriller Bark package.
I mean, if there's any deck that should be like having a fun shadow cast over itself, it should be the OP6 Thriller Bark package. but we did get that trigger for the Kikunojo because we did everything we could as Jonathan to force the issue the turn before, and we really got to pay dividends here. Oh, but we did have the 7-drop Nico Robin, so we potentially could have played around that if we were Daniel here by going up to 4 before we started swinging. Yeah,
maybe. I mean, back up to 4 life, though, for Daniel here. And establishing just that stronger board. I mean, the Nico Robin's going to be one of the bigger swingers on your side of the table too. So I think Jonathan's kind of like feeling the pressure here.
I think what Daniel was trying to hope for was he doesn't want to reveal his hand too quickly to his opponent. So he was like, I'm going to deny you the information of what card I'm playing this turn while I'm still attacking with minimal resources equipped to force you to basically take free damage.
Oh, naturally, yeah. And the more you can build a board up too, the more you can do that, right? The more you can put pressure on your opponent, get them to have their quick check on the trash there, but more you can get the resources out of them, get them to spend before you show anything.
Yeah, one thing that's going to be, I think, tough for Sabo to deal with is the late game that Nami is known for playing. Things like the 10-drop Newgate from OP13 are really amazing inclusion in this deck, especially in the Double Dawn event where the Dawn you're putting onto your characters and leader can just be an extra 1,000 power for no reason and have establishing a 12,000 blocker that is pretty impossible for Sabo to effectively deal with because Sabo is known for having a lot of attacks that have really good numbers like 7-7, or in this case 7-7-7 instead of 7-7-6, and you can attack multiple times with rush attackers, but if you have really powerful blockers and a lot of life, like Nami is known for doing, that might not be the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah, I do wonder how you get over some of those bigger blockers right now. I mean, it's just this, okay, well, there's a nice 7K swing in, attaching Double Dawn to the Absalom.
Yep, and we've seen Jonathan counter with a lot of Thriller Bark cards from their hand, so this Absalon's trigger ability will more than be able to be activated here. And there we see a potential threat of Borsalino going to the trash. I'm sure Jonathan is happy to see that. A blocker that can always keep Nami at a healthy life total is not something this aggro deck wants to see.
That's something that's a little bit harder to bring back, too, with this particular deck. But, man, like with the recent ban, the pair ban with Rayquaza and Borsalino, too, that did change a lot of people's it tweaked a lot of people's decks coming into this. Obviously, everyone's going to pick the Borsalino over the Quasar generally. And my man Vegapunk just catching strays over there. My favorite deck in the game.
If anyone's going to betray Vegapunk, it should have been Borsalino. So fair enough.
I suppose.
So there we see more hogback getting recycled thanks to the Perona being revealed in life here from the Kikunojo. That's going to be even more pressure coming back to Jonathan on this next turn. And because Navi's being kind of the aggressor in this format, that's not going to be fun to deal with. We do have the AK swing coming in, but it's a 7K leader. That's going to be pretty easy for us to counter out of if we want to.
Yeah, I mean, just looking for a 2K in hand maybe along with that leader ability active.
I mean, but this is
opts to take it. Yeah, I mean, if you've got those triggers, if you can make that board even stronger, which he does, putting in the Perona, like, why not, right?
Yeah, this is just the power of yellow, basically. If you get, like, a really lucky set of triggers in your life, you can punish your opponent, essentially, for making the quote-unquote right plays. But playing around triggers is a big part of this game that a lot of players need to get used to doing, especially in this OP15 format, and how powerful the yellow decks have become with the tools they have available.
Yeah. Pretty scary board on the side of Daniel right now.
I mean, they're all really good attackers. We have a 3-card hand here as Jonathan. I mean, this could be it this turn because Daniel's kind of not forced to do anything. We still have a Dawn extra. You can just see the extra momentum that is gained from having these extra 2Ks here, demanding the extra cards out of your opponent. You can get to these game-winning board states a lot faster than you might think during the Double Dawn format.
Right, and just like the pressure put on your opponent of having to swing minimum 7K at you as a Nami player makes it feel so much better when you can just go 5K and just kind of like get some cards out of their hands on the way back, you know.
Yep, and here we see, I also don't know what the target was. It was probably the Kikunojo, if I had to assume, for the Perona, so it won't be able to attack on the following turn either. So Jonathan's ability to kind of clap back against this board is kind of non-existent, especially with how defensive Nami is.
I feel like the hand size is still decent for Jonathan. I haven't done a mental count of it recently, but going down to 1 life here is definitely a scary situation to be in. I
mean, it'd be so easy for Daniel just to go 9-9-10, but we're just going to swing here for the 7, it looks like.
Yep. I think he's feeling it out there. And
even though we have 9 down, we do have 10,000 worth of power, and Jonathan is just showing his cards. He's like, I'm not stopping it.
That's right. And so Daniel does manage to grab our first game on stream here, really showing the power of that blue-yellow Nami.
Yes.
We all knew it was one of the strongest decks in the meta coming into this one.
Yeah.
No surprise there. But, hey, huge props to Jonathan for bringing something unique like the Sabo. And I do think the concept is good. I mean, don't let that single game determine your opinion of, that deck or necessarily even that matchup, right? Because I think there's a lot of strength to that red-yellow Sabo. But, unfortunately, just didn't see it come through quite as much in that game.
Yeah, the way I like to think about the red-yellow Sabo deck as someone who's played it a lot is it's basically a lot like yellow decks. You get the powerful reusable trigger effects all the time, but you also get to do it while pressuring your opponent. You're not just sitting there blindly healing yourself and hoping that your opponent doesn't attack you. You can literally force the issue and make them attack you or attack your board, in which case you're fine with it because all your cards replace yourselves or have powerful on KO effects or are just really hard to swing into. In the late game, we didn't get to see that many rush attackers, but I'm sure he's playing plenty to abuse the powerful ability of reusing those cards as well, because you can attack with the rusher, put it back in, protect it from being swung back into, and then if they attack your life, it goes back in your hand. You can just play it, attack again. It's really powerful, and I think a really useful thing to abuse the new Double Dawn rule. But as we saw, Yellow-Blue Nami is a really defensive deck. It's already really good in the normal version of the game, and there's no reason why it doesn't get better by having more powerful cards like Double Dawn.
Right. Again, just, she needs a Dawn attached to her. Why not put that Double Dawn on there? Why not be able to just swing 7 on your turn and then, have that Dawn there for your defending turn to still be at 7 like you always are, right?
That's right.
It's just, it's like a filmmaker said once. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Yeah. The way to think about it is like, oh, this deck's already good at beating everything in the format. Imagine if it could eat another 2 or 3 cards or get an extra 2 or 3 life cards out of your opponent. It just makes it that much better.
I mean, I think the new Yellow Thriller Bark package, too, just like
super fun. Super
takes
great.
the power of that deck to like an 11 level, right?
A constantly sticky board, really powerful on play and on KO effects that potentially punish your opponent. What's not to love?
Yeah. When that package started showing up, I was like, okay, now I mean the Nami was already like decent, but it wasn't like the top deck out there, right? It had its proponents, right? It was decent, but like when the Thriller Bark package came in, I feel like that's when things really kind of changed.
And it's like another example of like the Nami board is not an easy one to remove because the new 5-drop Nami replaces itself, and all of those Thriller Bark cards get more valuable if they're in the trash. And so getting rid of them is kind of doing a favor to the Nami deck. And so that's why not only with the Enel package, which is basically an invincible kind of board that you can't remove, you need to kind of adapt to the way you're trying to interact with your opponent and stop them from having those really wide boards that just poke you until you lose. Yeah.
And we didn't even see, like the big Newgate come down or anything like that, too. There was even more power.
We were only at 9 down. We couldn't play it.
that's right, yeah. But it looks like we're going to do an interview here. So we'll swap over to get you swapped out, Steve, and we'll have Daniel sit down, and then we'll see what he's got to say about that last match. I'll hold the headset here. We're doing it live, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go. Have a seat, my friend.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well.
Thank you.
How's it going? Congratulations on your round 2 win here. I'll have you move the mic a little bit closer to your mouth if you could, please.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. So first off, tell me how far you traveled to get here today.
Well, I'm from Austin, but originally from Orlando, so hi to all my friends in Orlando.
All right, there you go. Yeah. So, so first of all, what do you think of the venue? How's the vibes here today?
I think this is by far the best organized event I've ever been with. And I've been to Nats, I've been to regionals, and I think by far this is the best organized event.
Okay, that's awesome. Well, glad you're enjoying it. So obviously you're playing the blue-yellow Nami today.
Yeah.
You know, everyone coming into this, right? I think everyone like the One Piece TCG world right now is like Enel. But this Nami, man, like, do you think is it more of a comfort pick? There's obviously a lot of strength there, but do you think the Enel players are just wrong?
Well, to be honest, I don't like Nami at all, so that's kind of funny that I'm playing it.
All right.
I picked it because I was looking for a deck to counter Enel.
Okay,
and I think Nami in this format does it the best, which was the reason why I picked Nami.
Okay. It's been smooth sailing so far then with that.
Yeah, no, for sure. My round 1 was an Enel, and it felt good.
There you go. All right, cool. So for those people that might not be as familiar with the matchup, what is it specifically that gives Nami that leg up in your opinion?
Into the Enel matchup?
Yeah, specifically.
I think being able to stall the game, it's really good. Enel, if they don't have dog, like if you're able to remove the dog, like them not having a double attack just like really like slows them down. The deck has less card draw than what people think. Yes, you replace your cards every time you do an event.
Yeah.
But like honestly, the deck really doesn't have card draw. Like you go neg every time you play something. So like later in the game, they always have like very little hand size if they're countering out. So if you're able to just out heal them, and then obviously triggers, Perona, main reason why I played it. Perona is really good in this format, in this meta.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that whole new like yellow Thriller Bark package too is just like wild when you combine it with like the Nami deck.
I think it should have been leader lock.
It is something, but hey, like Gecko Moria causing waves, like what else is new, right? You know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, I think we got one more question before we let you go here, but like obviously your expectations are coming in here to win it too. But I'm kind of curious, what are your expectations for like the meta in general right now? Because we also just had rotation too.
Yeah, of course.
So how have things sort of changed for you with that?
I think right now at the moment I'm definitely looking to find a deck where I'm comfortable.
Okay.
Like that's mainly for like regionals and stuff like that. Like this event, I obviously, like I said, I picked Nami because I think it was a good idea because of obviously I was expecting a lot of Enels, which I was right. And I don't think that's going to be the case in regionals. I think there's going to be a lot of green. Green is not fun into Nami. I don't know if anyone has played that matchup. So honestly, my goal is to find a good deck for the next of the season and perform in all the events that I'm going.
All right, cool. Well, hey, thanks for taking the time to chat with me. Good luck with the rest of your matches, and have a lot of fun.
Pleasure. Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll get Steven back in here real quick. I'll hold the headset there. Thanks again. And there you go. All right. Daniel telling us all about what it's like. Why bring the Nami in? And it is that good matchup into Enel, obviously.
Yes.
It is working well because of that. But like, it is funny that despite that, we still see so much more Enel. Now, I'm going to ask you, in your opinion, because I know I think Enel is a more subtle deck than people give it credit for.
Sure.
Like a lot of people are like, oh, Enel, Unga Bunga, play the dog, But
sure.
I do feel like there is more strategy that goes into it than
1000%,
what it looks like on the surface level. It's just surface strong, and that makes people think it's small brain. But that said, do you feel like the less Namis than Enel is a little bit of a reflection of Nami being that slightly more complex deck to pilot sometimes?
I guess the way that I would think about Enel, and like the way I would classify it, is it's basically the ultimate toolbox deck. Because either every card in your deck either draws a card or fulfills the function you need it to at a specific moment in time. And if you are a skilled enough pilot, you can adapt as you go. It's just that it just so happens that right now, being a more aggressive slanted deck is really favorable to a lot of matchups. Unless you're playing it specifically yellow, where they welcome you attacking them. And so I've often seen a lot of Enels take the control route when playing against Nami, but as we just saw, that's a larger task to overcome, even for the most controlling of decks, because their boards are so wide, their cards are so sticky, or it's just really difficult because if you're so busy controlling their board, they can get so much life over the course of the game that you're going to have to eat through. And so while Enel is not the best matchup for Nami, or I would say that Enel is a very good matchup for Nami, but Enel itself suffers into Nami. It has to deal with the way it's forced to play, and that favors Nami's game plan of just making the game go on either long or short as it's willing to go for. And I guess if I had to like think about what a lot of people get wrong about Enel, I would say it's like the role of the big 6 drops. They actually don't attack nearly as much as you might think, because in the mirror match you can get really punished if you attack too early with them, slash against other matchups, because they're so sticky, you can just kind of force the issue, have a bunch of them in play, have some of them be blockers sometimes, and just go, how many cards in your hand? 5? Okay, that's not enough, and then I go for game. It happens all the time, and it's a really beautiful thing to see. And if we see like any Enel mirrors happen today, I'm sure you can see like the differences in the way people choose to play it and why it's a really skill-expressive deck when it needs to be.
Well, there you go. A lot more of that coming soon. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, round 3 here at Red Bull Double Dawn. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few. Welcome back to Red Bull Double Down, everybody. Doe here along with true champion Steven. We're going into round number 3 of the tournament already in Swiss. We're going to make that top 8 cut a little bit later on, but we got a lot of Swiss to get through now, don't we?
Oh, yes, we do. It's going to be an absolute amazing showcase of nonstop, high-octane One Piece gameplay.
That's right, yeah. We saw a pretty quick game in our round 2 match between the blue-yellow Nami, played by Daniel, and then Jonathan's red-yellow Sabo. Cool to see the Sabo. Unfortunately, didn't get to do a whole lot as Daniel did kind of dominate that one. But we're moving on to our next matchup, and it's going to be interesting to see what we have pop up there. We've gotten the deck list, but I mean, should we wait and then should we tell them now, or should we wait and then just let them be amazed as it splashes across the screen for them later? What do you think?
I like the idea of letting them wait a little bit, but you and I talking about it, maybe they can guess at home. That'd be kind of cute.
I think so. We'll give you some clues. One of the decks is the deck that you would expect to see a lot of this weekend, because you will. And the other deck is a deck that you would expect to see a lot of this weekend, because you will. There you go. Yeah, there's your 2 clues. Yeah, I know. Very, very informative, right?
Let's just say it won't be shocking. Okay.
Shocking.
Oh my gosh. Yes, but funny enough, we did talk a little bit about this matchup before. I think it's fine to say. We have Enel versus blue-yellow Nami.
It's not a big secret, yeah.
It's something you're going to see a lot in the OP15 format on either side of the table, but now they're facing up against each other. Ooh, very exciting. We have the ultimate toolbox in Enel. It can choose any speed it wants to go throughout the game. And then we have the ultimate yellow abuser in blue-yellow Nami.
Yeah, I mean, the Gecko Moria package is super strong. Obviously, we saw that put to great use in our last series, where it just created this impenetrable wall of Thriller Bark in front of the Sabo player, where, I mean, you start to, it's more than just like playing a character a turn. It starts to be like more than one character per turn. And these characters all have like at least 5k power. Then some of the bigger stuff comes down. Although I think the biggest card he played was a Nico Robin, right?
Yeah.
But when you've got a board that wide, then that's a lot for the Sabo to defend. And again, I keep going back to it. Playing against that Nami, it feels so difficult no matter what deck you are, because you always need at least 7k to swing in on them, because they can always jump up to that 7k leader on defense, right?
That's right.
But they can come back with all those normal 5k, sometimes 6k swings on a lot of leaders, and put that pressure on that you would just normally see in a given game. It really does kind of like warp the basic framework of how One Piece is played. Yeah,
while drawing cards. Famously, a big downside to playing yellow was if they attack your board, you're going to run out of cards really soon. You can't just like wall up and do nothing for the game. But because you have that blue color associated with Nami, the draw engine, the draw packages in that deck allow you to sustain the game long enough to where you could just amass this crazy board that no one can deal with while being super defensive.
Yep. Meanwhile, over on the Enel side, you do have a good amount of card draw too.
Yes.
A lot of times, cards will, kind of like reward you for doing the minus Dawn abilities, right? Because pretty much anything in that deck is going to be taking away a little bit of Dawn too. It also does have that special restriction of not being able to have more than 6 cards in your Dawn card.
Yes.
In a double Dawn, in a Red Bull Double Dawn format, you do have that situation where, because Enel can like ramp up to those like 10Ks a little bit quicker, the 6 cost 8Ks that are 10Ks, right? You can put that double Dawn on, they can get even stronger, so the pressure that can be put on by the Enel card specifically is huge, not to mention the Holly pressure that can be put on, which is insane with the double attack stuff. So the Enel is, again, the deck everybody was looking at coming into this being, a strong deck already, but a deck that's especially good at utilizing that Red Bull Double Dawn.
Yep, and here we have our players getting ready to set up for this round 3. I think we have our Nami player there on the left, and we have our Enel player right here on the right, sporting that Nikkei Luffy hoodie, trying to channel some energy. I'm sure Enel wouldn't be happy to see Luffy, but hopefully he'll have some good vibes throughout the entire
He's made of rubber, man. Lightning doesn't work.
It'll bounce off of him and then hit his opponent. That's his plan.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's right. So we are getting ready here, and I'm curious how this one is going to go, right? Because we heard, Daniel talking earlier about how the blue-yellow Nami, in his opinion, was a great matchup into the Enel. There's a lot of reasons why you can see that would work, but that said, there's still lots and lots of players that are believing in the Enel, right? Believing in the hype. Fidel Rodriguez on the Enel, Brian Rojas on the blue-yellow Nami from way, way back in the ancient days of OP11. Do you remember way back when?
Oh,
I'm sure 11 days.
I'm sure we all remember Blue Purple Luffy.
Oh no, yes, that is a thing.
Yep, so there we see Brian putting out the girl promo. They're going to get that extra draw as well as the extra Dawn throughout the rest of the game whenever they want to use that. This card's actually really cool because it kind of harkens back to the original one-drop Nami we had in the STO1 starter deck for the Straw Hat crew, because you get that abuse of that extra Dawn every single turn, as well as an extra draw card as well.
Well, it works so well, too, because it puts something in your trash. And the Thriller Bark package really does want cards to be in your trash that you can then play, right? Those 4 costs or less. So the card just ends up being really perfect for the Thriller Bark package specifically.
Yeah.
It's just it's amazing how when you go through this this deck list for Nami with the Thriller Bark package specifically, how smoothly everything plays together. Kikunojo in the trash as well, with just a little bit of countering here from Fidel's first Double Dawn attack.
Yep, and here we see the power of the Double Dawn. Normally in the normal version of the game, discarding the Kikunojo is all Brian would have to do, but we have to get rid of an extra card on top of it to stop this attack.
Right.
And I do want to point out that it looks like Fidel missed out on early one-drop pressure, but we do get that 3 here. Is it going to be for the Holly? We're thinking about putting the dog in play. We're thinking about putting the dog in play. We're just making sure that the leader ability was used correctly here. We did get 1 active and the rest rested. That's the way it works.
Correct.
And then we have
you do get all that done right away, yeah.
Yep.
And there's a Holly. All right.
Yes.
Let the Holly holy debate rage.
Yep,
for all time.
All I know is that dog is a demon.
I'm just saying there's 2 L's on the card, all right, guys? I know. I've heard both sides of the argument. I've elected to stick with Holly for now. I'm not saying I'm going to stick with it forever, but I've made the decision to stick with it for now.
And we know Fidel's definitely going to stick with it in play to get some double attack pressure against Nami. The one thing Nami doesn't really do, though, is it doesn't really remove cards that easily. So this Holly is going to be sticking around for a good minute. But thanks to this Perona, we're going to make it basically impossible to threaten on the crackback with that double attack pressure. We do have the 7K swing coming in. Basically, the cool thing about, like I said earlier, having a leader that has a Dawn X ability is that in Double Dawn, it's always swinging for 7, and you still have extra Dawn to work with afterwards. That's super, super powerful. It is funny that in all the talk we had about Enel, it took us actually seeing one to mention, oh yeah, by the way, guys, this deck has a restriction. It doesn't feel like it does, because having 6 Dawn is actually kind of a big deal for a lot of decks right now, but in Enel, it feels like any normal deck, and there we see the biggest enabler.
I mean, that's why. Right. I mean, you've got the secret rare Enel, and then you've got the super rare Enel, right? And they're both very strong in their own right. The secret rare gets you that search and gets you that big body on the board, right? Starts out at 8K, does go up to 10K. And so even though you only have that 6 Dawn to work with, which sure, that's less Dawn that you can put on your characters to swing with later on, right? You do get a lot of power made up for that by the fact that these 2 Enel specifically are so big, and the Holly can just get so gigantic too.
And by the way, viewers at home, you did not see incorrectly. That card was face down because that 6-drop Enel can add any card you want to your hand. You don't got to reveal it to your opponent. You don't even need to have it be anything specific.
L4.
It could be anything in your deck. There we see the removal there of that girl, going to try to stop Brian from getting that Dawn abuse every single turn. All these 0-cost event cards that the Enel deck is known for abusing all have the ability to also draw you cards. So they're basically a filter as well as some powerful effect that you gain. Here we have the Enel effect, getting back that double Dawn, reusing it, and attaching the Dawn to Holy.
Yeah, and that's even though Holly can't attack this turn because of the Perona from last time around, that is still going to be the theoretically a big swing to worry about later if the Dawn sticks around on there, and it's going to be a 6K on your opponent's turn too. So it's a little bit more difficult to remove.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So now Brian is just thinking about the best way to go about their turn here. Getting a 7-drop Robin is usually the most ideal thing to get you that extra life, but we probably want to put the pressure on Enel, especially with the addition of the Double Dawn. I'm sure Brian wants to utilize it on offense as much as possible because he kind of just gets to.
Yeah. I mean, why not? I mean, you have to have a Dawn on Nami, so why not put the Dawn that gives you plus 2K power, right? Get the Red Bull Double Dawn in action. There's going to be the 5K swing.
But the one funny thing that kind of happens here, normally the Nami player, Brian, does not want to be on the odd curve of Dawn because you always want to play like essentially your odd curve with +1 more.
Yeah, of course.
That way you can always use your leader ability, but it's really important to take away the going first curve to Enel. But I believe we're actually on 8, if I'm not mistaken, because did we go second in this game? Yeah, we're at 6 right now, so we're not even close to 7 yet. I miscounted the first time.
There you go. So it happens. Another Perona. All right, yep, choosing the Holly, of course. And again, like this is just what Nami does. Just stalls out the game, gets you that big board established. There's that 7K swing coming in with the Red Bull Double Dawn attached, and Fidel's just going to go ahead and take that life. Going to go to hand.
Yep, and then we get the extra draw here because a card did leave the life area this turn. That's also kind of like a benefit to Nami, is that you get bonuses by being aggressive when you have to be, which is super powerful. And And now Fidel has kind of the ideal setup for the Enel deck once you already begin the turn with 6 Dawn, already having a 10,000 attacker that can't be removed in play. And the question is, when do we want to start attacking? After we play this next 6-drop?
Yeah, why not? Another secret rare Enel, so going for the search again.
Yeah. It's very important that this one specifically is not a, well, basically none of the draw card effects besides the 1-drops technically are +1s. They're all basically just filters for your hand. But because this deck can kind of craft whatever hand it needs to in the given matchup, that's what I think makes it like a really powerful toolbox. Depending on how you build your deck, you can approach any matchup you see fit. And there we see a bit of information coming from Fidel discarding that pudding, so we might be on the Sanji 6-cost, quote-unquote, but really 3-cost blocker that exists ever since OP05.
Yeah, I feel like that's in more often than not in Enel lists recently.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Depends if they're on Porsche or not.
It took a little while to pop up, but I feel like you do see it more often than not. And don't get me wrong, I play a lot of Reiju, so I love the Porsche stuff, right? But like, I think the Sanji is the way to go. All right, and there's going to be some Dawn attached to the Enel.
So forgive me. Did I say 10,000 attacker? I meant 14. Swing. I meant 14.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, the dog can attack, so we can do a big swing with the Enel this time. So 7K first with the leader, with the double Dawn attached.
And it's worth noting, too, that Fidel is not incentivized to attack into the current rested Perona because you're just going to get the effect again to basically stun something. And so if you attack into it now, it can just stop that 6 cost from attacking.
Exactly,
because it cares about play cost, doesn't care about anything else.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is that's what makes it even easier for these Namis to build up that big board, right? Is that you just don't want to attack into these Peronas specifically because you don't want another thing locked out.
Yeah, and if there's one thing that like Enel really struggles with, it's with a wide board that constantly attacks you every single time. That's why you see a lot of removal tools like Elthor or power reduction cards in the Enel decks. We've seen a lot of Gamma Knives pop up every now and then. Yeah,
well, we're really seeing a good example as we see this gigantic 14K swing come in, and Brian's just going to go ahead and take that one. Ooh, we got the trigger.
Yep.
All right.
It's going to be the event here. It's just going to be activating its effect here to get any 2 through 8 cost that's in the top 4 cards of our deck, which is pretty much all of it except for like any 10 drops you might play or 9 drops.
But it's enough to grab that Gecko Moria if you happen to find it. Then again, there's a lot of other cards that I think players would choose before the Gecko Moria right now in this matchup specifically.
Yeah, it really depends on like what Brian is going to want to do on their 8 Dawn turn. Basically, what's the best way to use that 7 to 8 Dawn. Thanks to the girl, we can get like an extra attached to some of our characters if we need to start hitting in. Because we can always get the Dawn to our leader. I'd see we eyeing up the Zeus here, maybe to deal with that Holly, so that way we can start using the Peronas or like the other Thriller Bar cards we have to maybe deal with the 6-drop Enels. Could be interesting. We do take more of our life that way, which might be dangerous because they already have the 6 drops in play. It's going to be an interesting balance maybe.
I mean, I don't mind grabbing the Zeus, to remove the 5 costs or less.
He's also just a 2K for what it's worth, so searching for a 2K always a good idea.
Sure, yeah. That is true. But, I mean, you do have to get a little bit worried now at this point if you're Brian, because now we go back to Fidel, and now that Holly's unlocked. That Holly can attack this turn because there wasn't a Perona that got KO'd, there wasn't a Perona that got put down. And so everything's kind of, all the options are open for Fidel Rodriguez this turn.
Yep, and then because of the Lightning Dragon Fidel played last turn, one of the Peronas won't be attacking, so we're kind of stymieing some of that pressure that you were worried about with the really wide board. Perona's not the only card that can stop things from attacking. Enel can do all kinds of stuff too.
Well, we talked about that before the matches began today, that we're really in kind of like a stun meta, where there's just so much stuff in the game right now that just stops things from attacking, stops things from becoming active, stops things from resting, which also, prevents blocking and attacking. So it is just that kind of, we've moved from a very KO-heavy meta to a very stun-heavy meta.
Yeah, and it just speaks to like how powerful decks late games have gotten, where it doesn't matter if I get rid of your board. What matters is I get another turn. Yeah. That's all that's important to me.
And we know all those green decks are out there that are kind of like the kings of stun, right?
Yeah.
But, those decks aren't necessarily the best decks to use the Double Dawn, although I'm going to shout out Green Zoro. I think it's not as popular, but I still think that's a great leader to specifically use the Red Bull Double Dawn, right? So just get those multiple swings with that extra 1K power.
So you like 8K swings. Have you heard of 9K swings?
Yeah, exactly. Even better, right? Hit that next breakpoint,
Brian's got a lot of choices here. I would say the biggest thing to worry about are these 6 drops coming in, but there's not really that many good answers you have besides the ones that are already in play. And if there's one way you can't reuse Peronas, it's by leaving them on the board.
Yeah.
After that first turn they come into play, they kind of don't do anything afterwards besides attack. But we are going to get a 7K swing in thanks to that Double Dawn going at the the leader here, and Fidel does not have that many cards, so over the next few turns, we could pressure the life and not care about these big bodies.
Yeah.
If we're Brian, it's kind of the joy of being a yellow deck.
I mean, it is a 2-card tax out of your opponent's hand, and that does start to add up. 3 cards in the hand for Fidel right now after that swing.
But Brian is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Fidel's representing
for sure.
so
2 health.
much.
Yeah, at 2 HP at the moment, it is a little bit scary with 2 of the secret Enels out there, plus the Holly, plus the leader. And there's the Zeus. Yeah, I kind of had a feeling you got to do something about that board at this point. If you're not going to stun anything, you got to get rid of something, and the Holly is the kind of only target for that right now.
Yep, and we could be digging for another Perona here, with the leader ability and the extra draw of the cards of Zeus. And let's see, we're spending 5 down here. That could be the Nami, if I had to guess. Maybe not. Taken back.
Could be. That newer 5-drop Nami coming down the EBO 3-1.
Yep. Using the girl here, we're going to get the swing in with Nami, try to also force Enel a bit more. We're going to get the life down, kind of tying it up because we have a lot of attacks on the crackback once we play our next card for Brian. But Fidel might just be in a really advantageous position. But there we see the Borsellino, one of the newest additions from OB15, really equalizing this board state for Brian. What are the odds?
It's so good. It blocks. It heals. It has a good amount of power. What doesn't this Borsellino do? I guess it doesn't come into play easily with Rayquaza anymore, but it's still good. It's still good. Yeah.
It's so funny how just one card can easily stabilize you like that. Like we had 2 10K minimum attacks coming in, plus a leader swing, plus 6 Dawn. One of them being essentially a 7th Dawn, quote unquote, that you can use. But one Borsellino makes Brian feel way more at comfort here during this turn.
Yeah, you can kind of almost think of it as like a double blocker in that, like, the function of blocking is to prevent you from losing a life, right?
Sure.
And so the fact that it heals and it blocks effectively saves 2 life, a minimum, right? So that just gives it tons and tons of value.
Yep, and Fidel is not happy about the Borsellino. We're using that Gamma Knife right now to reduce its power, and do we have a way to tap it or KO it with like L4 or something?
I would imagine. I mean, that's what this Enel deck does do well, is reduce power and then KO. Yet another thing it does well. Generally.
Yep, it looks like we're going to be activating the L4 here to go ahead and Dawn -1 to get rid of that Borsellino and increase our leader up to 6.
Yep, makes sense. And so now Brian Rojas left without any blockers on the board. And you would imagine those attacks are not going to go with that Perona, that's for sure. Those Peronas. You don't want to give them that KO ability.
Yeah, but Brian just needs to stop one attack here because unless you're playing the Shura in your Enel deck, you don't really have access to Rush. And Fidel might be going, well, if I attack the life, then I'm not attacking the board, and the board can easily swing back at my 4-card hand.
Yeah, at only 2 life for Fidel, too. It is a situation where, all these turns are kind of like game-deciding turns at this point, right? Whether it's a mistake from your opponent or, a heads-up draw from the player on the offense.
Yeah, and this is why so many players gravitate towards the yellow color, is it forces these situations on your opponent so much because the right choice is probably to attack the life, but that means you're attacking a yellow player's life, and they have triggers.
Exactly. So it looks like a big swing just going towards life from Fidel here.
You kind of have to, right? Because especially for your first attack, because if you attack with the Peronas, you just blanks the other swing. For the last attack this turn, you could attack into a Perona.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. It's you are worried about the board, of course, but you do kind of have to just go to life here because the Perona stuffs so much aggression from your side. If you do go for the board, you have to just accept that you're losing an attack.
We're either debating a trigger here or putting on the best performance of a lifetime as Brian. I always love those. I'm a fan of doing that. I just look at it for 2 whole minutes, even if it's a card that doesn't even have a trigger.
I bet you do that. Yeah, I could see that. Yep. It's Oscar night. And there's Dr. Hogback, so he's going to use the trigger to get another Hogback out of trash.
That's another body.
Yep. It is, and I mean, this just makes the situation that much more scarier for Fidel because if you don't if you don't take out Brian this turn, you're going to be struggling a little bit. Varia.
Yep.
It's played here.
Just trying to get that extra filter, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Trying to dig for something else.
Yeah, I mean, the +2 cost isn't going to do a lot for you, obviously, but the filtering can help, and he's going to go ahead and swing for 12 there. We'll see. Or just attach the Dawn. I got ahead of myself.
I believe we did.
Dawn. Okay.
Yeah, I believe we did resolve leader ability, yeah.
I figured he would swing, but there we go. All right, 13 going down to 0 life is Brian. There's another swing there. And does Brian have the cards to stop this?
All right, so we're going up to 7 with leader ability. That's 9. That's 10. That's 11, and that's not enough.
Yep.
Fidel wins. It's always tricky to be in those spots, but Fidel had the confidence to go for it. He's like, I know that if I don't go for game this turn, I might not have another chance again because you can just play another Borsellino, you could play Indigo Robin, you could do so many ways to get your life back up.
Yeah, that was a do or die moment for sure for Fidel, and you know, it looks like he managed to just barely have enough to get in there.
And kind of break swerve against a matchup that Enel is not known for doing that well against. Maybe those extra cards that you would force out with the Double Dawn added up against the Nami player and was everything you needed to kind of get in there.
Yeah, that's right. So another round down. We're going to see if we can get our winner in here for an interview soon. But you know, you can kind of see like the power of those two decks. Like, and I think we're going to see a lot of games like that, right? Where it does come down to, you know, either it's win or lose, right, on one specific turn, which is. Okay, that's most games of One Piece, but still, it's that situation where, you know, you have to really find your moment to take the game, and I think that's what kind of separates like the good players from the great players. Is the great players know when they have to make that decision, right, to go.
That's right, and it's not like Brian didn't have a shot. Like, he was doing everything he needed to do. He had
that
identified the threat
terrifying.
of Holly, and he was like, oh yeah, it's never going to attack me. It never did. But because you were so focused on that Holly in the early turns using your Peronas, you didn't have the Hollies to deal with those attackers that you couldn't counter out of in the late game, and that's what did you in.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that's right. And it's funny because like everyone's like, oh, the Perona ability. I can't believe it's like on play and then on KO too. But if the Peronas just like never get KO'd, then that just it doesn't become a factor, right? So, you know, you have that threat out there, but then if your opponent just kind of chooses to ignore them, you know, and you can't find a way to do it, then, you know, yeah, you get in that situation where it's just kind of chilling. That's right. I think it's interview time here, so we're going to have Steven swap out again, and we're going to have Fidel sit down and have a chat with us. Have a seat, my friend. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
All right. I'll have you move your microphone a little bit down and right in front of your mouth here. Thank you very much. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming this weekend. So yeah, I mean, like that was kind of a nail biter at the end, right? I mean, how confident were you that you had the win?
I was not very confident, just because it was like I think 5 cards in hand plus the leader.
Yeah,
effect.
right.
And he'd been taking a lot of hits too, plus all the draw from leader effect. But after he took the 9 from the leader swing, I think I was pretty confident I had it.
Yeah, we were talking about where it's like, all right, he needs to go for it. We're like, you need to go for it right now, but it's that risky moment. But I think you saw the window and you went for it. But you know, we had Daniel on the desk after winning his round 2 match here. He was saying he feels like Nami is the deck to bring because it plays into the Enel so well. I feel like we did see that a little bit this time, but you're still on the Enel. You're still believing in the hype, huh?
Yeah. No. I think it's like if you win the die roll, it's just it beats any deck, even Nami. And in this format with the Double Dawn, you get to hit the 7s a lot more easily.
Yeah.
So it's actually not that bad, even into Nami.
So how do you like the Red Bull Double Dawn side of things versus the regular format? What's it been like kind of adapting to having this extra 1K power to kind of play with?
It's interesting. It wasn't as impactful as I initially thought, but I think I like that more because you get to – there's a lot of skill expression with finding those opportunities where you hit a different break point where you normally hit a 6, but then now you get a 7. So.
Yeah, I think it's good when like little mechanics like this are have some subtlety to it, right? Where it doesn't become like it's so obvious that it's like, oh, if it had been where everyone predicted immediately, where we're all just playing Dragon now, you know, we're all just playing things that move the Double Dawn around. But it really is kind of like how can you augment the decks that are already good with that extra 1K power?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Very cool. So did you go through any sort of evolution with what deck you chose to bring to this? Were you on anything else and then settled on Enel, or was it Enel the whole time?
Well, when I qualified, it was with Emu, and I didn't realize like how much in the future it was going to be. So I didn't know if P15 was going to be illegal. So I pivoted it off of Emu into Blue Purple Luffy, but then I found out 15 was going to be illegal, and I was like, I think it's just Enel. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So last question for you before we let you go here. So as we look forward to the new meta, because obviously it's not just a new set, it's a rotation, what are you expecting to see kind of meta-wise in general with the game as things evolve?
Obviously a lot of Enel. The decks that are good into Enel, like Nami is really good. There's also new green stuff popping up.
Right.
They have a lot of freeze events on that can freeze the Enels. So yeah, I'd say it's like a nice mix of like Enel, yellow, and green stuff.
Okay, yeah. I feel like green is huge in the regular meta, but we're not seeing it as much here today. Am I wrong? I felt like I know I said last question, but now I feel like I have to ask you about the green decks, right? Because we see a ton of Mihawk success in just the standard game, but I feel like I didn't see anyone on Mihawk when I was looking at the practice yesterday.
Yeah, I think
or any of the green in general.
I think I saw like one red-green Luffy. I'm sure there's like a few others scattered around.
Multicolor with green, yeah.
Yeah, but for the most part, I think I was a little wrong about a lot of people bringing green here. But there's enough to where you do have to watch out for it.
Okay, interesting. Hey, well, thank you very much
for
sitting down and chatting with me. Good luck with the rest of your matches. Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
All right, we'll get Steven back in here real quick. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. Boop. And so, Fidel, the Enel believer.
Ooh.
That rhymed more than I thought it was going to. But
I like it. It was a little sing-songy.
Yeah, Fidel Enel. Fidel the Enel. Yeah, there you go. All right. It rolls off the tongue, right? But it is cool to see that come through. Any final thoughts here before we go to another break?
It was nice, I think, seeing one of the matchups we were expecting to see and having it be a result that we weren't expecting. And I think that this event will surprise us a lot more.
I actually like this matchup. I don't know. I like the Enel Nami matchup. It's fun. I know this might be a weird thing to say, but I kind of want to see some Enel mirrors because I think that's where there's a lot of interesting subtlety in the game.
Yeah.
I was one of the people that loved Sakazuki mirrors back in the day, so I know I'm in the minority there, but I thought it was a really interesting matchup. So I think the mirrors are interesting. So we'll see if we get that later.
Yeah, seeing the best players playing the best deck, always exciting.
Yeah, that's right. Well, thanks again for watching, everybody. Do not go anywhere, though. We got a lot more Swiss rounds to get through before that top cut here at Red Bull Double Dawn in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The state of my birth. I'm so happy to be back here. It's always fun to get back to Wisconsin. This event has been great so far. It's going to keep being great, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Red Bull Double Dawn here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Doa here with your true champion, Steve, as well. And we're about to move into round number 4 of the Swiss rounds of our tournament. It's been fast and furious, and it's going to be a lot of Nami and Enel, I think. Those are, of course, those are not just the decks of choice. Those are great decks in particular for this format. And, you know, while we saw a lot of people pilot a lot of different lists to get here today, now that we're here at the main event, everyone's kind of buckling down and just kind of like, I think, bringing what has the maximum power in the Double Dawn meta.
Yeah, I think we kind of saw, like, in the first 2 rounds that Nami is a deck that's really benefited from the Double Dawn, but Enel is, like, the abuser of the Double Dawn. And so, like, you have this fun little dichotomy of just a really, really, really good deck in OP15 getting a benefit, and then you have the really, really good deck in OP15 being abusive of the format and how it works, which is really exciting to see.
Yeah, both strong decks in their own right, but both decks that also use the Red Bull Double Dawn extremely well. We've got a schedule to throw up for you to take a look at here. We kind of went down over this a little bit today, but of course we do have our Swiss rounds. I think we're going to be a little bit ahead of schedule. I see they already adjusted it here. We're going to round 4. We're going all the way up to Swiss round 8. Then we're going to cut to a top 8. Then we will cut to, cut to a top 4. You know how it is.
Yes,
top 8, top 4 finals, of course. The top 8 cut is going to be best of 3 as well, so we're going to get a few more games out of that when we get there, and then we will crown our champion. It's going to be a great time.
Yep, and as y'all noticed, there'll be a bit of a larger break in between Swiss Round 8 and Top 8 for a little bit of a lunchtime, as well as for us to consolidate all the players and make sure the people that are in the finals are supposed to be and are ready to go for y'all.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, so and people need to eat too,
Famously, yeah.
Probably do need that. Going into our round 4 matchup, we will see what our matchup is, although I have heard rumors, I have heard rumblings, to Champ Steven, that we're going to see pretty much Nami and Enel for the rest of the day here. I would not be surprised. Maybe get some mirrors later on. We've talked about the Enel mirror. Have you seen a lot of blue-yellow Nami mirrors? I haven't seen a ton of those myself.
It's a super grindy one. It's
one
where
I would bet,
a lot of taking turns off happens in that mirror match. A lot of, not attacking. But
that makes sense.
Yeah, but here we have Colin Hall versus Justin Taylor. Colin, of course, playing that blue-yellow Nami, and Justice playing the Enel for our round 4 Swiss match. We saw this play out already in round 3, and Enel was able to come out on top, piloted by Fidel Rodriguez. But will Colin be able to show us just why blue-yellow Nami is a terror against this deck? Let's find out together.
Yeah. All right.
We're starting off here with the Satoshi from Enel. We love the curve of Enel. It's kind of actually a curveless deck if you think about it, because basically by turn
you get all your Dawn
basically
Dawn. Right away, yeah.
But you could still
all 6 of them, yeah.
But you still have really powerful opening plays like the Satoshi here and all the other 1-drops that basically just draw you cards. Speaking of powerful early turn plays, we have Nami getting the girl down. We've seen how powerful this is, being basically a filter as well as the card that gives you a Dawn every single turn for the rest of the game.
And the Thriller Bark package enabler, too, because you just saw, Colin put the Dr. Hog back in the trash. And so this card really does everything. I mean, it is one of the best additions to the deck. Very Nami-centric card, both lore-wise and gameplay-wise, of course. There's the pudding. As we do a little bit more searching over on the Justice Taylor side of things.
Yeah, this is actually a fun little tech that not all Enel players are known for using, but having that search for all your event cards or potentially any Sanjis you do play just adds to the consistency of this deck so well.
Mm-hmm.
Plus it's a 6K attacker when you need it to be.
Right. And like I was saying, too, I feel like I said this last game, too, where I feel like most Enels are running the Sanji nowadays. There was a time when people were trying a couple different things, but it feels standardized to me. Happy to hear disagreements, but we'll see. All right.
In terms of the main Enel package, usually that's always the same. It's just what little tech cards you want to play for the mirror or for Nami. That's always the big decider. But I think pudding specifically is a good tech for the Nami matchup because it gives you access to late game blockers, which you definitely need.
And big swing.
Yeah, 7. Yeah, you have to. Oh, actually, I think it's
Satori.
Yeah, it's 7 here, which is actually so cool because in the normal version of the game, actually no, I think it's 8. Is that 4 regular?
It's a double Dawn there too. Yeah, 4 regular, the double Dawn, 6 plus 2 is 8. Yeah.
Yes.
Math.
Yeah, normally you're first to put all 5 on there in the normal game because if you don't, Nami can just stop it by discarding 1 card. But here you have to discard a card and still counter afterwards.
Well, and you can see Colin down to 2 life already. And sure, you've got a lot of scary triggers coming out of life for Nami, but it's also scary just to be at that low of life. That said, at 2 life or less, you can start to get some of the healing coming in from things like the Borsalino and all that. So there are certainly ways to kind of put yourself back into a safer mode as a Nami player, too.
I don't care what deck you are. If it's your turn 2 and you're on 2 life, that's not fun. Unless you're Vegapunk. And then it's according to plan.
Then you start the game on 2 life, and you're like, I'm Vegapunk.
You're like, turn 2, I'm still at 2 life? Why are you not attacking me?
That's right. Okay. Put the double Dawn on Atlas. Swing for 8. Yes, let's go Vegapunk all day. Ooh,
a bit of a...
All right, big swing here.
I think it's 7, 8, 9. Yeah, because... No, sorry, I think it's 10. Yeah, because we had 4 Dawn plus the double Dawn.
Interesting. Yeah. Wow, just Colin committing for the big swing here. Has enough of a hand, it seems like, to handle things. Maybe something in the life that can bring out another card on the board. There's going to be the secret rare Enel, so a little bit more searching for Taylor. And again, establishing what will be a minimum a 10K attacker when it gets to that point next turn.
Yeah, I think Colin was just saying, well, all the 4 trips I do have, I don't want to play them into your board of 1-drops. Because, if I do have a Perona or something, who cares about making sure Satoshi cannot attack? I need to save it for later in the game. So if you're attacking me, I'll just attack you as hard as I can.
Yeah, why not? This matchup is going to be interesting to see sort of evolve even more, right? Because, people have their theories about how things should work. But, again, like a big part of how it works is going to be the start of the game, right? Again, who goes first is a huge part of this as well. But so far, so good for Justice. You have to see Colin find some of the stuns here. But even, finding a stun or two is not going to weaken the board all that much on Justice's side.
Yeah, exactly, because the characters still stay in play, and so you need to have it like we saw in Game 1, turn after turn after turn. And the second you don't and they get to swing in unfettered, that's a lot of damage.
Right, and you need to have blockers stick too. That's the thing. And with the way that Enel has access to power minus and then KOing through things like the L-Thor, a lot of times that blockers, just like we saw that last game, can just get removed too. Speaking of L-Thor.
I was going to say, speaking of removal, we're going to get rid of this girl here, it looks like, to try to just get rid of that extra Dawn manipulation that Colin has access to. And I don't know if we're going to see Justice go for any swings this turn, because I think he's set up to have like a turn off, if that makes sense, because he's already done so much pressure and not been punished by the life yet.
I don't think that would be the worst thing. Yeah, I could see that.
Yep, we got some more filtering there with the Lightning Dragon coming down, increasing the power of some of our cards. So we might see an attack go in, but I don't think he's priced in so far to start attacking if he doesn't want to.
Then again, pressure is pressure. Yep, and there's the pressure from the Satori coming in again with a pretty decently large swing.
Yeah, now I think this is 8 because they have the +1 as well.
Yep, that's right. So 3 plus the 5 on the from the Dawn itself. You have the Red Bull Double Dawn there along with 3 regular.
Notably, leader card plus another. Notably, leader effect plus another card is going to be huge here from Colin, because the first time Nami activates their ability is the quote-unquote worst time to activate it, if that makes sense, because that first attack, if you only need to get rid of 1 card, that's fine. That means for the rest of the turn, you might not need to get rid of that many. But if the first attack forces you to get rid of a card and then just stops attacking, it's like you didn't do anything. It's
All right,
like you
yeah.
ate an extra card for no reason, basically.
Trashes that 10-cost Newgate to turn on the Nami ability, bumping her up to 7K. We're going to probably see the counter come out.
Oh, do we have no 2Ks in hand? Ooh, it needs to be 2 more cards out of Colin's hand.
That's a little bit rough. Not going to lie. Yeah. There's the Ohm. Where's the Holly?
And then we start just go for the 1 attack. It did force Colin here to counter out, because even if you do hope for a card out of the life, you're still at 1 life going against Justice on the following turn, and that's no fun, because a lot of your recovery cards happen in the later stages of the game at 7, 8, 9, 10 Dawn.
Right. No, the Nami draws a lot of cards too. So anything you can do to sort of like reduce that, drain the hand a little bit. There's the Borsellino. Okay, yep. So you get the heal, and then you get that nice 6K blocker established as well. So definitely a turn that makes Colin feel a little bit safer here.
Yeah, a big difference between this one and the last round is we have the Borsellino coming down on 2 instead of 1, so we get 3 life, and there's only 1 6-drop over on Justice's side right now, not 2. And so there's a lot of really hard things that even if Justice has like the power reduction plus L-Thor, or the removal for the Borsellino, or the resting of the Borsellino, we're still fine to take some swings. So you might be using those resources for not, if you're Justice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I feel like it is kind of on the Enel player to keep the pressure up, right? Because 100%. Nami is the type of leader that can just be like, yeah, I'll just chill,
Ooh, so there we see the Ohm just getting the swing in there to reduce the power of Borsellino, kind of,
why not?
Forcing Colin's hand a little bit. And then we've seen another 6-drop Enel. Last time we saw back-to-back 6-drop secret rares, it went really well for Enel. Let's see if that's the same in this game.
I mean, that is out of your 6-cost Enels, that is the one you would rather be playing early on in the game, I suppose. 100%. So, yeah.
Yeah,
always is nice to see 2 of those early.
Yeah, the other one basically just has the same like rules text, and then is sometimes a blocker if you discard cards from your hand.
Right. Another 10K potentially. The blocker is always nice, and the best part is you don't need to show your opponent what you picked. I love the secret draw.
You can get non-Sky Island cards. You can get any card you want.
Yeah, there you go.
It's so powerful.
All right, and there's the Mamaragan, I believe it is.
Yeah, this is going to allow you to rest that Borsellino and make it to where it can't block this turn. And
yeah.
It lets you maybe hang on to some of your more powerful power reduction effects for later in the game if you need them.
We haven't seen a secret rare event in a while, I feel like.
Oh, yeah. It's always beautiful to see like events with how powerful they're getting nowadays get like that special SR or even secret rare treatment. Super nice to see.
Yeah, or SR rather, not secret rare, super rare. You got it. Yep. All right, so the trigger does bring the Dr. Hog back into play.
Yeah. honestly, out of all the Thriller Bar cards, the Kumasi is one of my favorite ones because it's a 1-drop 2K that in Trigger can play a 4-drop from your trash. It's so powerful.
It's really like good in every single sense of when you can see that game pop up or that card pop up in the game.
Yep,
for sure.
And we are going to swing into that Hogback that was just played because I think the best card we can play off of it is a Kumasi. And you're like, Colin, I got better things to play off of it. I'll hang on to it for now. Thank you very much.
Going to get defended. Yep, you want that Hogback to stay in play. All right.
We're going to use the Satoshi there when attacking effect to go ahead and try to look at 2 cards and put them back on the top in any order we want. Basically, it lets our more filter-like effects of the zero-cost events see 1 card deeper than they would need to be. That way, if we know we have a good card in the top 2, we don't need to play 2 of them to get there. We just need to play 1 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you want to save those zero-cost events for specific points in the game, and using them only to draw cards is not very valuable unless you know what you're drawing.
Right. We saw I feel like our last game was over by now, right? And but we're seeing how this matchup can end up going pretty long if the Nami player is able to kind of stabilize, get some blockers established, not have that punish immediately. Big swing coming in potentially from the pudding here.
It's going to be another 7K swing, and that's just where you see the power once again of the Double Dawn for this deck because forcing 7K swings on Nami is the number you want to be doing. 8K is really nice because we saw that Colin does not have many 2Ks in hand, if any, and so forcing leader ability plus 2 more cards to stop it is kind of not worth it if you're Colin, and we're just going to take it as a result, and we are on the back foot now.
Yeah, you always feel so bad when you have to use a double 1K early on in that because you just give your opponent so much information about your hand when that happens. Up to 8 Dawn now on Colin's side of things.
I mean, I believe the last game we saw ended on Justice's pseudo 9 Dawn turn. It was 6 Dawn, but that was their 9th turn of the game, essentially. But we have the 7-drop Nico Robin coming down. Going to be replacing that not good life card in Nico Robin with 2 more potentially good life cards.
All right. I mean, so Colin definitely finding some good cards to extend the game, to keep himself alive a little bit longer, to set up some better stuff in life. We're going to have a swing from the Dr. Hogback. Just coming in for 5 right now, just poking away at the Enel, seeing we can get out of the hand, or is going to grab the Ohm out of there in counter, and then it's going to be a 7K swing from Nami.
Yeah, but we've been here before. Justice is going to the refresh phase, and they're getting 2 6-drop Enels in the active position that can now attack against Colin's 2 life and 1 blocker. If Justice has another answer for this blocker, we could see a repeat of the endgame that Patel had against...
Yeah, we saw the minus power in the Enel handle, and there's some minus power from a different source from that Ohm coming through to set up potentially some sort of removal from Justice. Is it going to be an Thor? Is it going to be something else here? He's going to go ahead and take a look at the trash, seeing, all right, well, if I hit a trigger, what could possibly come in to annoy me?
Right. The nice thing about the Thriller Bar cards is when they're triggered, they do not trigger themselves. Like I don't get that specific card from my life to the field. I need to get one that's in my trash. And so if there is no Perona already in there, that's the one thing Justice would kind of be afraid of. So if the first life is Perona, Colin gets that trigger, and the second life is like another Thriller Bar that can play back that first Perona, that could be kind of annoying. But if it's the last life card, he can easily play around it.
Yep.
And if it's the first life card, it doesn't do anything. So, and I just saw a bit of a reveal there from Justice's top deck. I see the Mamaragan, which if we can filter to draw that, can answer the Borsellino if we don't already have one underneath.
That would be pretty good. Start the feast.
Some would say all you need.
That's right. Unless you're rubber, then it's nothing would work. Yeah. Right. Doesn't matter how much lightning you have.
And I'm sure Justice has the read that Colin's hand has been kind of counter weak this entire game, and there's been no real signs of it changing. But there we see the 4-drop Vinsmoke Reiju.
Yeah.
I think that was OP12 that a lot of people have been playing because it has synergy with decks that play a lot of event cards, and it actually is a really good matchup into the green decks that a lot of people have been playing because it naturally increases its cost to 9. So even though you can't play any 9 costs in your deck, you still have access to 9 costed cards.
Oh, there it is.
But there we see the Mamaragan there, tapping that Borsellino, and now Justice smells blood in the water.
Yep. Swinging first. Pointing at the Dr. Hogback, actually. Ooh, oh, okay. All right.
Maybe taking a bit of a conservative route here. I mean,
Colin's going to give that up. Yeah.
We do have plenty of ways to attack with other cards that are in play besides these 6-drops, and they're going to be super threatening.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, it's the age-old card game ethos of like, why go for a 80% win now where you can go for a 100% win later,
100%.
Yep. And you got to know, we talked about, with Fidel's game, recognizing windows where you have to go for it, where it's win or die, right? But it's just as important. Oh, my goodness. Well, we knew there was a good trigger in there, so, yeah, Dr. Hogback getting brought right back.
Yeah, but like I kind of foretold, like the only not great situation for Justice here is now if that last card is a trigger that can play that Pomona from the trash, that would be not fun for Colin. Sorry, for Justice. But now Colin has access to the 8-drop Moria that I just saw in their hand, which could be helpful. So Justice might not have the luxury of giving them an extra turn because they might give them 2 extra by mistake.
Yep, that's right.
There we see the Vare there, going to be increasing the power of the other 6-drop. But like we said, because we chose to attack with our leader into the Hogback, we don't have that many threatening attacks left over because we still have not used leader ability over on Colin, so the defense is still palpable for his side.
Right. Really wondering what is in life. What is that trigger? And Colin wondering too, I'm sure.
And can you believe it's only just his 4th turn and we're already doing this many game-impacting game actions?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just Enel, right? You know? That's just what this deck does. Dawn loaded up onto Charlotte Pudding there. That's going to put her at a 5K, and that's just yet another swing, you know? Might be end up being more than that. Yeah, much more than that.
That's 9K there.
That's right. Plus another 4 from the Red Bull Double Dawn and 2 more regular Dawn.
Yeah, and if Justice has the read that Colin has no 2Ks in hand, this could demand 4 cards. Leader ability plus 3 more.
Yeah, that's wild.
And if he can't stop it, then he'll be at 0 life, and this 12K attack from the Enel could be enough to go for the game. But we're going to use leader ability here, discarding that. We're going to go up to 9 with the Zeus. So we did have a 2K. Do we have 2 more? Oh, no, sorry. We need 1 more. We
there was the one from the Borsellino, I think. Yeah, and then the life gets taken. And so 0 life now for Colin.
Yeah.
As he goes back to his turn.
Justice might regret later not going for that Enel swing into the leader to force 1 more card at least out of the opponent. But I feel like he knew he couldn't go for anything higher than 5, and so just forcing the leader ability early, like I said, kind of isn't the best with your first attack. You want to force out the leader ability plus cards if you can.
Yeah.
So that must have been what kind of stymied him there a little bit. But now we have access to the 8-drop Moria in hand, getting back Corona, which can essentially blank 2 attacks if you include our blocker that's already in play.
Right. Now, Justice at a 2 life as well. It's not the healthiest, and I feel like I counted 5 cards in his hand. It's hard to see right now.
Oh, do you think
when he was shuffling through it?
Do you think Colin's thinking about going for game this turn?
I think you don't want to. Okay, that was 8 cards in hand, I believe it is. 5 and 3, if I counted that in the split second we had to count it. Either way, I don't think you want to, but you might be in a situation where it feels like do or die, right?
Right. You definitely get the free attacks out of the way first, and you see how Justice reacts and gets more information from there, because any event you force Enel to use during your turn is actually really good for you, because they don't do anything besides be 2K counters. And so you lose access to a lot of filtering and a lot of potential interaction as Justice if you kind of pressure them during your turn.
Just 1K counter. Out of that, and there's the Red Bull Double Down on the Nami for a 7K swing. So 5 to 7. We'll go from there. He's got all 10 Dawn to work with this turn.
Notably, that does turn off any 10-drop Newgates we could have had in our hand here for Colin, which could have been a very powerful blocker to have, but against potentially 14 or even higher case.
You need more than 1 blocker, too, right now.
Exactly.
One blocker is not going to do it,
As we've seen, this Borsellino has not blocked once this entire game. It's basically only been 1 extra life card, and that's about it, which, with the amount of pressure Justice is putting down, is nowhere near enough.
It hasn't really had the opportunity. That is true. And you can just see from Colin's expression right now that he's not feeling the most confident. Okay.
Yeah, we're using the Mamaragan. That's the only one that lets you draw cards. But you do need more counter than that. We swing with the Nico Robin here, trying to force out more from the opponent here. Going to be an 8K swing. I mean, you need to save your events if you're Justice, so you don't have the luxury of being able to stop these things.
It's going to take the life. Okay.
And then we get the extra draw here from Colin by having the life cards change this turn. 8 Dawn here is...
I was going to say, here's the Moria. Yeah. All right, Gecko Moria. And so you're going to get another card back. And he's going to be able to... Oh, Kumasi. Okay, yeah.
Because it has the effect to play the Perona anyway. So you get the best of both worlds of playing the Perona and getting the extra life card. So you can basically blank 2 attacks in a single turn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's almost a double block in a way. Yep.
And you're still forcing Justice to answer this Borsellino, because if you commit any cards that I would need to lose more than 2 cards out of my hand, I'll just block it instead. But Colin has definitely had the problem of not having enough counter in hand this entire game, and Justice is maybe going to try to abuse that again. We're going to get the Ohm reduction that we've seen every turn so far to try to set up that Borsellino to get taken out by other cards we might have in hand.
Yep. And Justice thinking through this one hard. I mean, because you really have to, like you said, take into account the Kumasi into the Perona.
That's right.
Yeah, specifically.
and you know whatever you attack with, one of these 6-drops is not going to attack this turn. Like, you can't even imagine them attacking this turn.
And the scary thing with Justice is, if Colin lives through the turn, then you're looking at sitting there with only 1 life and that giant board coming back at you potentially.
Yeah, we could see this Reiju being a base 7k power, base 7k power character right now be really huge here, because basically Justice might be forced to play in a way where he procs the Nami leader effect earlier than he would like to, and that makes all of his other attacks need more Dawn commitment for them to actually matter. But the Reiju already hits the threshold of threatening Nami, which is really, really important here. But it is a blocker, so if you attack with it, you won't have it on the crackback in case you can't go for game. So there's still a balance to be played there.
Right.
And I see the tap of 6 here. Oh, wait, maybe not? Yes, resting 6 and replacing the pudding, it looks like.
Yep. Okay, and there's that other 6-cost Enel. This is the SR one. So potential to become a blocker, I believe.
Yes, very notably.
Yep.
And then we have the Mamaragan coming down here, going to rest the Borsalino. We did have another one after countering with one and using another one earlier in the game.
Mm-hmm. That's 3 so far.
Yes. This is a really tough board state for Justice to kind of navigate here. We see the first swing with a 10,000 Enel. If you're calling, this feels like an easy take into the Perona to blank the other one. But then you can have the leader swing and the Reiju swing. So he might be thinking to himself, if I stop this one, I'm definitely good for the rest of the game. Because while, yes, you're turning on the 6-drop to attack, you can just blank the... Oh, wait, no, you can't blank the Reiju because it's 9 cost. And so Perona cannot affect it. So you kind of have to take the life now. You're kind of forced to take it now. But because of that, Justice has his leader ability plus 2 more extra attacks that are still threatening. And so you have to think to yourself, okay, can I stop? I think the math would come out to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Can you stop 12?
That's a tough one. I don't know.
This Reiju could be the difference here in this matchup for Justice. It could have been everything he needed, because if it was just a regular 2K attacker or even a Holy, it wouldn't have mattered, because you can just blank that one instead. Yeah.
The cost ends up mattering a lot here.
And the worst thing is that Colin cannot add this Kumasi to his hand and get the effect, so he's kind of losing out on a 2K that could have mattered later. But obviously, blanking a 10K swing is better than.
I was going to say, the value is much better to do that. But or he puts it in hand though.
He is taking it.
Interesting. Okay, forget everything we just said. All right.
I guess he must not think Justice is going to be willing to attack with the Reiju now, because he's not forced to.
So Justice just going for the 5K swing into the weakened Borsalino then.
Yeah, this forces out cards, which is all he really needs to do now that he's at 0 life.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Attacking a life, they're just going to counter out of it.
Actually, we're using the leader ability during the attack on our character, so we have the leader ability already proc before they swing.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, because we discarded a non-counter Kikunojo. It's actually a really cool thing you can do. It doesn't matter where you attack; it's during your opponent's attack for the leader ability.
Right.
And here we have a giant Enel, which Colin cannot stop, and Justice is your winner, proving once again that all those people that say Enel is a bad matchup to Blue Yellow Nami clearly has never read Reiju.
I mean, the thing is like this Enel, sure, you kind of run into the situation where the Perona just stops a lot of attacks, where the board gets built up. That is a thing that can happen, but you just can't deny that this Enel deck just has so much power, no matter what the game state is.
That's right.
That you're going to end up with the opportunity to have a lot of those big swings, no matter what.
Yeah, and we saw in round 3 them playing around the Perona by being like, well, I'm just going to make the game enough turns to where they no longer have their effect. And then in this game, we saw him play around it by being like, you can Perona a lot of stuff on this board, but not this one.
Yep.
And so if I attack with this, you're kind of forced to do it now. And if I force you to make a decision, that's usually the decision I want you to make. Yeah,
so Colin was able to hold on for a good long time, but in the end, again, there's so many tools that the Enel has to have. The Enel has to handle a solo blocker, right? If you have multiple blockers out there, then it starts to get very difficult, I think, for the Enel. But if it's only one blocker, there's a lot of ways to minus power. There's a lot of ways to, rest it. It gets difficult.
And then specifically in the Red Bull Double Dawn event, we're seeing that a boost Enel gets to forcing out more cards from the Nami's hand, forcing out those uses of the leader ability at inopportune times makes the difference. Ever since turn 2, basically, Colin had no counter in their hand and was at 2 life on turn 2 of the game.
It was a little bit rough because that deck, I feel like, does kind of run into that issue once in a while where you don't have as much counter as you want, and you're hoping the fact that you're a 7K leader on defense kind of makes up for a lot of that, where you don't need as much of that counter to be there all the time, but you do kind of run into situations where, you really could have used it. So I think that hurt a little bit too.
Yeah, just the constant eating of those cards really punished Nami there.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. All right, and looks like we're going to get a little replay of things here to check out. There you go. All right. Well, we started with that early big swing from Satori.
Yeah, and like I said here, this was really tough on Colin. You either sacrifice your entire hand or you go to 2 on turn 2 of the game for you. Really rough to see there. And even though we had that setup of that Borsellino right there and the Nico Robin to follow up to keep our life as healthy as we could, because we couldn't answer Justice's giant board, all these powerful attacks coming in. And I know Pudding is not known for being powerful, but here it really was.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what this Enel deck is all about, right? It's taking those smaller 2K characters and buffing them up to terrifying levels. So that does happen. And even though we had the Gecko Moria come in, it just didn't end up working out. There was the opportunity to use the Kamasi to stun something, but didn't end up mattering a lot. The big swing from the Enel came through, and that was enough to end the game and give Justice the win. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So we've got Justice standing just off camera here, so we'll have him switch out with Steven, as usual, and have a chat with Justin here, or Justice rather. Hello, sir. Have a seat. Welcome. All right. If I could have you move the mic a little bit closer to your mouth there, if you could, please. All right. Cool. Hey, welcome. Congrats on the win in the last round here. Yeah. Did you have to travel a long way to get here?
Came from Michigan, east side of Michigan.
So not too far.
It's 6.5 hours.
Oh, okay. Yeah. By car, that's a ways.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what. The Midwest is bigger than people think it is. You know, when it comes to driving. I'm from Minnesota, so I know that. Yeah. But congrats on the win again. A lot of people were saying Nami was the answer to Enel. What do you think about that?
I think the double Dawn format definitely fixes the matchup. Usually when you use your leader ability, you can only put 4 normal Dawn on your 2K bodies and swing 6. But since the double Dawn, you can put 3 normal Dawn plus the double Dawn on a 2K and swing 7. It really helps with the Nami matchup to play around the leader ability. Yeah,
exactly, because suddenly that 7K leader needs to commit a card from hand that they wouldn't have committed to otherwise. You can put that tax on it, yeah.
Normally, if you want to swing 7, you have to commit that other active Dawn you just got instead of playing another 1-drop.
Yep.
But in this format, you're able to swing 7 and play another 1-drop if you choose to. So.
Yep, that's right. And if you can kind of fix things to find some of those early secret rare Enels, I suppose, to then do some more searching, some more fixing. The game seemed like it went back and forth a little bit, but it felt pretty smooth from your side of things. Am I misreading that? How did it feel as you were kind of navigating the game?
I won dice roll. That helps.
That does help, yeah.
Had 1-drops to play. Only thing I missed was Holy, the dog.
Yeah.
I saw 3 Enels, 2 Enels in a row. I don't remember. He was a little bricked, which didn't help him for sure.
Yeah.
But for my side, I played my curve and it worked out.
Right. When he had that turn where he had to counter with 2 1Ks, that probably gave you a lot of info, huh?
Yeah.
Right, that does happen. So, as you've kind of been playing this, obviously you won event to get here. Then, how do you feel about the whole the Red Bull Double Dawn format? What's it been like, kind of incorporating that extra 1K power and everything you did? Did you start on Enel, or did you have a different leader before you got here? I guess
for this format,
I guess you couldn't have started on Enel, right?
Yeah.
But he wasn't around yet. Never mind. But tell me about the journey to get to where you. Yeah.
I qualified with Mihawk, Green Mihawk.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, and that leader did benefit from the double Dawn because you could play your curve, restand your 3 Dawn, and then put the double Dawn on and swing. So you could benefit from it. The double Dawn is really cool. I like it. I think it might benefit Enel a little bit much, but it does benefit a lot of leaders. Like Nami always wants to put a Dawn on her leader, so she always gets the double Dawn effect.
Just having Nami get to swing for 7 on her turn and then still have that 7K defense that she always is kind of nice. Are there any leaders that you feel are underrepresented here? You mentioned Mihawk, and I think it feels like green was a color just in general, especially with the Mihawks. I still like to shout out Zoro because I think it's fun to play with Double Dawn on that leader too. But do you feel like green is maybe the most underrepresented today, or do you feel like there's another deck that people are kind of sleeping on?
I don't really know if there's that many green decks you can really play right now. Like Mihawk isn't really good enough. The most popular green deck I've seen is red-green Luffy, which I thought it would have been GP Luffy, but it wasn't. So everything's pretty represented. It's just purple Enel is probably, if I had to guess, half the format or half the people. Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I'll ask you one more question before I let you go. Any shout-outs you want to make to the local crew back home, anything like that? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Shout out to my playtest group at Black Vault. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
It's totally fine. We want you to shout out the people that help you. I mean, because that's the thing. Yeah. When you get to this point, obviously you're a fantastic player. But every fantastic player has a great play group to play with, right? That helps brainstorm, that helps you polish things too. So we got to shout those guys out. Yeah. All right. Well, hey, thanks for stopping by. Congrats on the win, Justice, and good luck with the rest of the event.
Thank you.
All right. We'll get Steven back in here. Here, I'll go ahead and hold that for you. Thank you very much, sir. All right. We'll get Steven back in here. And, all right, there you go.
Yeah. I have returned.
That's right. Good curve for Enel. A good win for Justice there. And we're moving on. Round 4 down already. This is going by so fast.
Yes, it is, and I think it all has to do with the the natural aggressive format that we happen to be in for OP15 and the extra boost that these decks get from the Double Dawn. I was talking to some people playing over there, and they're saying, yeah, the Double Dawn really makes a difference in Enel, not just because it's like really good with the leader and has good synergy, but you're a bad match, it's become good because of the Double Dawn existing.
Right, exactly. That does help a lot. So there you go. All right. Well, I think at this point, let's take another look at our schedule. Round 4 down. That means we've got round 5 through 8 yet. 4 rounds to go yet in Swiss, and then we'll make that top 8 top cut. That's going to move to best of 3. So in a situation like, we just saw Colin kind of run into where your hand gets a little bit bricky, you're going to have a chance to kind of come back and solve that kind of stuff. So I think that'll be good to move to it. I like best of 3s personally. But
always.
We got a lot of games to get through today, and it's going to be a lot of fun as well. We're going to throw to a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be round number 5 here at the Red Bull Double Dawn Finals in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We'll see you again in just a moment. And we are back here at the Red Bull Double Dawn Finals. Doa here along with true champion Steven. We're moving into Swiss round 5. It's going to be a lot of Nami versus Enel. It's a fun matchup, though. Like we heard Justice say in our last interview, that's one where people, were looking at Nami being favored for a lot of good reasons. But the Double Dawn really does seem to make the difference when you have that extra 1K power, that extra 1-card tax out of the Nami's hand. Even though they're at 7K on defense, it does make a big difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, tax you wouldn't normally see now connect, or if they don't, they force more cards out of the Nami player's hand, which is so huge. If the game goes on, those 4 or 5 turns normally it does. It turns out when you go for the
That said, I mean, there's a lot of Nami believers out there, but it is overwhelmingly purple Enel at this event because it's just a good deck in the meta, but it's also again just like such a good deck at using the Red Bull Double Dawn, using that that extra 1K power to get over the hill. As far as
and because we're balancing not just the Red Bull Double Dawn rules, we're also balancing the new ban and restriction list update, the new set release, the new rotation of card sets and card legality. Going with something that clearly was made for this event is probably the easiest thing these players could have done for themselves in terms of their preparation, because they didn't really all have that much, because that ban and restriction list of Borsellino and Rayquaza happened yesterday.
It was it just yesterday?
That it became
It came into effect yesterday. It was announced a little bit earlier, but yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy, right? Again, I have to pour one out for my boy Vegapunk, who's, again, it hurt a little bit. It hurt. I was like, hey, why can't we can we just still do, Egghead, Borsellino, and Rayquaza, please? But we're not a very good deck. It'd be nice. But
you and I were talking about Kingdom Come, coming back into legality, and we're like, oh my gosh, Control Vegapunk is back, baby. Not anymore, unfortunately.
I mean, it still could be, but yeah, probably not anymore at this point. It's an aggro Vegapunk is fun anyway. Let's check out the prizing that these players are fighting for. I want to say this weekend, but it's a one-day event. That's right. So for participating, you get the Red Bull Double Dawn promotional sleeves and that beautiful Red Bull Double Dawn playmat. I think this is one of my favorite promo playmats we've had in a while. I love that art of Luffy. And just seeing the Red Bull Double Dawn icon is pretty sick. So, yeah, get good prizing just for showing up. Top 128 does get that Garp, of course. Top 64 gets the Ace. And then top 32 gets the a little bit more foiled out Monkey D. Luffy promo. Pretty neat.
Yeah, so that's going to be the mid-leveling prizes, but once we get to the top 8, we're going to be getting the Roanoa Zoro serial card leader from OP12, one of the most iconic leaders in the past year of the One Piece card game. Like you said, gets a little bit better in Double Dawn. Maybe someone who's playing Zoro could have got there, but who knows?
A serial leader, right? I mean, that's something where it's everyone's like, oh, I'll never sleeve up a serial. Oh, no, but you should if it's your leader, of course. And then the top 2 players do also get that uncut sheet from the Treasure Cup March 2026. It's got all the alt art leaders from that set, plus the mangas, plus a lot of really great extra alt art stuff. So I love uncut sheets in card games. Yeah. I've got a few on my walls at home, and it's cool to see.
Especially that one, having the 3 mangas from OP13 right
in the middle.
Center. The 3 brothers, carrying on his wheel indeed.
It looks good. And there's also beautiful trophies as well that they get with that too, that they're going to want to put on their shelves at home. So we'll show those later once we have players lifting them later in the day. Should be neat.
Oh, yeah, it should be super exciting. And like we said, those players already had to qualify in an event all over the country just to get here. So, of course, just by showing up, they get rewarded. But they're all coveting and battling it out for those prizes. And it's all happening just today. It's a sprint to the finish line, and I cannot wait to see who makes it on top.
Yeah, and it's just a fun event in general, right? I mean, we've got the main event going, of course, with all the games. There's a lot of high pressure, high stakes happening. But then around the event too, we've got a lot of just cool stuff around the venue. People can take pictures in front of. We've got those giant cards to play with on the floor and stuff too. But this time with the Red Bull Double Dawn vibe added to that too. So just a lot of neat stuff. This is just a neat venue to be in.
Yeah, a lot of players who qualify for this event brought +1s, brought people that they invited to kind of just hang out around the venue, and so it's a very intimate, relaxing event for people just to kind of enjoy the One Piece card game thanks to the help of Red Bull putting it on.
There you go.
It's been really exciting to see, and this is the matchup we are excited to show you between Justice Taylor and James Cruz. How fitting that we saw that OP13 uncut sheet, because here we have the red-green OP13 Luffy going up against Enel.
Yeah, that's right. So, we know green is a strong color right now. But we also know people have lost faith a little bit in some of the green leaders in the Mihawk, despite the success in the normal format of the game recently. But the red-green Luffy still has a lot of power here. Again, a lot of the Straw Hat synergies coming in from that. Red is a nice color as well right now. And then just red-green Luffy being another one of those leaders that requires a Dawn attached to do the ability. Why not just have that 7K base swing available, right?
Yep, so we have James here on the left, and we have Justice back again here. I think he just loves being on that stage. He had some good luck in the last round. He wants to keep it up. Here we have Luffy starting off with that Jewelry Bonnie. Going to go ahead and get any Egghead or Straw Hat Crew type cards to their hand. We're going to be adding the, I'll be going all out from the start, I believe. Yeah, I know you're strong, so I'll go out from the very start. That's going to be one of those powerful sort of stun cards that can kind of stymie some of your opponent's aggression that green is really known for doing, especially known for doing in this format.
Yeah.
And then we have Justice here doing the classic curve of one drop that draws a card into another one drop that draws a card. Kind of, basically.
And, I mean, you've got such extreme filtering in this red-green Luffy deck, too. You're usually running 3 sets of searchers here, and then you're really running a lot of you're trying to find these opportunities to create these big swings and then restand characters and then swing again. And so when you're in a meta that has a Dawn that gives you an extra plus 1,000 power, those extra swings are just that much stronger, right?
Yeah, and this deck is known for having just a gigantic hand because thanks to your leader ability being so defensive with not using cards in your hand, you can really make it hard for your opponent to kind of threaten your hand size. And because you have all these searchers, you get like this just crafted hand of like 8 or 9 cards that just plays threat after threat after threat every single turn while letting you reactivate all your Dawn.
That said, I mean, the pressure then from the Enel side is that you can really kind of like harm that crafted hand because with the Double Dawn specifically, you're going to be demanding more cards from it, or you can be saying, hey, take a life, you know?
Yep, and here we see a classic early game play for James's deck. He's actually this deck's not known for playing many like middling cards like 3 or even 2 drops unless they're very, very specific because you always want to have Dawn active at every single point in the game so you have access to that powerful defensive ability.
Yeah, exactly. There's a Satori coming down, which is just, again, more great filtering for this deck. One of the cards I really love over on the red-green Luffy side, because I want to talk about that deck because this is the first time we've seen it today, is the new 7-drop Zoro.
Yes,
the EBO4 Zoro. Just because that one just, again, almost gives you kind of a Nami-esque effect, right? Where you've just got that plus 2K power on the leader. You've just that much harder to get through, and that makes a big difference when you're playing against something like an Enel.
It also has character rush, which is really important for being able just to hit in against your opponent if they're trying to overcommit. And you can just have this gigantic attacker. And because this deck activates a lot of Dawn, you can give that the power it needs to just kind of hit into anything you want. It's probably one of the only characters in the game that can threaten a 6-drop Enel by just attacking into it.
Right.
Ooh, but there we see the Divine Departure noticeably being added to Justice's hand, which is another really cool thing about the puddings, is that it can search for one of the most powerful purple cards in the game, full stop, not just powerful Enel cards.
Yeah. I mean, just the ability to, power minus that much is definitely scary.
Are we going to see the Ohm go in for the swing here? Yeah, we played this pudding the turn before, so we can also attack this turn.
Yep, I would say so. And just regular Dawn attached, but that's still going to be a pretty sizable swing coming through here. I believe that is another 7K. With 5 regular Dawn attached to. That's going to be a life taken by James as we go over to that turn.
Yeah, and here we're going to see probably some really powerful 4-drops come down. That could be super useful for James. You're probably not going to see Justice be able to get that much damage through in this game as we saw potentially against the blue-yellow Nami matchups for Enel because it's really hard to do early game damage to this red-green Luffy deck, even if you commit all your Dawn to stuff.
You can be happy to do it with any life. There's another searching from the Garp coming in. That's right.
Yeah, being able to add any card that costs 3 or more is so powerful, especially for the red-green deck that has so many powerful late-game bombs. There we see, I can't tell what that card was.
Was that the Sanji, possibly?
Yeah, it could have been the Sanji that lets you reactivate your Dawn on play and end of turn.
That's right. And opponent can't activate blocker, yeah.
I think it was the 2-drop one, not the 5-drop one.
That's what I thought I saw, yeah, that's right. There's a little bit of glare and stuff, but I'm pretty sure I saw the 3K power one.
But once again, here we have the 7K swing thanks to the Double Dawn, and we have 2 more Dawn active for defense. That represents 9,000 power potentially on our leader. That's a lot.
Yeah. Happy with the 7K for now. All right, back over to Justice now. And you've got a lot of tools in the toolbox out on the board right now, right? You got the Ohm. Yep.
We have filtering with the Satoshi. We have the reduction power for the Ohm. But Justice is really priced into playing a 6-drop this turn, maybe a 6-drop plus a 1-drop. But that is kind of a slower play that he might want to be more aggressive this turn, given that James is like building up his advantage and sculpting his hand to have a really powerful curve on the following turn.
I think if you've got that secret rare, Enel, you're going to be wanting to play that if possible.
Yeah, almost always.
Generally on this the 6th turn, yeah, you do have he is on the even curve, so getting to play that a little bit earlier. Doing a little bit of filtering with the Satori for a moment first.
Yep. While being able to swing into the body and get that body off the board, this deck does activate its Dawn like green is known to do, so those 2Ks can easily become threatening attacks like it is for the Enel deck. But here we're seeing something that we have not seen all day. The first 6-drop that is played is actually the SR Enel, which does not generate card advantage, does not filter more cards. It just is a big body that's hard to get rid of and is maybe a blocker sometimes. But against the red-green deck, I don't think it cares about those stats that much.
Not a ton. I mean, you're just going to have a bigger attack to come through later, which is nice. Speaking of big attacks, we're going to go ahead and swing for 7 with that Charlotte Pudding.
Yep.
The Red Bull Double Dawn plus 3 regular Dawn does make 7 with the 2K.
Yep, no free counters here. You got to spend your leader ability and discard a card here if you're James and want to stop this attack.
Yep.
Oh, that's the film Luffy. Okay, that's from, I think, OP15. So here we're going to go ahead and reactivate everything as James. Going to go ahead and go up to 7 here. Now we have access to a lot of really powerful cards. We could see that Sanji get played that we saw added to our hand last turn. This just gives us access to so much Dawn that we can use both on offense and defense.
Yeah, Garp strikes back, and the Bonnie strikes back too. We have the Battle of the 2Ks here.
Yes, this is something that we could not see the blue-yellow Namis do very effectively because they weren't playing searchers. They were playing cards that had better things to attack. But these cards getting rid of those actual attackers that could hit back into you on a Enel side is pretty huge.
Yeah. And I know we talked about Nami and Enel a lot, but I think red-green Luffy is going to be, I wonder if that's possibly the 3rd most represented deck. It's possible. I would love to see the leader breakdown for this event because I'm very curious what it's going to be after Enel,
It's another one of those decks that's like already a good deck, but specifically in the Double Dawn format, it just gets like the benefit of having a 7K leader pretty much at all times in the game when you're going on offense. But here we see the secret rare Luffy coming down here.
This is the one with double attack. Yeah.
Yes, and it also reactivates 4 of your Dawn, which basically represents 8,000 power on defense for your leader and your characters.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's just really hard to swing in. Like, unless you're going super, super tall against the Monkey D. Luffy red-green deck, you're not really going to get attacks in against the leader or characters. But if there's one thing Enel's good at doing, it's going super, super tall.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's just like part of the flexibility that Enel has, where you do have the ability to go wide and present like a lot of smaller attacks. But you can also just stack everything on one, especially if you have some of those 10K Enels out, right? The 6 cost, 8K that go up to 10. And, if you add in the Double Dawn to that, that's another 1K on top of everything. If you ever get the Holly, oh, there you go, there's the Holly out. So now that Ohm is powered up too, base 6K power. And this is where it starts to get extra scary, right?
And then we have the Mamaragan going down there, going to go ahead and rest that Luffy. That's now 2,000 power because of the Gamma Knife that we played earlier. And so, no, Justice might want to go for a more controlling game plan this turn because he knows threatening the life with the leader is going to be pretty difficult to do. And you're not really priced in as Justice to attack with this 6-drop Enel because, like I said, this red-green Luffy deck is also really good at going tall with their attacks, and it can really threaten your cards if they're sideways, and you don't want to be doing that.
And that Ohm does have double attack, too, by the way.
That is fair.
Yeah. 7K swing with the Enel. Maybe thinking about attaching the Red Bull Double Dawn there, but
it's a little
thinking
awkward.
Better of it, yeah.
Because you know that you're only eating up either 2 Dawn on the Luffy leader swing, or you're eating up, I think, 3 Dawn on the Luffy character swing. And so you're forced to attack with other stuff afterwards if you commit that Dawn to your leader. And he might be thinking to himself, is there better use of the Dawn? And he is agreeing with himself that there might be better use as we go for the leader ability here to make that Ohm pretty threatening here. I think it's a 10K swing, yeah?
Well, it's 6 plus 4, yeah. So that would be a 10K swing coming in. And again, there is double attack on that because the Holly is on the board. Bestowing that upon Ohm. And how does James respond to this? This is going to be expensive. All right, 3 rested. So it looks like we do have the ability to power up that Luffy quite a bit.
Yep, and I believe he
was might have been on
leader.
The secret rare. Yeah, he was.
And then the Ohm is reducing the secret rare to 1,000 power base. That's what that dice means. Okay.
Could be, yeah.
Just want to make sure I understood what was happening here. Because if we use 3 Dawn, we went up to 11 as the leader, and that's what stopped the Ohm's swing. Okay.
That's what I would imagine, yeah. And now we're swinging at the card itself, at the character. Yep.
Yeah, 1,000 versus 7,000 is not a counter I would want to do, so James is just going to let it go, which is a little annoying because that was going to be a really powerful threat for him on Justice's turn, and now we feel a bit more okay with swinging with the 6-drop now that we don't need to play around the double attack by having our blocker activated. Really love the patience there from Justice.
Well, Justice knows, He knows how to put that pressure on. We saw him navigate the last round's game extremely well. Feeling no pressure at all, it seems like, sitting on the main stage, too.
Yeah, and just look at this board that he's representing. We have Holly, double Ohm, and a 6-drop Enel. That is just so much pressure. And Luffy being at 2 life, it's going to be pretty tough to deal with. We're going to need to see a lot out of James this turn.
Yeah, it's 2 ohms out there with the Holly, with the secret rare Enel. It's kind of basically one of the best boards you could hope for is the Enel player here. James with just the Garp. He's going to be able to take out the Satori.
Yeah, he can't even swing into the ohms because they're 6K base during your turn as
well.
Yeah,
exactly. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you, doggy. And so James in a rough spot for sure. At 2 health as well.
Ooh, but
this is Sanji. Okay.
That's the really powerful Sanji that basically represents 4 more activated Dawn over the course of this turn. Gets 2 more on play and then gets 2 more at the end of the turn. Then we have another secret rare looping coming down, giving you 4 more active. You have the punishment of not being able to play cards that are 5 cost or higher for the rest of the turn. But that's fine when you get 6 active Dawn at the end of this turn with your powerful leader ability.
Okay.
Make that 5 because we're going to be committing this double Dawn, of course, to threaten the life a little bit.
And I believe you do get another Dawn active at the end of turn with that Sanji too.
Exactly. So they both represent 4 activated essentially.
Oh, right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But only on the turn he's played.
This all feeds into the leader ability very nicely and helps you soak at least, 1 big attack, right?
It turns out Luffy loves supporting his crew and his crew loves supporting him.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 more activated, forgive me, not 2.
Okay.
2 on play and then 1 at the end of the turn.
Yeah. All right, back over to Justice now. And things have changed a little bit. With 4 Dawn active, Luffy does have the ability to, turn that Dawn essentially into power.
Yeah, James is definitely in an interesting situation where he's basically priced in to stop every single Ohm and Holly swing, but not priced in to stop the Enel swings, either the leader or the character. And so Justice might think to himself, okay, there's no good attacks other than specifically my Hollies and Ohms.
Could be, yeah. Taking a moment to think.
Yeah. So, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about with, the Enel deck and how toolboxy it feels.
Yeah, swing just with the 6K at the Garp, it looks like. And minus on the secret rare Luffy.
Minus by 1. It's not currently 1 cost. Yeah, okay. I understand. 1 power. And then we have another 6-drop Enel. We have not seen a secret rare yet, but I don't think Justice is complaining about having this powerful of a board at present.
No. And again, one of the ways that Enel deals with this is just the big minus power on characters and then being able to finish them off.
Was that Lightning Dragon? Yeah, okay. So we're going to draw the card and then make it to where nothing can refresh, but currently it's tapped, so it doesn't really matter at present. We're just trying to get the filter, I think. I actually don't even think we have a target currently. No, we could have targeted the Luffy character.
Well, I'm waiting to see if he can maybe lower the power enough to take it out with an event here.
Ooh, we're going to be activating the Enel that was just played its effect to become a blocker. It's not attacking anyway, so we may as well get some value out of it.
Maybe. I think we might have lost you for a second. I can't hear you at the moment.
And we saw him discard a copy. We discarded a copy of the secret rare Enel there because I guess it's a little too late in the game for him. Basically taking turns off to play that might not be worth it later on. We're going to have the 5K swing with leader here.
All right. We might have a tech issue or 2 here. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for a moment as we get that figured out. All right, 1 Dawn used to stay safe here. And Justice pondering over what the next move is going to be.
Yeah, James has a 7-card hand.
Yep.
That's another Lightning Dragon, it looks like. Yeah. Just get more filtering.
Lightning Dragon for a little bit more. Just filtering. Trying to craft that hand a little bit more. And we're seeing if we can get Steven back here. Meanwhile, Let's see. So Justice has a lot to work with here. But he's staring down some pretty scary stuff on the other side. What's the plan? Okay, yep. Enel. Ability.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty tough spot here, I think, for James. Ooh, and there we see the
This is going to be a big swing, though, potentially with that Holly. Yeah. Having the double down attached. It's going to be 6 plus. Oh, my goodness. 6 plus another 6. So I believe that's a 12K swing there.
I think it's 13.
Is it 13? Let's
yeah.
see. I'm bad at math.
Especially when everything gets like a plus a bajillion during the turn. It can be hard to calculate the math.
All right. And, yeah, James has to take that life. Down to 1 now. Is it Vari?
Can you believe after all these attacks, we only dealt 1 life card of damage?
I mean, yeah, if it's red-green Luffy with Dawn up, yeah, I can totally believe that after all those attacks, you don't end up taking that much damage, yeah. I can definitely believe that.
And now that Enel is super. It's now a 14K blocker. Oh, my goodness. But here we go. 10 Dawn cards for James. That's more than enough to both represent some crazy powerful attacks this turn, as well as get some good defense. And basically, this 6-drop Luffy character in play is a must block for Justice, because double attack going you to 0 this turn is not where you want to be for him. And
that's right.
And I'm not sure how many cards Justice has, but I know James has a grip of cards. I think it's like 8 or 9.
Yeah, he's got a huge amount of cards, and then obviously a lot of ways to set Dawn back up active. Okay, and there's the Nami, Film Nami coming in to rest a couple of the characters on the other side.
Yeah, being able to rest 2 characters that are 8 cost or less is just such a powerful card in specifically this matchup, and what makes this deck so good at going for game against the Enel deck. Really, really powerful.
That's right.
And then you get all your Dawn back at the end of the turn, too, which is just so strong.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so like the reason why the Red Green Luffy deck is so strong is you have the best defense for stopping Justice, and you have, Enel, I should say, and you have like really powerful ways to interact with their board that aren't just things like Electric Luna or things that any single green deck can play. Oh, and here we see once again forcing Justice to use the events to kind of counter out of attacks. That's a really powerful thing for you, because then they don't have the events in their hand to get the powerful extra effects during the main phase of the turn.
2 cards in the hand now for Justice, too. So the resources are definitely strained a little bit. Even with 2 life left. Thinking about swinging with that Sanji.
Yeah, I mean, James is in a position right now where they don't need to attack the leader ever again for the rest of this turn if they don't want to. They can just swing 8Ks into these. The fun thing is that if you deal with the Holly, you also make the Ohms no longer a threat for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Holly is the thing that's enabling these Ohms to begin with. So that's going to be priority target number 1 for sure. Taking that out and all the Ohms back to the lowly 2K. Buffable, but still.
Oh, so we swung there now because we don't care about the Ohms now. They're just 2Ks again.
Yeah.
Oh, and there we can see.
All right.
I'll go all out from the start now, making it to where those Enel and the Ohm cannot refresh during the refresh phase, and they won't be able to attack or block in 1 turn cycle, essentially.
Yeah. Yep, and that's going to buy some more time for James, which is really all you need at this point, especially when you've got such a strong board established with Justice just at 1 HP with just 1 life left. And so we saw Justice take that last game, but this one's looking a little bit trickier, especially without access to your whole board to attack with right now.
Yeah. And we saw that even with all those attacks in the previous turn and the Holly, he was only able to deal 1 life card of damage to James. And right now he's working with less, and James is working with more Dawn active and more cards in hand, and more scarier threats, and a blocker Nami. So I definitely think we've reached the point where Luffy has kind of turned the corner, broken the swerve, as it says, was able to stymie some of that early aggression from Enel and get to the late game that he so desperately wants to be in. And the cool thing about Enel is it starts going real fast, but over the course of, turn 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it doesn't look any different. You're doing the same thing. You're plateauing, essentially, with the deck, and that's why you can run out of resources and run out of ways to close out the game.
Well, what do you think about the Reiju now? That does change things a little bit.
Yes, because the amount of aggression that James is representing, you need to be able to stymie that, because I don't think Justice can afford to attack with his blocker Enel, given how much pressure James is representing. And also, it's a harder card for James to interact with because it's currently a 9-cost card. That's 7,000 base. So, none of his cards can rest it or stop it from, doing its blocker duty.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And so now he has a guaranteed answer to the double attacker. Not that it matters anymore, but.
Okay. Swinging into the, swinging just to reduce the power of that Sanji by one more.
Yep, so now I believe it is at 1 currently because of the Gamma Knife that was played earlier. And so now it demands the leader ability here to protect it because he can protect not just himself, but also Straw Hat character cards.
Right, you can spend that Dawn to give it 2k more for each one. There's the El Thor, though.
Yeah, Enel is very good at controlling boards, and I feel like he's forced to be in the control board state now because attacking is just so risky to do. And I know we've been talking a lot about Blue Yellow Nami and Enel, but this Red Green Luffy coming out and showing everybody that, yes, green is a serious color, and specifically this deck has a really solid game plan into what Enel is doing is just so, so powerful. And it's not like Justice didn't have crazy cards. Like, that Holly board the turn before was insane.
I mean, losing the Holly does hurt quite a bit, even with the 2 Enels out there. And, again, I feel like if Justice can survive through this next turn, he's going to be in a decent shape again, although here we go. Decent attack potentially coming in from this Enel now.
I mean, we could just also swing into the double attack Luffy, but I mean, we can give it plus 8,000 power currently. Sorry, plus 8,000 power currently. So it's still a hard swing. With
so much Dawn up, it is still rough.
And like an 8-card hand for James.
Goes for a search with the pudding. Just trying to find another event. Potentially, or maybe you're looking for the Sanji in this case, too, because you just want to get another blocker established.
Sure.
But you're not going to be able to play it either way.
Or like a non-event 2K, because then you can save your event 2Ks to like go for game the following turn. We see the Mamarag in here. That can get you an extra draw.
Yep.
But it's only a 1K counter, I believe. So, I mean, not the best situation you want to be in. Ooh, but here we have the 6K swing with our leader going into that Sanji here. So now James kind of has to pick, defend this or defend the double attack Luffy, because while yes, the Enel blocker could be a blocker, it can also just get rid of the thing that's going to attack you anyway. It's basically doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's true. So do you want to spend some Dawn on this? That's the thing from James' side. And yep, got to commit some Dawn to that to keep the Enel alive. I think that's absolutely something you need to do here.
Yeah. This is a really tough board state here for Justice because
it really is.
James is already committed to protecting that Sanji. He's probably going to be equally as committed to protecting the Luffy, and this deck has a lot of powerful event cards that also protect characters, and so it might just be for naught to go for it at this point for Justice.
All right. So now James takes the life, going down to 0, and Justice passes it back over.
I mean, I've never seen so much I'm going for game body language in my entire life.
What else can you do, Yeah, it's time.
Ooh,
the Brook. All right.
That is the new 6-drop Brook from OP15, another card that just kind of boosts the lethality of this deck. Being able to rest your opponent's last blocker and potentially attack twice with really powerful characters. While, yes, that Reiju dodges the normal cards that rest it, it does not dodge this. And here
there's
comes
there's a trash, there's a restand, there's another attack coming in. Justice still laying it out. There's the hand. It looks like James is going to take that one with the red-green Luffy.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like I said, he was ready to go for game that turn.
Pretty cool, yeah. I mean, it was kind of up there, and the Brook just kind of sealing the deal there. I really like the new Brook. That's what I was talking about at the beginning of the game, too, where you have these ways to restand characters, get some more damage done. But, yeah, James able to win it there. And, it was all about Nami and Enel earlier, and James showing us that red-green Luffy still very much a contender here today.
He's like, do I mean nothing to you guys? No. There we go. Yeah, very, very exciting to see that go down.
Yep.
Hopefully we can see more kind of break swerves like that, because I always love it when decks that people don't necessarily take into account or kind of forget about can kind of rise in the ranks. I don't think anyone would call Red Green Luffy rogue by any means, but in the scale of this tournament, it definitely is.
Yeah, sure. I'm still having a lot of trouble hearing you, by the way.
Yeah,
so
no worries.
We're working through some tech issues here. Sorry about that for that last game. Yeah. Yeah, but that's right. But it was cool to see, another deck find some victory, I believe, and we'll see what happens down the road. Because, again, that's round 5 of Swiss in the books. We've got 3 more rounds of Swiss here. Then we cut to that top 8, and I would absolutely love it if that top 8 wasn't just Enel and Nami, right? If we had a little more variety in there. That'd be cool.
Yep, and hopefully we can see all kinds of explosive gameplay, just like we just saw in the future rounds to come.
Yep, that's right. And so it looks like we might be getting James over here for an interview, I believe. All right, and it sounds like we're going to throw it to a break first, actually, as we get some things sorted out. So, again, sorry for the technical issues. We'll get that worked on here, but don't go anywhere because we will have a lot more Red Bull Double Dawn coming at you very soon. Or
not. Or not. We're not throwing to a break, it sounds
maybe
like.
You won't have to wait. Maybe we'll just continue. Oh, there we go. And welcome back, everybody, to Red Bull Double Dawn. I think we got most of the issues sorted out.
Yes.
We should be able to keep going here with everything. Thanks for bearing with us here. It happens, right? Technology is the vehicle of. It used to be the vehicle of esports, is what you would say, right? Where it's like a car and it breaks down sometimes.
Right.
That's just how it is, right? But it is the same for TCGs as well. So we're working through it, but we've got a lot of great One Piece TCG action with the Red Bull Double Dawn added to it. And we got our first Enel mirror here. Amjad Ibrahim versus Alexander Gonzalez. And so we've been waiting. It's time. It's time for the Enel mirror, Steven.
Yes. And with some of the stats that I was just given by our judge staff, we have 10 current undefeated players. 8 of those players are playing Enel. 1 is playing Blue Yellow Nami, and 1 is the James Red Green Luffy pilot we just saw in the last round. So that is something. So this mirror match is something we might see for potentially the rest of the day. It just speaks to how powerful this deck is for this Double Dawn event.
Yeah, it is. So let's kind of go over a little bit like the basics of the purple Enel mirror, right? In a certain sense, it's kind of like who blinks first, right?
Sure.
You're waiting for those opportunities where your opponent overcommits just a little bit, and then that ends up being something you can really punish, which is true for a lot of games of One Piece, I feel like, but especially when you've got the situation where there's a lot of like lower power cards that are getting buffed on your turn specifically, then that can become more of a thing than in a lot of normal mirrors. But we do have the Satri first for Amjad to do a little bit of filtering.
Yeah, and one thing to also keep in mind, too, is like in the later stages of the game, what makes the Enel mirror so kind of tantalizing is that Enel's really the only deck that can threaten your 6-drop Enels with power, like by just attacking into them. And so you can have opportunities where your opponent overcommitted, and now you can attack into their stuff and get it off the board forever, which other decks just do not have the luxury to do. Yeah,
exactly. We saw the double 1-drops come through, but now, okay. Something a little bit interesting.
I see that's the 4-drop Frankie from, I believe, OP05. That card lets you draw 2 and trash 1 card from your hand. It's just another one of those like 4-drop blockers that enables Enel to kind of last longer potentially in the mirror match and get you some extra filtering. And we actually saw Alexander not proc leader effect here on the second turn of the game, just getting a 4-drop in play, just the normal natural way.
Yeah, we haven't seen that a lot, but interesting adaptation by Alexander. I'm curious how this works in the mirror, because the thing is when you have a meta, as we're looking at our Red Bull Double Dawn meta, that seems so well defined, then people start to tech, right? Especially for the mirror in what is thought of as the strongest deck in the meta, right?
Yes, and blockers are just really powerful in the mirror, but not because they're blockers, but because they force your opponent to use all their resting cards on them and not on your 6-drop Enels. Like, this card is not meant to block attacks. It's meant to block event cards, if you think about it. Because basically, if you waste all your power reduction event cards and resting event cards as Enel on the 6-drops, the blocker can just stop your attack.
Yeah,
and if you use it on the blocker, that means you can't rest the 6-drops. So it's a weird balance that needs to be kind of met.
Charlotte searching for an event on Amjad's side of things. And we'll see what the rest of the turn looks like. Has just a couple Dawn to work with right now. Before that leader ability might get used, there's going to be a 5K swing. Alexander just taking it to life, just building up the hand size. And I mean, again, like hand size, obviously in the mirror is something that's going to be have that extra little bit of importance.
Yeah, and both leaders being 5 life is something that hasn't really come up today, because we've seen a lot of 4 life leaders out there. But one of the mainstays of playing a monocolor deck is you just naturally have more resources than other decks that are not monocolor. But not in this case. In this matchup, it is pure even.
Yeah. And Satri, again, when attacking, gets to look at the top 2 cards of the deck and gets to really fix. So, I mean, Amjad has such a nice little advantage in that he's able to really go through his deck efficiently, where on the Alexander side, sure, you've been drawing a couple things. You draw 2 trash 2 right with the draw 2 trash 1 with the Frankie. I'm trying to remember exactly what it is. But either way, Amjad able to tailor his draws a little bit better here. And there's an Ohm coming down.
I believe that's the Shura, actually.
Oh, is it? Oh, you're right. It is the Shura. Yeah, so the only source of rush in the deck.
A really powerful one of the priests that basically gives you rush. Like, the deck does not have rush without this card.
Yeah. Doesn't end up quite rushing, but it is there. It's there if you feel like using it anyway.
It's in the deck, more importantly. So now Alexander maybe needs to take it into account later on in the game when he's playing around specific things.
Yeah. I feel like some people do run without it, but, in certain situations, it can end up making a pretty big difference.
I mean, worst case scenario, it's just another one-shot that draws you a card. That's pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. So the attack from the leader directed towards the Satri, and then we do have, looks like our first 6-drop Enel coming down. It's going to be the secret rare, enable Alexander to do a little bit of searching.
I think I saw another 6-drop secret rare there, but the alternate art version being grabbed, but it's not actually going to be grabbed. It's just going to be put to the bottom of the deck. We're going to be prioritizing having more 1-drops, something that Alexander has not had at all this entire game, whereas Amjad has had all of the 1-drops.
Yeah, you need to think about kind of equalizing the board on Alexander's side of things right now. Satori is going to help out with that a little bit. A lot of these, many of the cards in this deck are Don -1, draw 1 card. So that does help you go through the deck a lot quicker, too.
Yeah, I would say, like, if Enel does have any weaknesses that, like, all decks can exploit, it's this ability that, like, basically the deck plateaus at a certain point, where you're no longer out-racing your opponent. You're no longer actually gaining advantage. You're just eventually using up your resources because nothing actually goes plus in the sense of gaining you stuff. It just is replacing itself. And over time, if you keep being attacked and you're at 1 life, eventually that's not going to be enough compared to these decks that just draw a bunch of cards. And in this matchup, we're really going to see these players try to avoid plateauing as much as possible.
Yeah. It's a lot of posturing, right? And again, the secret rare coming down because we didn't see a ton of attacks coming out,
Nope.
From either player, right? Both just taking a life, both just building the hand size a little bit,
Yeah.
and now we have kind of the arms race,
Yes,
right?
yes, and that's why I like to tell people who say Enel's an aggro deck. I mean, sometimes it is when it needs to be, but when it doesn't need to be, it does not have to be. It can actually be a very powerful control deck because there are so many powerful ways to interact with your opponent's board and giant bodies that are hard for your opponent to interact with. That has the makings of a really powerful inevitability game plan, if you ask me.
Aggro mirrors usually always slow down, too. Seems like.
Yeah, it's about picking your moments.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, traditionally in card games, too, mirrors have been some of the most punishing matchups, too, you can play. Because, again, every little mistake with your opponent having, essentially the same tools available to them is that much more punishing.
And here we see Amjad following up Alexander's 6-drop with his own. And now we see the Mamaragan here. Going to go ahead and get that Satori rested so we can swing into it and maybe control the board a little bit and force Alexander's hand when it comes to attacking.
Yeah.
Or not attacking at all.
I think that's a good thing, yeah, using the Charlotte Pudding to attack into it. You're not going to spend resources defending that, obviously.
No.
And then a 5K swing. Life taken by Alexander. All right. And will Amjad decide to continue on from there? It looks like that is going to be the plan.
We are putting the pressure on.
I think you do, yeah. I think it is time. Putting the Red Bull Double Dawn and 2 regular Dawn on the Shura. Attacking in another life taken by Alexander. It's been looking pretty good. There's a Alt-Art Pudding for just some more searching. Trying to find another event here.
And I know we always love talking about like how powerful the quote-unquote top end of Enel is, but these 1-drops are just so amazing for this deck. They're always threatening attackers, and they replace themselves. Like, this is the only way the deck can quote-unquote go plus because you have the cards on the board and the card in your hand getting you value.
Right.
That means you're not really just losing a card. Whereas cards like the 6-drop Enel, it doesn't actually plus you anything because you have to discard as a part of the effect. It just lets you get search and card selection, which is really powerful.
I mean, Alexander finding himself at half the life of his opponent right now with just 1 card. There's another blocker, at least, that Frankie coming down again, but it is looking scary on the other side of things. Okay. Holly. Yep.
And while cards like the Vinsmoke Reiju are really nice into the mirror match, this Frankie is a very easy blocker for Amjad to interact with. And there we see the Gamma Knife coming down, going to get that -5, making it now a 5 cost. Now we have the Mamaragan going to be able to rest the opposing 6-drop because it is currently 5,000 power. And now we can use ours to attack into it, and Amjad has no way to protect it other than using cards in their hand, which I don't think they want to do.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little win for Alexander to take out the biggest attacker on his opponent's side if he decides to end up going through with that. Seems like that's the intent, but we'll see.
Yeah, he's basically saying, I know I can't get more 1-drops than you, but I will make sure I have more 6-drops than you.
Yep, that's right. Leader ability used to buff up that Enel. Get that Dawn back. And, yeah, going to swing into the other Enel as predicted. And Amjad not willing to put any defense in that, which certainly makes sense.
And there we see Alexander top it all off with a Satori of their own. Going to go ahead and get that Dawn minus to draw a card. And I think we've reached equilibrium now as Alexander.
Good turn for Alexander there. Can't see quite what he – okay, there we go. That's a Lightning Dragon.
Yeah, just trying to get the filter, I think.
Yep, that's right.
It's usually probably the worst of the events. So just cycling whenever you can to get better ones is always pretty good.
Right. Yep.
I would say something Amjad really needs to worry about now is Alexander's essentially going, okay, I can't make my board wider than yours, but I will make it taller. And Amjad essentially, if he wants to try to keep up with how tall it is, will now always be playing a turn behind because the Enels, they're very big, but they do not have rush. And so there's no way currently that I see that Amjad can punish this current rested.
Well, the inclusion of this Frankie is really interesting, too, because this specifically does change the mirror, I feel like, a lot.
100%. Having just a really powerful blocker you can play on 4 really affects the mirror because, like I said, they both serve as a blocker for attacks, but also blockers for event cards because if Amjad wastes all of his events to make the Enel attackable by reducing its power and making sure it's rested, he still needs to deal with the Frankie on top of all that. So it just demands more cards in your opponent's hand that they either need to have or need to use, and you can still just stop their attack anyway.
Yeah, it fits in really well with what the deck does.
Plus, it draws cards, and we love drawing cards.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's my point. Enel really does a good job of drawing cards and filtering through the deck, and Frankie just adds to that, as well as keeps you a little bit safer.
And he's probably playing like a high amount of it, too, because I think it's the only card that's quote-unquote not searchable, unless you account the 6-drop Enel, of course.
Well, that's the second one we've seen so far.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Alexander's currently playing a very teched-out version. He's got the Ray Juice, he's got the Gamma Knives, and he's got the Frankies. Like, some of these Enel decks don't necessarily have the room for that, so he's probably making sacrifices in some of the main quote-unquote.
I mean, this is the I want to win the mirror Enel, build basically. Yeah. And Amjad kind of taking a moment to think here.
This is not an easy place to be in
because
if you're him.
Yeah, like you said. I mean, sure, you can do the Enel thing of powering up some of the smaller characters, but that Frankie being the way is just really kind of a hassle to deal with. Oh, okay, Divine Departure.
Talk about a way to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a big minus power on the Secret Rare Enel. I would imagine we probably have a follow-up with that.
Yeah, it's basically now a 2K, and so now all of these 1-drops can swing into it and threaten cards out of Alexander's hand, but we have the Frankie there to stop the bigger attack that's coming out of the Enel. So
yeah.
While it does, make it harder for Alexander to protect it, he still can. And something tells me with his, I think, 9-card hand, thanks to these Frankies, he's more than willing to protect it.
For sure. Send the first attack in there, and Alexander's just going to let it go. Yeah, not committing the blocker to that.
Valuing the blocker more than the 6-drop attacker. I respect that.
Yeah. I mean, every resource is extremely valuable right now, and sure, you could save that attacker, but, I think Alexander's going to be happy continuing to build this sort of wall in front of himself, because he knows the power is coming, right? He knows that it's in his deck. He's going to be drawing it at some point. There's going to be a moment to sort of like turn the corner, start to put the pressure back on.
I also think he's choosing to value cards in hand way more than cards on board because Amjad had to commit to the Divine Departure, he knows there's no 6-drop coming down, so he's like, well, why do I need mine? I still have an extra turn essentially to play my next one, so and I'll still be a turn ahead of you in terms of 6-drops.
Yeah.
While getting to keep the blocker in play.
All right, the Frankie gets rested with the Mamaragan.
Yeah, but there's no good way for Amjad to threaten this because while, yes, we have our leader ability, the best we can do is 7, and Alexander saved the cards protecting that one so we could protect the blocker, if I had to imagine.
I mean, do you feel like you do it anyway just to try to get a card or two out of their hand?
It's definitely better than attacking mine, 100%,
right?
100%, yeah. It's definitely the play Amjad has to go for unless he wants to, for some reason, leave up Dawn, but...
Thor, okay.
I don't think he can currently blow up the Frankie unless we reduced it, and I didn't see him do that. No, yeah, he's going to get rid of the Satori while increasing the pudding.
Okay.
I like that. Forcing more cards essentially out of Alexander once he does go for his leader ability to get the Dawn back.
Yep, that's right. Putting the natural attacker in this case.
Of course.
So leader ability again.
I mean, this is going to be
attach that Dawn to pudding. Yep. And so she's going to end up being a 7K swing, it looks like.
Could be 9 if he wants it to be.
Yep.
Which would demand so many cards from Alexander.
Yeah, right now, 7. And will he have that extra Red Bull Double Dawn?
I mean, 4 life, you don't really need to establish another 1-drop. You're already so ahead already in that.
You might as well, right? Yeah.
It feels really good here.
Swinging for the full 9. And that's going to be a life taken for Alexander. Yeah, just goes to face with it.
I like that too, actually. It's
basically you've got such a nice health buffer, right? You've got at 4 health. I think Amjad does have the ability to be a little bit more aggressive.
And I know I said Lightning Dragon was the worst event, but here, not allowing that Frankie to refresh during the refresh phase, it basically is like he attacked into it, but he also got to deal 1 life card of damage. That's so powerful.
I mean, yeah, because we're in a situation where the game could be over next turn anyway for Amjad when we get back around to him.
And we know Amjad plays Shurop, so he has Rush in his deck.
Yeah, that's right. A maximum of 3 more out there somewhere, maybe.
Ooh, this might have made Alexander regret not protecting that Enel when he could have, because he didn't get any value out of this Frankie.
Could be. All right, going to do a little searching.
But it's kind of like you said, though. It feels like now, and to think, a turn ago, we were saying, oh my gosh, Alexander has officially turned the corner, has shown Amjad who's who, and Amjad's like, no, I stabilized just fine, and I still have 4 life cards compared to 1. Like, normally I would say, oh yeah, the life cards don't tell the whole story of a game, but right now I feel like Amjad is in a smooth situation.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of had the advantage from the beginning, it feels like, and I like what Alexander was trying, you know, as far as just trying to do that stabilizing, but there is so much pressure coming in. There's an Thor. It's going to take out the Shura. At least that does reduce the attackers by 1 for the moment anyway.
Yeah, but just those early 1-drops all still being not just like cards that replace themselves, but threatening attackers has really begun to show the power for Amjad and how Alexander has.
Ooh, all right, another one, another Thor. Yeah, to take out the pudding. But so no characters on Amjad's board right now. But, you know, we know the Shura's in there. You know, there's still a chance to present multiple attacks, but I wonder about the hand size of Alexander right now as well.
Yeah, but we can never go to 0. Like, the rule from this point forward, like, going to 0 life is just not in the cards for Alexander, and he's literally counting his deck because he knows, okay, if we get into this control game plan where I control his board and he controls mine, do I have time? Like,
right.
I've seen that happen in these Enel mirror matches before. It can be so grindy, so intricate once you get to this stage of the game where at any point Amjad could win, but that means Alexander has to take so many turns off of aggressing.
With no blockers at all on Alexander's side, this seems like a great opportunity for Amjad to really soak a lot of cards or leak a lot of cards out of Alexander's hand with a big attack.
But that does
leave you open, but
yeah. But if he fails to control the board,
you got 4 health.
Yeah, fair. Yeah. But if Alexander can establish a second 6-drop before Amjad ever establishes 1, that's going to be so tough.
Pretty good.
We saw how many cards it took to deal with one of them. It took like 3 or 4 cards, I think. That's another lightning
dragon. Yeah. All right.
That can keep that Frankie in a perpetual state of stun. Which
exactly.
is really nice.
Yeah. Yep. I'm gonna point to it again with that lightning dragon. Keep it on its side for now.
But going for it at the beginning of the turn means if we want to use another 6-drop, if we have one in hand, we have to do it now, and we won't be able to attach any Dawn using our leader ability. We just need to use it to ramp, which is very unfortunate if you're on.
Sure, yeah.
But to be fair, you weren't really attacking anyway, because you have to attach to your characters anyway, so it's like whatever.
All right, and Reiju coming through as well.
Yep, we definitely have plenty of events in the trash here to make it the 7K and the 9 cost. It's not so much for the mirror match other than being just like a really powerful blocker. Like we've seen blockers like Frankie be useful. It's more for green decks that want to interact with your low-costed cards. Yeah, Amjad might just take a turn off and say, like, no attacking besides the cards that I think will eat cards out of your hand.
Okay, another lightning dragon.
It's mega not standing up.
Yep, that's right. Frankie's not going anywhere.
Frankie has some repairs to do, guys.
Yeah.
He'll be back later.
He needs his little tiny hands to come out of the big hands and fix things up. And Dawn attached to the pudding. Okay.
Yeah. That pudding is not going to be able to attack, but you may as well attach it.
You got to put on somebody, right? And that's going to be an 8K swing from Enel. Has a Red Bull Double Dawn, 1 regular, and then the 5K. That's going to take 2 cards out of Alexander's hand.
Yeah, but that's a 2K and a 1K, I think. No, 2K.
All right, back over to Alexander now.
Yeah.
1 health and a dream, and a very stunned Frankie.
Yeah. Ooh.
And, hey, but how about a not stunned Frankie? That's Frankie number 3 for Alexander Gonzalez this game. It's finding all of them.
Are we debating here if we're going to use the Dawn minus effect? Sorry, it's a discard and draw. Forgive me.
Yeah, I think it's probably worth. Discard 1, draw 2, right.
We love queen abilities.
There's so many different variations of like draw 2, trash 1, discard 1, draw 2.
Yes.
You know, that's yeah.
But having them on a blocker is really powerful.
Yeah, the blocker is the main thing for sure with the Frankie.
And that's why Alexander has been able to keep his hand super healthy this entire game. But we saw him counting his deck earlier, which means he might think this game is going to be going for a long haul, which means it's going to be really tough if we go to time and it like is forced to go to number of cards in deck. That's one of the determining factors of who wins in a time scenario. Yeah,
another Thor takes out that pudding there. And I think you're right, where you're in this situation where you do have to really think about like decking out. Satri comes in.
Because like Alexander attacking here just leaves his board to be attacked back, and he's in a state where like he can't afford to use cards to protect characters because he needs to use all of his cards in hand to protect life.
All right. For Don on the pudding.
Yeah, pudding
on Alexander's side.
Yeah, pudding you can attack with all day because it's probably going to get L-Thord anyway.
Yeah.
With the
so you might as well get an attack with it in, right? Because that, yeah.
Ooh, Gamma Knife.
All right.
So if you block with the Rage, you got to use more cards to protect it. I like it. I like it. Good sequencing here from Alexander.
Yeah. Just a way to say, all right, I can go in and at the minimum, I can get, a board clear, or I can get some cards out of your hand.
Yeah. Alexander.
Or maybe if you're Amjad, you just take a life too. I mean, you've got 4.
Yes. But if you're Amjad, you got to think to yourself, why am I ahead? I'm ahead because of my life total. And so if I force him to try to pressure my life total by attacking with a 6-drop, I can then attack back into that. And so there is some argument to protecting your life because then it forces Alexander to attack with other stuff. But either way, Amjad's in a really good position here.
That's right.
Ooh, Altart Mamaragan. Very nice to see there.
That's cool.
Rested. We currently cannot attack into it unless we use our 6-drop, which I don't think we mind doing because, like we said, only one card in the deck that has Rush, and it does not exactly threaten a 10-drop Enel when it's rested. So getting this Rage off the board.
Not a ton. Yeah, you want to be.
Good too.
All right, and another life taken by Amjad. He's going for it. All right. So Alexander getting some good damage done.
Is that our own copy of Lightning Dragon? I think so, yeah. I think that's the alternate art version of Lightning Dragon.
Yeah, I believe so.
And the Reiju is not standing up because we reduced its power. Very cool.
Very nice. Okay, so Alexander getting a little bit of that situation that we were talking about, right? We're playing it slow, slowly building that board, finding opportunities to get 1 or 2 attacks in. That was a huge turn.
Yeah. I love how in the first 3 turns of the game, we saw Amjad have a 5-character board and Alexander have a 0-character board. Now Alexander's the one with the 5-character board versus the 1-character board of Amjad. It just shows you how swingy this matchup can be because both of these decks are just so powerful at interacting at every stage of the game, whether it's battle, removal, or just the longevity of these decks.
I love these Frankies in Alexander's deck. With how much attention they've drawn from Amjad's side of things, he has had to, deal with the Frankies first and foremost over kind of everything, And stuff that's used on stunning the Frankies is stuff that's not used on stunning other crucial characters in the matchup sometimes too. Just having those blockers out there is really nice. Another Reiju for Amjad right now. But yeah, I think for me, Frankie's kind of the star of the show for this particular game.
But it's so funny that we have, between these two people, 4 blockers in play. Over the course of the game, I think 5 blockers have been seen, and not one of them has blocked 1 attack.
Yep. Well, like you said, it's more of a soak for abilities and events than it is for actually blocking attacks.
Yeah, they're not here to block attacks.
Functionally, that's how it ends up a lot.
They're here to force interaction.
Yep.
And another copy of Lightning Dragon coming down here. Ooh, and now it's going to be stunning the King of Lightning himself over there, Enel character.
Yep, certainly seems that way.
But again, Amjad's in a situation where, sure, he can attack with his leader against the opponent's leader, but we got a blocker that he'll probably protect anyway. Amjad has just both these players have so many cards in their hand because they both have kind of been taking turns off, even though I know it hasn't feel like that because they're always swinging with gigantic cards, but believe me when I said they are definitely pumping the brakes.
Right. So attack draws 1 out of Alexander's hand, still looking pretty healthy there, hand size-wise, and passes a turn. So the lead has been cut immensely from 4 health to 2 to 2 to 1. And so Alexander's still a life behind, but man, really doing great board state-wise right now.
Yeah.
Gets to stand the Frankie again. Obviously that NL has to stay rested, but he does have 2 blockers available and potentially some attacks here too, but you've got 2 7K blockers on the other side, so it's going to be difficult to push through without using some minus power shenanigans.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough situation for Amjad to come back from, I feel like, because, how do I say this? Alexander probably has all the cards that Amjad would have to interact with these blockers, but instead of being forced to attack a character, Alexander gets to attack your life card and put you on a gigantic clock that, because of how wide his board is and how scary the potential it is of, getting, in the One Piece card game, attacks never get weaker. The more turns go on, the bigger these attacks are going to be. And so Alexander is very much aware that if he starts attacking life, he can really put a clock on Amjad, but he's going to choose to just replace the pudding that could attack with one that now cannot, which kind of tells me he's priced into not swinging this turn, or at the very least not swinging until he plays other cards.
Right, or maybe doing just one big swing to try to remove a blocker or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
it's always really hard in this deck too. Like once your board is full, funny enough to like get full value out of everything because you have to sequence your plays in really a specific order. Like you need to play your cards before you start attacking, so that way you can make your attack stronger. But if you do that, that means you're sacrificing characters that could have attacked.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. But I don't think Alexander's in any hurry here. I think he says, "Hey, I've got 2 blockers established. I've got a healthy hand size. I can just kind of pick and choose, what's going to be the single most effective move I can do each turn and just try to get that little incremental advantage."
Yeah, he's definitely no longer feeling the pressure that he was feeling in the early turns of the game. He is, I would say, in full control of how this game's going to be shaping out over the next few turns.
Yeah, yeah.
Meanwhile, Amjad is just thinking to himself, I hope you don't do this. I hope you don't do that.
Yeah,
oh, he's doing this one? Okay.
Another Reiju comes through. All right, so finding another blocker.
Yes. Yes.
Even more. It is becoming an impenetrable wall on the side of Alexander Gonzalez right now.
Yeah, and now if I'm Amjad, I'm like, I can never get rid of this 6-drop Enel. There's nothing I can do to get rid of this card. It'll be around for a good long minute.
Yeah, yeah. All right, Mamaragan resting the Ohm there. Satori looks like he's attacking into it as well as doing the ability to just rearrange things a little bit on the top.
Yeah, I think I saw a Gamma Knife there being saved for later. Not going to be needed right now until bigger threats come out.
Mm-hmm. And we'll see from there. This is going to be one of those games where it's like going through your opponent's trash is like a big part of
sure. Seeing what they've used, what they
staying
don't
up with
have
things.
yet.
Yeah.
Alexander's hand has officially reached the running out of gas stage, where he's only got like really 3 or 4 cards in hand. So he's really going to be leaning on these blockers, I think, to protect his board and his life. And so there could be an argument from Alexander to be like, how many more attacks do I get to do this turn? Because giving your opponent extra cards from their life might not be the best idea. Especially if you've noticed, oh, he's not drawing 6-drops anymore. I don't want to give him one that he doesn't already have. We have a little bit of a question here between the players.
Chatting with the judges for a moment over some sort of interaction. We'll wait to see what the resolution is with this as we kind of pause the game for the moment, but
it's probably just a question about the Dawn. I don't believe we've activated leader ability yet for Alexander this turn.
Yeah, there's definitely some complexity when it comes to the filtering that happens, the Dawn that gets moved around.
100%.
Yep, and remember this is it's a marathon plus a sprint.
Sure.
Where it's a lot of games in a row, but it's all in one day, right? The entire tournament is just one day. So both of these players feeling a ton of pressure right now.
And you
can see it all over both of their faces, I think.
And I know for the people watching at home, we've been flying through these rounds, but right now they only got 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
And that's a really important thing to consider. And so that's why Alexander really needs to start pressuring life here, because if Amjad has more life cards at the end of the game than he does, that could be all she wrote, whether or not you can actually go for that game-winning swing.
Yeah. And looks like they're still discussing something over there at the main table right now. And if we get any updates on our end, we'll let you know. But for now, best not to speculate.
No, of course.
Best just to wait and see what happens. Again, the board stayed really kind of locked down for both players. 2 big blockers on Amjad's side, 3 blockers on Alexander's side. Going to be very difficult to push through. Because the other thing too, is that a lot of events have been used already.
Yeah.
So the main method for Enel to sort of remove some of these blockers is starting to dwindle pretty rapidly for both players. And when you have to start committing attacks to it, that's when you start to really need to be careful about overcommitting. And sometimes you feel like you're kind of like pushed into that kind of overcommitment.
Yeah, so even though Alexander might be feeling the pressure of the clock, he can't really attack with these blockers because they're what's protecting his life total from being swung back into at present.
Looks like some sort of question about the sequencing that was done with the Satori, just based on the hand gestures here.
And like how the Dawn has been put back in Alexander's deck, maybe, but
potentially, yeah. Or what was moved around. Just to review, the Satori effect is when attacking, if you have 6 or less Dawn cards on your field, which, hey, guess what? Enel does all the time. I'll look at 2 cards from the top of your deck and place them at the top or bottom of your deck in any order. And that ability may have been part of what the discussion was about. And I believe that attack was used to remove the Ohm from the board. The Ohm now back on the board.
Yeah, the judge is just asking like how the sequence of attacks has gone for this turn and like what order of operations everything happened in.
As the resolution continues to be discussed here by the judges. All right, Ohm back off the board now. It looks like we're just going through the full sequence as things are being explained here. The Reiju as well, part of the equation it appears. If you have 4 or more events in your trash, this character gains plus 2,000 power and plus 5 cost.
Oh, the question could be how could he play the Reiju when he only had 2 active Dawn, but I think we put the Dawn cards back with the events after we played the Reiju, and that's why they're in the Dawn deck currently. And not in play.
Okay. That might be part of the discussion here. We'll see. Did we also have the Mamaragon on this turn?
Yeah, we used two event cards this turn.
Right. And this is a tense moment, right? All right, the Reiju.
Yeah, we started with Pudding.
All right. Backtracking through the turn here.
Yeah, that
because there was a Pudding that was replaced with another Pudding.
That's correct. Yeah, and then we played Reiju. Then we put the Dawn back. Then we swung with Satori. I think that's what happened.
Mm-hmm. So again, we don't want to speculate too much until we get an official word here, but it appears to be a question about the interaction between the puddings that were replaced, the events that were used, and the way that Dawn is moved around during all of those things.
Yeah.
And the Reiju coming in at the end, so adding up some costs here, it looks like.
Yeah, because they're just trying to track where all the Dawn is supposed to be at the present point in time.
And I got to say, Enel is definitely one of those decks
sequencing
where
decks, 100%.
There's a lot of Dawn moving around. There's a lot of plus, minus Dawn, given Dawn. Dawn just being spent like normal.
And so I'm just trying to figure out how we got here.
There is certainly a higher level of complexity sometimes in some of these Enel turns. And it appears that initially Amjad saw something that he had a question about. And that appears to be what set off this whole conversation. But we'll see.
Oh, you know what? I think Alexander just had one more Dawn in the Dawn deck than he was supposed to. Because he begun his turn with 6, used 5, but had 3 put back instead of 2 put back.
Could be. Again, we'll have to wait for the official word to see what the resolution of this is. And that's certainly one of the most tense moments we've had on the main stage all day.
Yeah.
Your Red Bull Double Dawn.
I mean, both these players are undefeated. We're going into round 7 after this. Only 2 rounds left to play.
Yep.
It's really important. X1 is the record you need to be at if you even want to have a chance of being in the top 8.
Yeah, I believe both these
players
players undefeated right now.
Yes.
And so you're not at X and 1. You're not out of the running, but you certainly don't want to be in that position with 2 more rounds of Swiss after this for sure.
Yeah.
Wow, this is one of the longest. This may be the longest judge discussion I've ever seen.
Yeah, because they basically have to rewind everything that happened in the entire turn, because otherwise they can't track where the Dawn is supposed to be.
Yeah.
And if you mess up the order of these things, then you wouldn't have the Dawn to play the Reiju, is what they're saying. Because if you do the Dawn minuses before you play it, it's not in play. But I can't really remember the order either, because there's a lot of things that happened. But I know we started with Pudding, and then we're freed up to use one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then we played the Reiju, and then I believe we used the other one. That's, to my understanding, how it should be. But then we should only have 2 Dawn in the Dawn deck.
It's like Alexander telling his side of the story to our head judge there. And we'll see what the final ruling is with this. But this looks like it could be an impactful one.
Well, yeah, because if you did an illegal activation.
Yeah. That's the concern. And again, hard to say anything for sure right now.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing from
we can't hear that
staff,
conversation, but
yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, we were getting word from the judging staff that basically Alexander had used Don minus effects and should have gone down to 4, but he stayed at 6, according to the judges.
Ah, I see. Okay, yeah, we just did get word here now. So it is an issue, like you're saying, Steven, where some of the Don wasn't in the place it should have been, which then theoretically enabled Alexander to play more cards than he should have been able to during his turn.
Had that been the sequence of events, which I'm pretty sure we started the turn by playing Pudding. In which case we would have had the Don to use and then play other cards afterwards, too.
Exactly, and I think it seems like that's what Alexander's trying to say here. But that's the information we've got so far. That's at least what the discussion is about, which we had kind of, we had sort of surmised that already just from what we can see on the screen.
And it is important because it basically dictates what Alexander's allowed to play this turn and what he's not allowed to play. He wouldn't be allowed to put that Reiju in play, basically, if it worked the other way.
That's right.
While still having Don active and playing the Pudding, I should say.
Poor Amjad on the other side here, too, just head in hands. Like, the tension is just crazy here, too, because it's, when there's a big discussion like this with your opponent and the judges, you're kind of on the sidelines. Maybe you're the one who recognized that, which it looks like Amjad was the one who recognized that something needed to be addressed there. At the end of the day, you just want to play a card game, right?
Yeah, but it is your responsibility as the player on Amjad's side that if you notice a discrepancy, to correct it.
Exactly, yeah. And, nobody loves these situations, but it is important that we take the time to get it all resolved correctly because, again, there's a lot on the line with this tournament.
And are they reversing some of the plays, it looks like? Are they trying to go back to before Alexander's turn begun? Because we resolved the search and we resolved the Satori top of the deck, so reversing might not be the easiest thing to do.
That's right. And at the end of this, there'll have to be some ruling from our judges on what the result is. If there's just a warning from an innocent
there's definitely
mistake
be a time extension no matter what,
or more.
The clock has already hit 0 for everyone on the floor, including our players here. But
we've been getting too lucky with staying on track time wise today.
That is true. That is fair.
Yeah, you see the counter at 0 now, and so we'll see, again, what the final answer on this is. As, again, I think this is the longest judge discussion I've ever witnessed casting a game of One Piece in my couple of years of casting here.
So I'm also a One Piece judge, and one time when I was doing a judge call in the Pasadena Regional, I basically had to reverse an entire game.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I basically had to take them back from turn 5 all the way back to turn 1.
So is that common then? Because I'm not I don't judge One Piece. What is the general sort of process there? How far back you reverse an entire game?
Yeah. So the general rule is that if you have the ability to reverse, especially if it's like both players' jobs to account, you can't just be as simple as this person gets the game once the game is over. It's all about maintaining the game state. And if you have the ability to reverse to when both players are very aware that the game was correct, you have an obligation as the judge to assist in doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And so because they can all agree on what cards were played this turn, there is a realm that this has to be reversed in order for us to continue, unless Alexander or Amjad can properly express how the board when the judges got there, how it got there.
Now, because Satori is involved here, and so the top of the deck was seen by Alexander,
and drawn
where there is where there is a situation where there was information gained, can you really reverse?
Potentially, because the solution might not necessarily need to be reversing. It could just be and here we see the replay of the event in question, so we can maybe assist the judges here by using the power of technology.
Yeah, we're trying to get back to the moment here.
So this is the turn before. I believe it was Alexander's following turn that we're talking about after the Enel gets fully stunned for the refresh phase by the Lightning Dragon. So basically we go through Amjad's turn, and then we go back to Alexander's turn. That's the turn we're talking about. To my recollection, it was play Pudding, resolve an event, attack with Satori, and then play Vinsmoke Reiju, resolve another event. That is, I believe.
Well, we're about to see. We know Amjad is going to be playing his second Vinsmoke Reiju here.
And the reason why they're doing this replay, everyone, is that on the main stage you can see a screen outwards And so the judges are probably watching it as you are watching it at home as well.
Yeah. And we'll just get the benefit of that too. Yep.
So that was the attack with the pudding we saw.
Okay.
So this is still Alexander's first turn we're talking about.
Yeah. Or are they going back even farther?
Yeah. This is So we need to go one more turn deep.
Okay.
For Alexander, at least.
Apparently so. All right. So this is the turn. So we have the Red Bull Double Dawn and 3 regular Dawn on the pudding right now.
So this is not the turn that is in question on the stage, to my understanding. This is just the turn before.
Right. I'm wondering why we're going back this far, though. All right. Mamaragan with the -1.
Here we're noticing something, actually. So here we have 3 Dawn. So, this could be what they're talking about.
The Mamaragan
because if Alexander did not
-2.
begin his turn with 6, the plays that I talked about would have been not doable.
Yeah. So did I feel like I just noticed the 1 Dawn being minused when the Mamaragan was resolved instead of 2.
No, he did put 2 back. But
did
because he put 2 back,
okay, right.
On the following turn, he only activates 2 more. But he began his turn with 6, is what they're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
Got it. Yep.
So that's what they were replaying because, like we both said, if Alexander begins his turn with 6, then the order of operations I described is perfectly fine. But if he begins his turn with 5, then it does not.
And it looks like that might have been the case there. Yeah, we'll see. Again, we're waiting for the official word. We're just giving you sort of our take on what we see on the screen here with our kind of limited view with the glare, with everything else going on.
And this is why it's always important for the players at home that if you notice any discrepancies in your game, it's your obligation to try to correct them with the assistance of a judge, of course.
Yeah.
And that's why I always encourage you guys to raise that hand, yell the word judge, and they will come assist you, just like our judging team over there is doing so diligently to do.
Yep, exactly.
Yep, and now we see he begins his turn with 6. Right there. And he's only supposed to begin his turn with 5.
Huh. Well, if that is indeed the case, that would explain things. And then
now he still made legal plays. I want to state.
Yeah.
He should just have 1 rested Dawn essentially. Once he activates his 1 more rested Dawn once he activates his leader ability. So does that make sense? Like he still made legal plays even if he had 5 Dawn.
Sure.
But the board state after he resolved those effects was incorrect.
So would you rewind, in your opinion as a judge, would you rewind?
Well, you can't rewind to here like we said for the Satori
and then start with 5 Dawn?
No, the correction would be that double Dawn that was active now gets put in the Dawn deck rested because that's the only way that you can have this board state that he eventually had.
I see.
Yeah. So now they're double checking how much Dawn he used because if he used 6, then it's an illegal play. If he doesn't use 6, then it's correctable.
Okay.
He should just have 1 more Dawn in his Dawn deck. That's it.
Sure.
And they both agreed that he had not activated leader ability yet.
All right. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, Enel is definitely a sequencing masterclass.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
And while it feels like you're always at 6, not always. There are cards that put back too many.
Mm-hmm.
When you need 6, you can always get 6.
And is here where the pudding is replaced with the Reiju, potentially?
Potentially.
Yeah. I believe so.
The power of instant replay.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a really tough turn for Alexander, so I'm happy we get to see it again because honestly, and there was. The Reiju was next. But so far, we're still copacetic because we've only used 5 Dawn.
True. And now we have the Mamaragan. 2 Dawn put back. Draw 1.
Yeah, so far it's all
the attack
copacetic.
for the Satori. Yep. Look at the top 2. Choose where you put them.
Yeah, the only bummer would be if we used this double Dawn, essentially. If we use this double Dawn for anything, that's the problematic thing. If we don't, then I would argue it's correctable.
Okay.
But I'm not up there, so.
And then is that indication for Enel leader ability? Is that what, no?
No.
No.
Because we did activate like another event card is I believe the next thing. Yeah, exactly. Which again, so far so good. And then this is where Amjad noticed the discrepancy, I believe. Yep, there it is. Amjad is saying how much Dawn should be at active. There we go. And that's when the judges got called over. Okay.
Okay, and that's where the conversation began.
Yep, and the timer was at 3 minutes, so they get at least that much time in time extension, maybe a bit more. Yep.
Still waiting for an official word on this one.
Well, I'm seeing the judges right now just coming back from watching the replay, and they're going to go, I think, tell them what their official ruling is going to be.
Yeah. All right, players waiting patiently. The judges are looking like they're heading back into the main event area now to deliver the ruling. And so we're going to see what we end up with here at the end of all this. Thanks for sticking with us. This has been an epic judge discussion marathon here.
But this is why it's important, too, because the judges need to know, is the game state repairable or not? Because that is what's going to ultimately dictate what their decision is going to be.
Yeah, and what is a repairable? Is a game state repairable when information has been gained from the top of the deck? Looks like the Reiju play was illegal is what we're hearing. Getting the word now, judges are rewinding the game to pre-Reiju.
Yep, and which they can totally do.
When the Reiju be played, yeah.
Which they can totally do.
Yep.
Yes, because post-Reiju was when the information, pre-Reiju was when the information was gained.
Yeah, okay. So, as our judge explains, it looks like we've got a little bit of a rewind, and I would imagine there will be a bit added to the clock there with that. We'll see. But as soon as the players get the explanation, and everything is good there, then we'll keep going. But what a high pressure situation to play through right now for both of our players on the main stage here.
Yep. And I cannot stress this enough. Whether this kind of situation was on the main stage or not, the judges would be working as diligently as they are currently to make sure that they get the full assessment of what's going on.
Yep.
Because the reason why these kinds of things take so long is because when a judge shows up, they were not watching the entire time. They were not. And even when they are watching the entire time, there is still little discrepancies that you have to go back and go, help me understand how we got here. And once you help me understand how we got here, that's how I understand how I can help you repair what's going on. / dole out any potential punishment if one is warranted. But right now, I don't feel there is one.
Yeah, exactly.
Because in this situation, if there would be a punishment, it'd be on both players. It's on both of them to make sure that everyone has the right amount of dawn, everyone make sure that they have the right amount of game state. Clearly, Alexander was operating as if he knew he had the 6, whether he was correct about that or not.
All right, well, we'll see. It looks like we're getting there. Dice roll.
Right, because when you put cards back into people's hands, you have to basically randomly put them back on top of the deck.
Okay.
Is, I believe, what we're resolving here. Because if you think about it, like, the information that was gained for Alexander doesn't matter. Because Amja would not know what that card is anyway.
Sure.
And so, because the fair way to do it is you're going to randomly get rid of a card from Alexander's hand, which could affect the rest of his plays. But luckily, he has the cards to drop back into it anyway, because he gets to get those ones back.
Alexander not happy with the state of things, and I can't blame him. Another looks like card removed. Another dice roll. One put back in the Mamaragan, I believe that was.
Exactly. Yeah. So. After we played Reiju was when we played all the events, I believe.
Yep. And at the end of all this, we still need to find out who's going to win this game, too.
That's
so
true,
imagine having to play from this state for both players right now.
Which, again, I'm not sure what their time extension is going to be. They definitely are going to get one.
Right.
But if it goes to turns and then goes into overtime, there could be a world where if Amjad's able to protect his life, Alexander might be on the losing foot because he's not able to pressure life enough. And like I mentioned earlier, he can't really attack with the blockers he has in play to force the issue because that leaves him open as well.
And it's going to be really difficult in a time situation to get through to take one of those life of Amjad, too, with those 2 7K minimum blockers on the other side, too.
Yep, so exactly. So now we've reversed back to where we had the putting Dawn paid and 1 Dawn put back. And now we're just counting how many cards are in deck, I believe.
Yep. Shout out to our judge staff for the poise and the thoroughness to go through everything.
I mean, you have to be thorough. You get to ask the right questions.
And also, like, I've done some judging for other games These situations are no fun for anyone, right? You got to resolve it. You got to be thorough. You got to take the time to explain. Sometimes emotions can run a little bit high, but you really appreciate all the care that goes into making sure these decisions are made correctly, right?
Yep.
That's the hope. And so it appears that we are continuing on now with a big swing. It's going to be looks like a 9K swing into the rested Reiju at 7K. Amjad's going to let that one go. Mamaragon now used to rest the Ohm, and Satori attacking in. Alexander going through some of the actions that been thinking about for a long time now.
Yes.
Yep.
He's like, I knew what my turn was going to be. I'm just going to do that part of it without playing Reiju. There we go.
It's such a shift of gears, too, brain-wise, to go from a big judge call like that right back into the game. Don attached to the Frankie here because you can see we're under 3 minutes in the time here.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, if Alexander and Amjad were not feeling the pressure of the time before the judge call, they're definitely feeling it now after the judge call.
Yeah, life taken by Amjad. And there we go. Interesting. So the Shura played as Alexander passes the turnover. So here we have a little bit less than 3 minutes remaining. And both players are going to be playing a little bit of a speed one piece right here.
Yeah, but Alexander still feels very comfortable about his position because he's the one with all the threats. He's the one that Amjad needs to be reactionary to, and so he still feels like even through the judge call, even through the time extension, even through potential overtime, he has a chance to still close the game out, and he's going to do everything he can to make sure he does that. But I would say the scariest thing is his hand is not big.
For sure. Now he does still have that crucial Frankie blocker out there. And for the moment anywhere, there's a Thor.
Yes. After a Gamma Knife, definitely going to be getting rid of it.
Yep, plus 1K for the Enel leader as well, so base 6K now. From, again, the Thor gives you the 1K plus the KO effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if you're Amjad, do you think you have a way to full-out attack, force Alexander to 0, and still protect your 1 life card for a potential post-time situation? I don't think so. I don't think you can afford to do that over the amount of turns you guys are going to have.
It depends on his hand, of course, but like I don't feel like he's in a situation to end it this turn.
Right.
Yeah. Wow, what a game. Crucial decisions being made by Amjad right now.
And once again, I can't help but point out that Amjad has had only 1 6-drop this entire game, and having one in play even this turn would have been so useful for putting the pressure on against Alexander. So he's going to have to fight with the weaker scraps of his deck in order to force out Alexander's hand. But he's done a good job so far. Maybe he can get him over the edge here as we close the game out.
That is a 10K attack potentially on the Enel leader. Could bump it up to 11. He will do just that. Swinging in. And
that's
Alexander,
kind of a forced take, I think.
Thinking here, just counting up the attack again because there's an extra 1K from the Thor. He's going to take it into hand. All right. And Mamaragan going to return 2 to the Dawn deck there. He's going to rest the Shura. And get the card draw, too. What's the plan here?
I think we're trying to resolve leader ability this turn.
Yeah.
And so we're going to be increasing the Reiju. I think we're going for a game shot right now.
I think so. Yeah, plus 2K on the Reiju. And so that is going to be, I believe that's a 9K Reiju because there are 4 events in the trash for Amjad right now. So that's another big swing potentially. And we're down to time.
It's going to get a little bit bigger too.
Yeah.
Now, it is worth noting that I believe the Dawn he has to keep active is the Double Dawn, for what it's worth, but I'm sure he's more than happy to attach it as well.
Sure, yeah. It is worth 2K. That is the essence of the Red Bull Double Dawn. All right.
Yep, that was Beast Chitin right there.
Yep.
And now we're going to use leader ability. Get the 5 Dawn. 4 of them go onto a character. We have 1 more that we can put on as well. This is a gigantic Reiju. I think this Reiju is...
That is a 14K swing, I believe.
At least. I think it's 15, but yes.
Is it? Yeah, I mean, my math is always... You know how good my math is. 6 plus 9, 15K swing, exactly.
All right, we have plus 1 here.
Yep. And that doesn't look like it's going to be enough, I don't think. And so that's a fist bump, and Amjad does take it. Wow, what a finish.
Yes.
And what a tough one for Alexander, but battling through that one as much as he possibly could. But, it's going to be Amjad who manages to win it here a little bit in overtime and move on in our first and certainly memorable Enel mirror here at the Red Bull Double Dawn tournament.
Definitely showcasing how intricate it can be, even to the point of confusion for some of the players.
Yeah, and I mean that is just kind of something that happens sometimes when you're playing a leader that has a lot of those Dawn minus effects, that has a lot of things being searched around it. It is very easy sometimes to move one down the wrong place, and Amjad saw it. We had the big judge discussion. Resolution came through, and in the end, Amjad had just enough to get over the line in the end with that big Reiju. The second Reiju really ended up being key for him.
Yes, 100%. Being able to have that one that attacked into the life there to win the game is pretty huge, especially when essentially Alexander did everything he could on the turn previous after all was said and done just to get rid of one of them.
Yeah. All right. Well, on that note, what a marathon. Round 6, round to Swiss here. We are going to take a break, and when we come back, round 7, hopefully before too long. Thanks for sticking with us. It's been a ton of fun. We'll keep going after a little bit here at Red Bull Double Dawn. right, welcome back to Red Bull Double Dawn. Doa here along with true champ Steven, and we're about to move into round number 7 of Swiss. We saw a very exciting match there in round 6, which had, it was an extended look at things, I suppose. But we're going to move right along to welcome back James on the red-green Luffy, taking on Amjad Ibrahim, the player we just saw take that nail biter in our first Enel mirror of the day. This should be a good one. James piloted this red-green Luffy so well, and you can see we're jumping right into it with a little bit of Jewelry Bonnie searching to start things off.
Yes, 100%. James has been cooking this entire event. I was just speaking to one of his friends that he drove up here with, and how he's saying he's going undefeated right now in a way that people were not expecting. James is definitely going to be the dark horse of, I think, our undefeateds. And I have a very good feeling that if either of these players here win this round, they could potentially guarantee themselves a spot in top 8. X1, especially going undefeated for the first 7, is a really good record to have.
That's right, yep. Lightning Dragon there.
Bit of a slower start there for Amjad, being forced to use these events here to start cycling. You really want to do it with bodies at first.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially against such a defensive deck like James is playing here with red-green Luffy. If you don't start pressuring them now, you might lose your opportunity to do so.
Yeah, so 2 Lightning Dragons right off the bat, just essentially to filter a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, even if you do this, you'll still always guarantee your 6 Dawn by turn 2 because you activate 2 and then you get 4 back. But it doesn't exactly give you the ability to pressure your opponent. This basically means no 3 drops either next turn, so no Hollies can come down.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay.
Yep, a classic 1-drop Searcher Nami.
Yep. Indeed. How many different alt arts versions are there?
So like many.
1,000 at this point or something. Gonna find the Usopp. That's a 2K. That, you can use it as a 2K. You can use it as, I believe that's Usopp. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's a 1K. My bad.
Yeah,
it is just a little bit. Yeah. Set Dawn is active. Yep. Not one of your 2Ks.
But don't worry. Every single Dawn card Luffy has is a 2K, so they have more than plenty.
I'm used to Usopp's being 2Ks.
Oh, you know something so funny here? This Luffy finally has a 2,000 Dawn on offense, as well as having so many 2,000 Dawns on defense. That's so cute.
Yeah. I mean, just like the Nami, right? Again, you can get those nice 7K swings for free, essentially. Satori comes in.
Yeah, but not seeing the 3-drop here for Amjad could be really rough for putting the pressure on against this deck that we know is super defensive.
Yeah, for sure. I got a feel for Amjad, too. After having to play through that last one, just get the win, and then you're back on stage.
Right.
10 minutes later. That's how it goes at some of these events this time, though. You really got to be ready to come and play. That's the sprint part of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody who's made it here is definitely equal to the task. No worries there. Donachet's the Satori just got played, so not going to be attacking. Back over to James here on his turn.
Yeah, we could see that Usopp we searched for earlier get played this turn as a way for us to activate some of our Dawn as James while still establishing bodies, but I'm sure he's no slouch just being like, attach Dawn, attack, pass. I've got 8 Dawn. I have 8,000 defense worth of Dawn. It's your turn.
Yep, that's right. Life taken by Amjad. There is that Usopp to restand a couple Dawn. And it is nice to just establish just another 5K body too, right?
100%. You may as well have enough. I believe it's actually, 5K. But it's nice to establish a defense as well as establishing an offense throughout pretty much any point in the game whenever you can. Because if Amjad does want to go for a 6-drop this turn, he's basically taking a turn off, which means you get an extra turn of attacking. And that really eats into the 5-life resource that this Enel deck happens to have.
Well, there is the 6-drop Enel for the searching. So right on cue for Amjad.
Yes, last time we saw him, he was only able to get 1, but that was more than enough for him to close the game out. Let's see if this time he doesn't get a little bit of extra stuff throughout the rest of this game. He's definitely going to need a lot of bigger bodies if he wants to really threaten James in the later stages of this game. That's kind of the only way you can threaten the massive hand size that red-green Luffy is known for making. But yeah. Go for it.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm a little bit surprised. I said this before that we aren't seeing as many red-green Luffys as I thought we would this weekend. But we certainly are seeing a very good one here. Remain undefeated for now. But both these undefeated players, somebody's going to have to take the L, but we'll see.
As much as I've been saying all day, and you and I have noticed that Enel is definitely the ultimate beneficiary of the Double Dawn mechanic in the One Piece card game. I just really love any deck that has a leader that has a Dawn X1 ability, just utilizing that Dawn every single turn to attack for 7. I think it's just a beautiful way to be like, oh, my good deck is just a little bit better now.
I mean, in this format, like that's one of your primary ways to put on pressure. So I think you're very obligated to continuously try to push with that extra 1K power from the Red Bull Double Dawn.
Yep, and now here Amjad is debating the best course of action. attack with the Satori, don't attack with the Satori. It's going to be really tough for you to kind of actually put the pressure on with it. Even though you're swinging with 8, it's just going to be one Dawn tapped and 1 2K, or just James takes it and gets an extra card to their hand.
We are going to see the attack come through. So that's going to be another 7K swing as he does a little bit of filtering, looking at the top of his deck. See, I always do this too, where it's like I grab the cards. I'm like, wait, what was in my hand again?
Yes,
I have to go back and look. Yeah,
100%.
I do that all the time. Yeah,
looks like one on top, one on bottom.
And James, thinking about the decision, decides the decision is to take a life in the hand, down to 3 now. You're always a little bit scared too if you're one of those 4 health leaders going up against his 5 health too. You know. It's it can make a difference sometimes.
Yeah, that's a really big advantage Enel has. Not only does he technically start the game with more resources than most 4 life leaders, he also puts more pressure on them than they probably can against him.
Yeah, it definitely can be that way sometimes.
All right, but James is starting his turn, and he's feeling probably pretty good about the setup he has. He has a lot of little guys that can attack into Amjad's potential attackers.
Yep.
He has really good just little pokes of 7 and 5 this turn, and maybe can establish a bunch of characters that activate more and more of his Dawn for defense on the crackback. Super solid to see.
Okay, and there's going to be another 7K swing coming through with the Red Bull Double Dawn on the Luffy. And what's the plan going to be for Amjad here? That's such a big tax out of your hand to just handle that 7K swing, and he is going to end up taking a life instead.
Ooh, but there we see the 6-drop Secret Rare Luffy coming down once again. One of James's favorite cards for this matchup. We're going to go ahead and pay 4 more. We're only not allowed to play 5 cost or higher. We can definitely play 4 cost or higher Usopp, and now we have 2 of them to activate 4 Dawn. Just like the turn before, it's basically a free card we get to play out.
Yeah, and that is really nice, right? Because again, you can't play base cost 5 or higher after you drop this Luffy, but Usopp's a nice smooth 4, and he gets to restand a couple Dawns. So, yeah, great sequence for James, and setting up a really, really scary attacking turn potentially next time around.
It's kind of like the rules text on Enel. It's not a hindrance. It's a structure you can build your deck around and have a lot of fun with.
Exactly. Oh, certainly not a hindrance, yeah. And we did see James win that last game on stream back in round number 5, I believe it was, by going in for a couple big swings with the Luffy off of the Brook.
Yeah, especially with your opponent being at 2 life exactly, it's such a threatening attack.
For sure.
And because you activate so many Dawn, you can like play cards. I mean, this is always the story I've seen for the ages ever since set 1 for One Piece. The decks that can utilize their Dawn not just for playing cards but also for attacking usually do pretty all right.
Not bad, yeah. All right. Hey, he's letting us count the cards in his hand. Thank you. 7 cards in hand for James.
With a potential 8K worth of counter just on board and 3 bodies that are all threatening.
You're just not going to get through. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's tough.
And do we have 2 life cards? Yeah, we have 2 life cards. Okay, great.
Yeah. 3 life left for James. Who are you talking about? James or
No, James has 2 as well. It's just really hard with the green right there, but yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, right there.
I swear. Oh no, there's a line of dust on the monitor screen, and it was looking exactly. It was looking like a side of the card. Yeah, yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. Here, I'll rub it off. Watch. See? Oh, it's actually kind of stuck on there. You can't see it at home.
But me and Noah are having an absolute laugh right now. But here we see a second 6-drop coming down for Amjad, which is going to be super huge because, like I said, going tall is going to be the way you want to threaten James. And if going tall is really good, going wide and going tall, doing both is pretty good.
Sure, yeah. Why not? Big and tall with a couple of Nels. And Luffy may be rubber, but his life area is not. It's just cards. Yeah.
One deck that I am a little disappointed that we haven't gotten the chance to see more of is the Sky Island Luffy deck from OP15. That was actually going to be a really canonical matchup for this.
Yeah.
With how much Enel was here, I was really hoping to see some. But you know what? The more I see Luffy's smiling face, I don't care what color it is. That's the lesson I always learn.
It's the happy dude. Yeah, I saw some people practicing with the Sky Luffy last night when we were kind of walking around the hotel. And, of course, the lobby is filled with nerds playing a card game, which is one of my favorite sites. So I was just checking out the decks that people are playing. A lot of Enels, obviously. But I did see a good amount of Sky Luffy, so I'm surprised we haven't seen any on stream yet today. We may not, but at least we've got something interesting here with the red-green.
Yep, we've got Chitin being used twice here to go ahead and reduce the Luffy
power
down to 5,000, which means if we have a Mamaragan, we can rest it and attack into it. But James's ability works on Straw Hat characters, too.
I'm trying to find that L Thor maybe, too. So I believe 5K is the cutoff to KO with L4, if I'm remembering correctly.
I believe it's 3K for L4.
Is it 3? Oh, no, you're right.
5K is for Mammaragan to rest.
Yeah. Yeah. You got it. And there's a Mammaragan as predicted by you.
But we do have a 10K attacker to swing into it. And we haven't used leader ability yet, I don't believe.
We do indeed, but we do have a bunch of standing Dawn on James's side if he wants to try to keep this Luffy safe. See what the decision is. He's just going to go 5 into the Jewelry Bonnie for now.
Cards are cards. Doesn't matter how you get rid of them. Did this Ohm get played the turn before, right? So we can attack with it and get another cost reduction maybe is what Amjad's thinking about. But that does leave it open to being attacked with Nami and not really getting any quote-unquote real value, especially if James is priced into defending the rested Luffy character.
I believe so. So Red Bull Double Dawn and 3 regular Dawn attached to this
15.
Enel. So that would be exactly 10 plus 5. That's a 15K swing potentially in the works for Amjad here.
And that does force all of our current active Dawn, as well as, I think, a 2K and a 1K from James to protect our Luffy. Which might be too many. He might just let it go, especially if he has another one in hand. That's the scary thing about having cards like, the 6-drop Enel and the 6-drop Luffy being your main bosses of the deck, because I'm spending so much Dawn and so many cards in hand to get rid of it, and you're like, cool, play it for 6, still have 4 active Dawn left minimum. This one gives me 4 more, all right?
Yeah, right. So much value. Big swing coming in now. 15K, threatening. Gonna have to spend a little bit here.
Have to assume it's at the Luffy character.
Yep.
Oh, and we are going to go for the protection. This could be a bait here from Amjad, especially if we have a copy of Lightning Dragon, just to keep it from being active anyway.
Okay. So a total of, what was that? 10K being given to it?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. 11K, I believe. I think one of those was a 2K. The Laboon is a 2K, I believe.
Oh, you might be right, yeah. Laboon. 2K, correct.
Do we have the Lightning Dragon? We do, so the big punish for James protecting that card is available. We essentially went -2, and we still don't get to attack with it, but can't help but stress, it's still in play. And I'm sure James is like, I get more value out of it from being in play than I do from it attacking.
Right, because if it's in play, it's going to still demand a response later on, too. So the amount of resources that card is costing your opponent, it's still going up.
He's basically using 2 cards from his hand to protect a blocker, which I would arguably do.
Yeah, not bad.
Especially if I have another one. If James plays another one, that's going to be... Oh, wait, I just remembered. Lightning Dragon only prevents you from being refreshed during the refresh phase. If we have the Brook, that can KO itself and untap it anyway.
That's true. It could restand. Yeah, I believe so. I believe you're right. We also do have the 2 Usops as well, so some good poking options here.
Yeah, no reason not to do
Speaking of that, rethinking. Big decision turn for James here, as the board on the other side is scary, and with just 2 health remaining, the pressure is on. Yeah. Swinging for 5 now.
Yeah, this would probably be like if James has for example, the only reason Amjad should stop this attack is if he thinks James has no reason to reactivate this Luffy character. And so Amjad's probably hoping that James has no way to attack with it again this turn, because if he does, that could be a really rough situation. Because if he spends all of his resources to stop that one and still has a big dual attacker coming in, has to spend more cards to stop that one, that's not fun.
6K swing now from the Usopp with the Dawn attached.
6K is a good number against the Enel because it demands Mammaragan plus 1 more card. If it just demanded Mammaragan, they just get essentially value out of stopping your attack.
All right. Vare?
Yep, just a little 2K. Going to get the 7K swing that we've been doing all day, I'm sure, we're James. With
so
that
5, 6, 7. Elementary one piece here.
The attacks never get weaker. They only get stronger, especially if you're countering.
Yep. And there's 1 life taken. Okay, so what do we got? That's 4. That's a Nami. Ooh. Oh, okay, so the double rest.
Oh, is this Electric Luna? Are we going to see one?
And then restand. Maybe. We know it's in there.
Boom, there it is!
Oh, all right.
That is an Electric Luna saying, hey, all those 7 costs or less, they don't activate.
That's huge. So that buys James another turn to get set up for another big sequence of attacks here. Now with Amjad just at 1 life. So what is the plan going to be?
Yeah. This is exactly why I think James was more than happy to use all the cards in his hand to protect that 6-drop Luffy that's in play, because he knows I'm going to get a free turn anyway. I'm basically just going to make it to where Amjad has to pass his turn, because unless we see a Shura and a commitment of a lot of Dawn, this guy's not being threatened again.
I mean, that Nami is so good too, right? I mean, just arresting, setting things up for the Electric Luna, and then giving you 5 Dawn restand at the end of the turn too.
While being a blocker, and you get 2 more for each Usopp you have?
Exactly.
I'm saying.
This is looking pretty good for James at the moment. Things can change in a heartbeat for sure, but good board state for James Cruz on this red-green Luffy. OP13 Luffy coming back in a big way for James specifically today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, Reiju. All right. Establishing a little bit of defense.
Really good against the green decks because it's a 9-cost character that's really hard for them to interact with.
Yep, certainly 4 events in there. So, yeah, the extra power and everything is online.
Ooh, and there we see the Gamma Knife here. This will enable us to threaten the board if we need to with our weaker quote-unquote attackers in like the Ohm and our leader.
Used on the Luffy. And you are right, where I feel like that's, you're not going to be really doing any attacking this turn, right, because everything was stunned. So you have to maybe do a little bit of removal with events from hand.
Yeah, you can still like attack with the Ohm and stuff, but because we have 5 active Dawn, you're not exactly going to be threatening his hand size.
Yeah.
But we do have the L-Thor here to now get rid of that Luffy because the combo of Gamma Knife plus that will make it small enough to where it can get rid of it. But it kind of feels like, stemming the bleeding, really. Like, I don't think we're actually advancing our game plan of making James feel the pressure because right now James can stop every attack that we currently have on board, even if we attach all of our Dawn, including the double Dawn, to our character Ohm.
Yeah, exactly. All right, another one. Another Vare coming in.
And to get some increased power here, try to make as much pressure as possible. That power does last until the next turn as well, so he's probably just trying to bolster his defense.
Yeah, it keeps your characters a little bit safer that way too.
Oh, sorry, it's +2 cost, not +2 power. That way it can dodge another Electric Luna in theory.
Same color dice though, so.
Exactly. I was just like, whoa.
Tricky tricky for us.
We're bumping it up. What are we bumping? Something.
As long as the players know, that's the important thing.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
Still could be rested by Nami though. Worth noting.
Sure. Yeah, that's true. 2 life to 1 right now.
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, the one bad thing about that Nami is that it is 2,000 power. It is a bit of a weakling, so L-Thor can just get rid of it the normal way.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it kind of did its thing already, aside from the blocking, so you got a good amount of value.
Yep, agreed. Like I said, against the Enel matchups, blockers aren't really blockers.
Sure.
They're event sponges.
2 Dawn rested to buff the Usopp enough to weather that attack. And it looks like we got a lot of Dawn being put on this Ohm right now. It's going to be another +5, so that's a 7K swing potentially. Coming through at something. Looks like he does want to try to remove one of the Usopps.
That's probably the best attack we currently have. It does leave all of our Ohms to be attacked back into, which potentially might not be fun. But, not unless we replace the one that's rested with the Satori, so we have extra attackers. I know they're 2Ks for now, but trust me, Enel really loves leaving these one-drops in play as long as possible to get value out of them.
Oh, for sure. I mean, and Satori, too, has such a nice on-attack just in terms of filtering the top of your deck, giving yourself some better draws, too. And that's going to be it, so...
Yes, I like the resistance to attack with the Ohm there just to make sure you maximize your number of swings on the next turn, / you force James to have more copies of cards that can rest your cards on top of, keep them from standing up during the refresh phase. So you can keep the pressure going because another way to kind of deal with Luffy is to have more attacks than they do Dawn cards instead of just going tall.
Right. So now James in a bit of a predicament. He's got a couple 5Ks on the board. He's got all his Dawn to work with.
He has a guaranteed free 4 active Dawn at the end of the turn, so he doesn't need that much more to bolster his defense. So we could see some big drops coming down here. Something that Green is famously known for doing, though, is having a gigantic hand, but none of it having counter. So that could be probably a thing he wants to make sure he avoids as we go through these next few turns.
Right, because you're not supposed to need the counter because you've got the Dawn.
That's right.
Yeah. Tough decision, though.
Yeah, it's nice to see Amjad go for a bit more of a controlling route this game because he knows that he can't put the pressure on James's life total anymore until he actually can build up the threats over time, and so he needs to buy himself as much time as possible by answering the threats as he sees them. But these Usops, go for it.
Amjad has such a large sequence of attacks potentially coming this next turn if he's 100%. Able to keep both of his Enels alive. Even the Reiju, if you're going for game, even that Reiju is going to be pretty impactful.
Yes, exactly. And even if, James has a way to interact with the one rested 6-drop Enel, he really doesn't have any favorable ways to interact with the Reiju nor the other, now 8-cost Enel. And so there just could be a bunch of useless cards in his hand that don't actually advance his game plan.
Yeah, it could be. If your hand's full of Brooks right now, then it's not the greatest thing.
No, standing in Usopp is nowhere near as good. Ooh, but Sanji's pretty good.
Yeah.
A nice 3-drop 7K.
Yeah, exactly, yep. So you get a couple Dawn back that way, and then, again, now at the end of his turn, he would have a total of 5. Restanding.
There's that double Dawn. Has that double Dawn gone anywhere other than the leader just to swing 7?
I don't think it really needs to go anywhere else. I think that's
beautiful.
exactly where you want it to go all the time, yeah.
What a fun dynamic. Just being like, hey, this attack that I would normally do at 6, it's 7. Ooh, but there we see the Divine Departure going us up to 8 while discarding, I believe that was the blocker now, just the alternate version of it.
7K swing from Usopp now.
I mean, we do have Amjan on 4 cards in hand. Or, no, is that 3 cards in hand? No, it's 4. Okay. That's not that many, especially over the next few turns. And this Sanji is just base 7K. It's a big threat. It also demands a card here, even if we block with the Reiju.
Yep. And he will ditch a 1K to block with that Reiju and keep it safe. And now the blocker is rested, and potentially you could see another attack from the Usopp, but you also want to make sure you have some Dawn to protect yourself with next turn. Just going to go for the 5K swing now. Going to get one more card out of the hand of Amjad.
We love baiting up the block and then attacking with a weaker swing. And then we see another one.
Oh, my goodness. That is huge. Getting the 2 rests. You're still going to get your 5 Dawn back. Wow.
I mean, are we getting
You're getting all your Dawn back, actually, yeah. You are getting all your Dawn.
Ooh, unfortunately, James did not trigger his Usopp abilities, so he only gets the 5.
Oh, does he? Oh, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, Usopps do say up to 2, so you can miss them, unfortunately.
Ah, you're right.
I think he's just forgetting that they are also end of your turn effects.
Well, you don't want to have more than 5, I suppose, active at the end of your turn.
Exactly.
Yeah. So the up 2 is important there.
Yeah, it would actually be a bad thing if you chose to do that.
Yeah, you want to turn off your own leader ability.
Totally forgot about that part.
Hence the up 2, yep.
I'm just so used to him being like, oh, yeah, I can just have a free 2K. No, I can only have up to free 10K.
Oh, yeah.
That's
I
worth
just have 10 2Ks just available. Sure, why not? Yeah, that seems fair and balanced, yep.
Of course, of course.
Yeah, it's pretty crucial they have the up 2 on some of those cards. Yep.
Yeah, but only a 3-card hand now for James. And so Amjad, even though we see those, 5 active Dawn cards, could do a lot of pressuring this turn. But if he only pressures life, can he survive the crackback? And it looks like he's deciding, no, I can't. He's going to go after some of the characters here.
I mean, it demands a lot from James, right? Because
Sure
that's
does.
a 10K swing coming in at the 5K Usopp. So, yeah, you either rest a lot of Dawn or you just let it go, or you use a lot from hand. He's going to just let that one go.
For me, it's 1 life, 3 attacks. 1 life, 3 attacks. James will only interact with Amjad here if it will keep him from one of those 2 things. Either you put me to 0 life or you stop me from having 3 attacks, because unless you establish more blockers, these are all the attacks I need, yada, yada, yada.
Fair enough. I'll swing into the Nami with the Ohm. And just because it does do the minus power on the Usopp as well, you might as well clear one more character off the board, but it's mostly about the minus power.
Yeah. Sets you up for better El Thor plays, better Mamaragan plays, but we've seen a lot of those events come out of Amjad. I believe we began the game with 2 Lightning Dragons as an example, and so I'm not sure how many utility cards like that we currently have access to. I mean, we did see him discard a 6-drop blocker Enel, so he's probably flooded potentially on bigger costed cards.
It could be, yeah. 7 minutes remaining in the round. This one could go down to the wire.
Yeah, that's the thing about the red-green Luffy deck, is it loves a grindy game.
Yep.
Super snowball.
I like that they're both synergized with almost identical sleeves, too.
Yes.
All right, attacking into the other Usopp. I think this is, this is definitely the play for Amjad. Yeah, you soak the blocker Nami with that.
Love it.
But again, anything you do just to prevent the amount of damage that's coming back your way on the other side.
Is that Senior Punk? Ooh, that's a really interesting card. That basically, I think it's on play Dawn minus, recycle a 5-cost less event from your trash. You get to basically reuse the powerful event cards that the Enel deck is known for using.
I believe it's Senior Pink.
What'd I say? Punk?
Punk.
Oh, forgive me.
Which, Punk Hazard, Pink, but Senior Pink, I just finished watching the Dressrosa arc on the show. I'm still watching through the show. That's how far I am. There you go. What a tragic story that man has. But everyone kind of does, right?
Yeah. And I believe we recycled El Thor with that, and now we have the access to Gamma Knife. Now we can reduce the Sanji to 2K and get rid of it? Ooh, we're getting rid of the most threatening attacker? Potentially.
Yeah. It seems like that's the intent. As we see Dawn going back to the deck there.
But after we filter here, I think it will leave us with just 2 cards in hand as Amjad.
Yeah, that's
one card in hand.
Okay.
The El Thor does not replace itself.
Right. Wow, what a tense spot for Amjad to be in right now. You've got this great board established, but it is so fragile because you just don't have a way to really defend it right now. And he's going to put bunch of Dawn onto the Reiju, and that Reiju is already plus 2K just from her card text. So that could be an 11K swing. First, we're going to see the 7K from Enel into the Usopp. Usopp down to 4K power. That Red Bull Double Dawn attached to the Enel to give him the 2K power, of course.
This will demand a lot of resources from James. I know it doesn't look like it will because we have our leader ability, but it kind of prices Amjad in if we protect this Usopp to then attack with the Reiju and get rid of it anyway. Ooh, but here we're going to see, I believe that's Charleston, which will basically allow you to trash 1 card from your hand and then basically set 3 of your Dawn cards back to active while giving a plus 4,000. So we can basically have our cake and eat it too and protect the Usopp that way. Because we still have our leader ability.
I believe it's Charles Stone.
Oh, my gosh. Actually, I'm just mismaking all day today.
I just watched Dressrosa, guys. Yeah,
adorable.
The Charleston is a funny dance in the 1920s or a city. Your choice.
Everybody's uncle.
Usopp does live.
But basically, Amjad getting to protect the blocker, though, is pretty huge. And, not protected anymore.
Yep. Yeah, all right.
Are we going to see this
by the brook?
Are we going to see this Usopp get in twice, which is all the Dawn? That'd be so awesome.
Maybe. We're going to go for a 5K swing first with the Luffy.
Is that just game now? Because we go 10-10?
Yeah, because if we trash the brook, we get that other attack, and that's going to be it. James takes another one on this red-green Luffy. Wow.
That's what I'm talking about.
It comes down to the brook. I really love just the way that this deck has a defensive play that sets up the double swing with the brook, trashing the brook to enable that. That green brook created as sort of like a support for the brook leader.
Yes.
That kind of has this like interesting OTK, this wild OTK sort of like style, but it works so well in this deck too.
And because there's so many powerful blockers in the format and powerful cards that can't be removed, just being like, oh yeah, I can rest anything. So
yeah,
I can rest anything and attack twice. I can turn 1 attack into 2 no matter what. And just shows that the priority of the Red Green Luffy deck is twofold. Draw a lot of cards and protect your board. That's all you got to do, and eventually you will have inevitability against any deck in the format. Don't let them tell you any different.
And it's one of those decks too that can come up with multiple large attacks from a very small board state too, because again of the brooks. So that's kind of the big thing you need to worry about. And I'm sure Amjad was thinking about that as he got that turn set up. One blocker is going to make you a little bit more vulnerable to that rather than the 2 blockers that you'd love. But yeah.
I also love it when like a card I play on turn 2 is the reason why I win in the final turn of the game. And here we see, I believe this is the turn previous before we went for the Luna, where we tried to get rid of the 6-drop Luffy as Amjad, but then we had that powerful Nami come down here. This was a really punishing play that James was able to get out here, resting 2, and then activating the Electric Luna, basically blanking Amjad's entire turn.
The 2 Namis that James was able to play over the course of the game was big as well, and there you see that Sanji being rested. We have that Brook lurking. First the 1 5K, and then, you get the 2 big swings with the Usopp to finish it. So, and I believe we have James standing by for an interview, too, so I'm going to kick you out of the chair again, and I'll bring James in. Sorry. Here, let me hold the headset. All right. Doesn't Steven have just the most beautiful hair these days? Long and luscious. Come on over, James. Here, go ahead and toss that on. Yeah. There you go. We got to turn that around, yeah.
There we go.
There we go. All right. And then if I can have you move the mic a little bit closer to your mouth there.
All right.
All right. Yeah, there. So your second win on stream here with the red-green Luffy. What made you a red-green Luffy believer?
This is going to sound dumb. my favorite deck in the game is Blue Purple Crocodile.
Okay, respect.
I played I would just constantly play the deck just for fun. I played one game of Blue Purple Crocodile into Red Green Luffy, and I was like, this deck is better in every single way at doing the exact same thing.
Huh. And that's what made the switch happen then.
Yep, and I've been playing Red Green Luffy ever since.
So what was the kind of development like in terms of like getting that deck specifically, that leader ready for this date specifically, this tournament?
For specifically the Double Dawn
For
tournament?
Double Dawn, yeah.
Okay. Luna's a very strong card. Being able to play 6 to 8 copies of Luna is even stronger.
Mm-hmm.
I had a good feeling that Enel was going to be, by a mile, the most represented deck in this tournament. I think in most metrics, it's probably the strongest deck in the game.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the green decks do have the option to just stop them from playing the game. And that's where I was. I had won the qualifiers with the deck. I've been playing it basically since release. I figured might as well keep playing it.
So so with the changeover, because it's not just a new set, right? It's a whole new meta and everything, a whole new rotation that's happened. Yeah. How has that changed anything? How has that changed your approach to this event, of course, and then your approach to playing the deck, too?
So it actually changed it pretty drastically. The rotation took Roundtable out of our deck, which was our basic only way to really interact with big bodies.
Yeah.
So our matchups against big bodies, with the exception of exactly Enel, became significantly worse. It also took in 2 years at Sabo the Archipelago out of our deck, which was our event searcher that could actually search Nami.
Right.
Like a big thing is we have to play searchers that aren't Namis. Like I'm on an amount of Nami, but for the most part, I play 8 searchers that aren't Nami. Okay. Just because they search Nami.
Yeah.
You know? We also lost the 1-cost attach Nami from Starter Deck 01. In Double Dawn specifically, that effect is huge. I didn't see value in really going through the alternatives, which are Koala and Killer, which Killer's technically searchable. You have to play a worse event. It's worse for our Laboon, which is our actual protection card currently.
Right.
And so that's sort of how it molded the matchup.
Okay.
Going into this, though, I had a very strong feeling that Enel would be the most represented deck, so I could really just afford to not think about the other big body decks.
That makes a lot of sense. All right. Well, we'll let you go in just a moment. Before you do, any shout-outs you want to make to your practice crew back home, anything like that?
If I said what I wanted to say to my boy Bronte, I probably wouldn't be allowed on the stream again.
we are live, so make sure it's kid friendly and everything. Yeah.
No. Honestly, thank you to my personal playtest group, my boy Kev, Dave, Bronte. There's so many. I could just sit here and name people for a very long time that were willing to playtest for this format specifically, even though they weren't personally in it. I cannot thank them enough. I got so much insight about the format through them being willing to do that, and I believe it helped me get to here right now.
Fair enough. Well, powerful captain requires a good crew, of course, so I always want to give you a chance to shout out. Thanks for stopping by the desk and chatting with us. Good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And, go ahead.
I also just want to say Joseph Scalo, who I forgot to mention before.
Sure.
If I didn't mention him by name right now, I would feel bad.
I don't want to get you in trouble.
Yeah, whether he felt bad, I would feel bad.
Okay.
But really, there's too many people to count. My locals were a great help.
That's how it goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, I'll kick you off now. Go get ready for your next round. Good luck with that. Thanks again for stopping by. Yeah. And we'll get Steven back in here in just a moment. Here you go, sir. All right. Well,
I'm back.
You're back. What a great interview with James. It's fun to hear about kind of the evolution of that deck too, because that's what I was kind of thinking coming into this, is that there was a lot that kind of needed to change to go between the old rotation to the new OP15, plus a lot of those sets being phased out. So it was good to kind of get a breakdown from a master of the deck itself.
Yeah, I kind of been noticing that, like, because Red Rock went away, a lot of the removal suite in decks is coming kind of like lower tier. So these decks that are more mid-rangey have like weaker 6 or 7 costs, but if they stay and play a couple of turns, can get a lot of value for you. Have become on the rise in general.
True enough. All right. Well, I believe now we are going to take another break, and then when we come back, our final round of Swiss. I can't believe we're here already. The day is flying by. And then don't forget, we are going to take a little bit of break. Oh, it sounds like we are going to take that little bit of a longer break right now. The players are hungry. We might be a little bit hungry, too. We're going to get everybody fed, get ready for the rest of the tournament here. So slightly longer break here, and when we come back, we are going to see the conclusion of the Red Bull Double Dawn event rounds. That's going to be a ton of fun. So we'll see you in just a bit. We are back at Red Bull Double Dawn here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Doa here along with True Champ Steven. We're going into our final round of Swiss, and then we're going to jump right into the top cut, the top 8, to determine who is going to go home with the trophy. It's been a great tournament so far. We've seen a lot of interesting stuff, and by a lot of interesting stuff, I mean we've seen a red-green Luffy just come out of nowhere and just start wrecking. It's great.
Yeah. I believe we have at least 2 to 3 undefeateds, and he is one of them, which is quite the sight to see, especially with how much Blue Nami and Purple Enel there was in this tournament. I'm sure we were not expecting one to do this well, but we're really happy to see it.
Yeah, I mean, going into this round, we had the 10 undefeateds, which were 8 Enel, 1 Nami, 1 green-red Luffy. We'll see where things stand after this. We know the Luffy made it through. That's the match we saw on stream here, but as far as the Nami goes, I'm curious about that. Obviously, some of the Enels, were knocked down to X and 1.
Yeah.
You can still make it into the top 8 at X and 1, but it is a little bit tricky, I suppose.
Yeah, but everyone right now is full on Red Bull and sliders from lunch, so they are ready to go to decide what that top 8 is going to be.
We went and ate some of the fastest food we've ever eaten in our life, but we didn't want to miss any of the action. We're sure that you don't as well. Just to review what we're doing here today, this is the Red Bull Double Dawn tournament. Now, there have been matches, there have been tournaments all over the nation. The winners of those tournaments are here, 150 of them at the beginning of the day to play in this special format. One of your Dawn is worth 2,000 power. That's your Red Bull Double Dawn. You can't, it doesn't have twice the spending power, but it does have twice the attack power when you attach it to a character. And, so that gives us kind of a lot of interesting ways to look at the game, ways to look at sequencing attacks and things. Obviously, leaders like Enel can really excel with that. Other leaders that we've seen really make good use of it are the blue-yellow Nami as well, just being able to present a 7K attack minimum each turn and then be that 7K defender as well, just by the natural leader ability. And then, I got to go back to the red-green Luffy, really doing a good job of utilizing it by just putting that pressure on, right?
Yes. And when you're such a naturally defensive deck like the red-green Luffy, every extra card you're eating from your opponent's hand or their life cards every turn is just that much better for you because the game does just go on that long to where it really adds up in your favor.
Well, it's impactful against things like the blue-yellow Nami as well because normally Namis can get away with, being that 7K and being able to say hey, you have to attach Dawn to, do something to me, right? Whereas now you're able to go in and swing for the 8 a little bit easier. You're able to present just 1 Dawn attached to your leader to present that 7K swing that gets them to have to react or take a life. So it does really change the game a lot.
And then the format itself lines up really well, like James was saying earlier, for Red Green Luffy to kind of shine in this format with not just the Red Bull Double Dawn rules, but also the banner restriction in this announcement, the rotation, as well as the release of OP15. Yeah,
that's right. And with OP15, we saw a whole bunch of new interesting stuff come in. Obviously, the Enel is a big story there, but I'm sure we had some of the mono yellow Sky Luffys out there. And hey, we're just going to stick with James Cruz, I guess, as we're going into our final round of Swiss. This time taking on Jeffrey Sock on his purple Enel. Now, we've seen James win 2 in a row, on stream at least, with this Monkey D. Luffy in the red and green colors. But the pressure's on. Back on stage one more time. We had an interview with James after the last one. Had a lot of friends back home to shout out. That helped him polish the deck, helped him practice and get ready for this one. And the practice has certainly paid off.
There's something so poetic about, one of the first covered events of OP15 here in the English version of the game being the story of Enel versus Luffy for the past couple of rounds here. Nice little Sky Island reboot for a lot of people watching at home. It's going to be really exciting to see how we end off here. Both of these players are in really good contention if they do happen to both be undefeated. I'm not sure what James's opponent is. He could have been a down pair, depending on if there's an odd number of people, of course. But if they're both undefeated, they both have a really good shot of getting in the top 8, even if one of them loses this game.
Could be, yeah. Looks like from Jeffrey's body language there, I think we definitely lost that dice roll. That was the biggest response to a dice roll I've seen yet, I think.
I wonder how important the dice roll is in this matchup in particular, because I'm pretty sure Luffy wants to go second and Enel wants to go first, so it kind of adds up no matter what happens, really.
Yeah, I mean, sure there is that. I think there was a little bit of a playing for the camera there, maybe too, but
or maybe he had so many bad dice rolls that he's like, another one, really?
I just expect to lose every dice roll. I don't know. I'm just the type of gamer that I just go into it expecting to play from whatever my opponent wants me to play.
Yeah, I always undersell myself and over-deliver. That's always my goal. I'm like, I'll lose every dice roll, but hopefully I'll win the game. That's the way I think about it.
Sage business advice. Thank you. All right. Players are shuffling. We're getting ready here. Now, you know, we know Enel has the strength, right? Like, we know Enel has the ability to put the pressure on, the ability to deliver those finishing blows, but I just got to say that red-green Luffy, just the ability to, you know, set up the kill move, right, with the Brook is so strong because it doesn't come out of nowhere. You know it's a possibility, right? But you can do all the planning in the world. And then even if your opponent has less characters on the board than you would associate with a turn that you can end the game on, that Brook changes things completely.
And I can't stress, like, he's winning these games with these setups despite his opponents trying to control his board at every single point in the game, you know?
Right,
like, the player last round tried everything in their power to get rid of their board and stymie their aggression, but he's like, I've got a Usopp and I've got a Brook in hand. That's enough.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing, is you have to completely clear the board if you want to mitigate the power that this Brook brings.
One card we haven't seen – oh, sorry, go for it.
Of restanding characters.
One card we haven't seen James utilize in any of the matches he's been featured in today is that 7-cost Zoro that was introduced in OP15. That's just a super amazing inclusion for Red-Green Luffy on top of everything else. I would really love to see that utilized here in this game, I think, if I had one wish for James.
Yeah, I mean, it just stretches your Dawn even farther, right? It gives you, you know, potentially a 9K swing if you've got the double Dawn attached to Luffy on your turn. So it does get scary. Jewelry Bonnie in for a little bit of searching for James to start off with. Again, you know, he said in the interview he really wants to find those Namis, you know, for obvious reason.
And you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I do think James wants the odd curve here. And so being able to take away from the odd curve from Enel on top of having such a solid one yourself is really valuable, I think, as James. Because almost all your impactful cards happen on that 5 or 4 Dawn turn. And being able to have extra Dawn when you play either of those by like turn 2 or 3 is going to be really important for your defense.
I think that's a fair point. Yeah, we did see the strength of something like the Usopp come in as well last game. Just presenting that base 5K swing.
Sure.
As well as the restanding Dawn at the end of the turn.
Yeah, just one of those powerful snowball characters that Green is known for playing. Once something comes in play, it gets value, and then over time it gets even more value.
Yeah.
Harkening back all the way to OP01 8-drop Eustace Captain Kid.
That's a blast from the past.
No longer legal.
I miss my Newgate leader.
Also no longer legal.
I know. That's why I said I miss him. Yeah. That was the first deck I ever played in this game.
Talk about drawing cards.
Yeah, right? There's a Holly early on.
You know, for all the Enels we featured today, we haven't seen that many Hollies come down and like actually stick and be threatening.
Yeah, I mean it's such a like a, you know, priority kill target, right?
Yeah.
When the Enel plays it, just because of the strength it offers to the home when it comes in. That you don't see them lasting often. But it is nice to have cards in the deck like that, too, that are just like resource drains for your opponent, where it's like a must-remove type thing.
James is debating how important this 7K attack is to stop. He's like, nah, I like free cards. It goes in my hand.
Yeah, and even though you are a 4-health leader, you know, you do start off a health behind compared to the solo purple Enel. A lot of times it is nice to just get that slightly larger hand size just to find the core component cards, right? The Sanji, definitely a nice play here.
Speaking of core component cards, the cards that will, by the end of the turn, give you a second active Dawn and be a 7,000 body that attacks every single turn.
Yeah. You end up with a total of 3 Dawn active the turn you play it. But theoretically, if you don't spend the 2 you got right away, I suppose.
100%.
Yeah.
And you know, normally the Holly coming in for like sometimes 9, even 10 double attack into your opponent's leader is really scary, but not when you get 2 extra 2Ks just by playing the game.
Yeah.
As Red-Green Luffy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so funny.
Like, it's I was going to say, this Holly is so annoying to remove because of the way it jumps up to a 6K on your opponent's turn.
Sure.
Yep.
But Green probably won't remove it. Like, James probably won't hard remove it if he doesn't have to. He'll just freeze it with, like, Luna, like we saw him been doing. Or he'll just, like, rest it or block it or just stop it from attacking because we have so much defense anyway. Yeah.
Well, that's something you'd like to see if you are the Enel player, is that Searcher Secret Rare Enel on curve.
Yeah, definitely want to try to set up the best board you can in hand so you can plan out the next few turns with the tech cards you're going to need, because as we saw, you kind of have to take a control route when it comes to fighting against this red-green Luffy deck, because if you don't, these characters that are in play are just going to get so much value as the game goes on. And you know, Jeffrey, all of his friends who probably that are here that have been losing to James all day, keep probably telling him, guys, red-green Luffy is real. You got to respect it. You got to get rid of those characters. And he's like, okay, I guess I'm operating from like a scared point of view here, when normally Enel's the main aggressor, the main person that everyone's trying to answer. In this case, in this matchup, he's not.
Yeah, I absolutely believe it now, but All right. And putting in the trash.
I mean, Jeff might not even be incentivized to attack besides forcing out the Dawn cards.
Yeah, I mean, I think you might as well swing, even though all they have to do is just spend a Dawn.
It's like one less for them to spend with Holy, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
James taking that debate here. Is it worth the card in hand or worth the Dawn card? I'm not sure. Both are very valuable here.
Right, because you're looking at, that's the thing with these 5K swings is, it always feels bad to use a 2K counter on a 5K swing, right? And that's kind of what you're doing if you're resting one of your Dawn with this Luffy leader. So that same kind of feeling hits you when you're making this decision,
It hurts even worse when one of those 2Ks you're using is now one less 2K you have to stop the potential. I think the highest we can get here is 9K swing with the Holly thanks to the double Dawn.
Yeah.
Sorry, no. 11. Forgive me. It's going to be base 6K.
That is scary. Yeah, because if you take the life now and you go down to 2, yeah, I was going to say, I think you have to. I do think you have to defend that one.
But now do you take the Holly swing? That's the interesting question.
Oh, I mean, he must be confident that either he can crack back with enough power or, maybe he just doesn't have it too. But that is that massive double attack swing coming in. It's going to be the
12.
4 + 5, yeah. Wow. Oh, just takes it.
I mean, if the choice is losing 3 cards from hand or getting +2, I'm going to say take +2 every time because we know this deck can defend itself even from 1 life for a very long time.
Yeah, for sure.
I know I said Jeffrey was probably going to go for a more controlling game plan, but because he got the Stick the Holy and he got the damage in, he's a bit more incentivized now to kind of push the pressure down.
Yeah, I don't see why not,
I think what James needs to do here is super punish that aggression with something like a 4-drop Nami into Electric Luna play, but that could be a lot to ask for, especially for non-searchable cards like Electric Luna. That's the one unfortunate thing about a lot of these green decks that are playing it is there's no really competent way for you to actually get it into your hand like you can your other cards.
Yeah, and you don't have a ton of time to get established in a way that we've seen him have in the other game. He's had a little bit more leeway in the last games we've seen on stream to establish a board, to kind of play around with his opponent's board in terms of resting things, locking them down, just buying himself another turn here and there. You don't have that kind of time when you just have 1 life at this point in the game.
Now, I can't stress, if James can, have that Nami play, he'll have access to the 5 active Dawn he needs. He clearly has a lot of cards in his hand from taking all of these swings, so he can totally stabilize, but it's going to require some specific answers from him to what Jeffrey is doing.
Yeah, very true. He's going to go ahead and go for the 7K swing, attaching the Red Bull Double Dawn to Luffy. And what's the plan going to be for Jeffrey here?
It's really coming down to one as well. Both players saying you got to go for it, I guess.
Living on the edge, man. I think, I wonder if he's like, okay, does he have a plan to get rid of the Holly? If so, I need all the defense I can handle to, or all the defense I can muster to, make sure that the Holly stays safe. There's the secret rare Luffy, and so that will give him a lot more Dawn to work with as well.
Mm-hmm. But it's not. But it kind of denies him the ability to stop the aggression here.
There's the Nami.
Yeah, but there's no Luna to back it up. The best we can do is now start attacking into these 2Ks while holding up the blocker Nami. But as we saw in some of the matchups, that Nami is really easy to answer for Jeffrey, whether it's Mamaragon or it's El Thor.
Yeah.
So while this
is... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so while this is what James wants to do, wants to try his best to mount a big enough offense, it might not be enough still.
That might not. The Holly does live, of course. And now we'll see if Jeffrey has it. Yeah, you do get to ready. In the Enel, it's not quite stunned.
I'm sure James is totally fine with you not doing it, but you do get to.
Board state, yep. All right, well.
I mean,
1 life remaining for James.
Do you think it's like a giant bait? Because I've done this before in One Piece games where I'm like, okay, go for game. I dare you. I have 10 plus counter ready to go, plus a 8-card hand is James. If Jeffrey overcommits and doesn't try to control the board at all, James will definitely be able to win the game on the crackback.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And, I mean, even though he only has 1 life, you've got the blocker. Like you said, you've got a ton of Dawn stood up. He's got a big hand. I think he should still be in a position to survive this turn. That said, what if, I don't think Ashura would really make a big difference.
It could be like an extra attack, but it wouldn't demand any resources out of James to stop it at this point in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Especially as your first play, because you basically don't get to play a 6-drop anymore.
Right.
Realistically.
The Red Bull Double Dawn will be attached to Enel for a 7K swing.
Do you think you block? Do you think you block here just because?
Doesn't look like it. Going to use one card from hand and then tip one of his Dawn sideways for another 2K. And, okay. There's our Reiju.
This doesn't strike me as not going for game, because we know that thanks to our Dawn, we basically get 4 free cards to attach anyway, so we could still represent a lot of damage here. But
yeah. Mamaragan. Oh, okay. And, yeah, now that Nami not able to provide the blocking.
I mean, this could be... I mean, no matter what, we're going to force resources out of James, because James is definitely not going to go to 0 life. There's just no way he's going to allow that to happen. It's just not a safe number to be at when you can consistently get hit so much from the Enel deck. And Jeffrey might be smelling some weakness from James's defenses. I'm not sure if I could have made that call.
I mean, it's tough because, like you said, it almost does feel like a bait where you're like, okay, you know, I can get in, but they've got so many resources. You really feel compelled to sort of like handle the board, but look at that, even more power now on the Enel.
So, unfortunately, I think the Viry is adding 2K costs. It's having
the two costs, right?
Again.
Yeah, you're right.
Which is still good.
The second dice. The second dice.
Yeah. Of course. It's still really good here because basically, if Jeffrey does go for like a more middle of the ground play, he's shrinking the amount of punishes James has. If James is not choosing just to go for game, of course, which is the ultimate punish.
Sure, yeah. Well, the ultimate CC is death, as they say. So, all right, Althor. It's going to be used. It's going to be another one that gives a little bit more power.
Adding the power to the Holly.
I like characters. That. Yeah.
It does kind of make the Mamaragon we played earlier a bit of a waste, but if I had to guess, we probably drew into the Althor off of one of our other event cards, and so we just didn't realize, we could have sequenced the draws first and maybe
that's possible. Yeah. Oh.
So there we see Titan.
Yep.
Reducing the power of the Sanji there. Oh, you know what? We need to probably put the events in the trash anyway with the Vince Milk Reiju. So we probably didn't waste one. We should probably just use one more than we needed to so that we can get the Reiju online. So now we have 2 cards that cannot be Electric Luna, 2 cards that are very hard to interact with on James's side of the board. And they're both very pressuring attackers. So being at 1 life is going to be a real situation for James to deal with here. I kind of like the way Jeffrey's approaching this turn here.
Yeah, I like it.
It's kind of the best of both worlds, really. He gets to put so much pressure on James while also minimizing the chance that James can sort of punish him for doing so.
And that is potentially a very large attack coming in from the Enel.
Gigantic.
Yeah.
I really don't want to see James take it, but I think he might. Something tells me he might want to take it.
Well, you swing with the Holly first. 5K swing.
7.
7.
It increases itself to 6, and then it gets one more off of the... I think it was Althor earlier.
Oh, the 6 is only on your opponent's turn, though.
Oh, thank you. Forgive me.
So I think it's a little 5K poke here. And the Althor, you're right, giving that 1K power to the Holly.
Not 1K, not 1 cost like the other dice are.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. We're trying to stick with it. And this it's such an interesting attack, too, because it's really a test for James. What are you going to decide to do about this? It seems small, but it's really not, in terms of its relevance.
It basically eats a card out of hand, right? Because you can't afford to not save all your 2K leader effects to stop this Enel attack, so you have to use a card from hand. And now if Jeffrey just goes, okay, cool, swing at Sanji, I mean, it just makes it so much harder for you to, justifiably use all those cards to just stop this damage.
We'll see. James taking a long time to decide this one. And goes ahead and uses 2 Dawn, for the plus 4K power, and then... Oh, wow, okay. So really we're still using 1 card because the card we're getting rid of has no counter, but we're essentially giving ourselves 1 more 2K to use on the follow-up swing with this Enel if they decide to go for it. Sure, yeah. So I like that. All right. Big attack from Enel, counting it all up. What do we got? Got the double Dawn. Is it 19? It's 5 more, so it's 7 in Dawn.
Yeah, so we went up all the way to 15, 16, 17, 18. So I guess it was 17.
17, yeah. Because
yeah,
remember,
17.
Yeah.
That two is not 2K. I did
Exactly,
it. I did it again.
Yep. I know. Me too. Me doing it. Lightning Dragon. Ooh. All right.
That's a pretty good punish here. That Sanji not being able to attack, and that Luffy essentially just being a 7K, because being at 1 life is the same when you have dual attack.
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly. Can't win the game off a dual attack.
But we've seen this board state for James before. 1 blocker, 1 life. There's some answers to this by the Brook variety.
Yeah, I believe that was another dragon used on Garp there.
Probably just wants a better cycle.
Exactly, yeah.
Because like using the events on defense is not something you want to be doing.
Mm-hmm. And now that Holly goes up to 6K, and now James has a full or 9 Dawn, I believe it is, to use.
He's not even at 10 yet.
Yeah, I was going to say.
This game is going
feels like it should
quickly.
Be, right? Yep.
But I think Jeffrey's recognizing that if this game goes on longer than just the normal 10 Dawn cycle, it just favors James way more than it favors him. And so he's trying to put the pressure on, which I do respect. But it's harder. It's easier said than done to put this much pressure on the red-green Luffy deck. I cannot express how defensive this deck normally is.
I'm trying to see how many cards is in Jeffrey's hand right now.
I think it's 8.
It's a lot. He's got a big hand. Checking out the trash of James Cruz here. I believe it's 8 or 9 cards.
And y'all, this is what it takes to be undefeated at the Red Bull Double Dawn Finals. These players not only had to be undefeated today, they probably had to pretty much go undefeated at their local game store to qualify for this event too. So both these players, in theory, could be 13-0 essentially in this format if you think about it like that.
Right. Across multiple rotations too. So.
Literally different card pools, different
Single
rule
rotation,
sets.
multiple formats. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So very exciting to see the level of play and the level of meticulous awesomeness these players are showcasing here in this round 8. It's not even a top cut match, but it sure does feel like it. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Nobody wants to be X and 1.
No. Being Swiss champ and being the victor of a tournament, that much sweeter.
Oh, there's the Brook. He finds it.
That could be huge. That blanks the Reiju.
Yeah.
Gives you 2 attacks, but is it enough pressure? Because I don't even know if it's enough to threaten that hand size.
Well, knowing that it's in the hand too, I don't know. With even with 8 or 9 cards, James might be compelled to just try to go for it because again, he's in danger himself as well.
Yeah,
he
because
could just send it into the board too, but
because he has no way to like blank these attacks. Like all the cards that he normally uses to like sort of get free turns out of the Enel decks don't work right now because Electric Luna doesn't affect Reiju. Reiju can't even be rested by Nami, and then the Enel's currently 8 cost, so it's hard to interact with. And it's 12K power. Sorry, 10K, forgive me.
I mean, if Jeffrey has a bricky hand, it could be scary. This is where you really try to read your opponent's expression when you show them things like that, you know?
Ooh, but there we see the Dawn going on the leader, the double Dawn included. So that kind of tells me we're not going to go for Brook and we're attacking the Holly instead.
We'll see. 8K swing.
And now it's 6K.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So going to demand at least 2 cards from Jeffrey here.
And that's if he wants to use any of his events. If he doesn't, it might demand 3.
Yeah.
Because those events are really important on your turn, not so much on your opponent's turn.
Mm-hmm.
That could be like the funny thing about pressuring Enel this much.
Yeah. And Jeffrey had to take a second to read the Brook, too. And, I mean, we've all been there where it's like, okay, I know what this card does, but let me read the specifics on what this card does again.
Oh, yeah. There's only one person happy about that, and that's James. I love it when you read my cards.
I know. I was going to say, whenever my opponent reads one of my cards, I'm like, got him. But a lot of times at this level, it's not that they don't know what the card does. It's just that they know what it does, but they want to review the specifics of how the card does it. So, yeah.
Yep, confirmation. Not only did Jeffrey not begin this turn with 9 cards in hand, he used 3 of them to protect this Holly. Because like I said, I think he's going to favor keeping events in hand as much as possible.
Yep.
If he can.
6 cards now as we see a big 9K swing come through.
This could just be a 4-drop Nami and pass here from James, which does represent the 5 Dawn you need to get the full value out of your leader ability every single turn. But as we saw last time, Jeffrey has no problem playing around that Nami and still pressuring you.
Mm-hmm. Block.
For the 7.
Yep.
And then we need 2K here. It's going to be the Mamaragan to go to 8 and draw, and we just need another 2K here.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be the Reiju and another Reiju. That'll go up. That's, again, 3 cards out of hand. Only 5 left now. Sorry, 4? 4 now. Because we drew 1 more, yeah.
Yeah, that was a big turn for James, being able to drain so many cards out of the hand. He's going to play the Nami, like kind of expected here, establishing another blocker. Everything's rested already, but just nice to have that blocker out there.
And look at this beautiful use of his Dawn. He was able to attach the full amount of Dawn possible while having the full amount possible to restand at the end of the turn. You love to see it.
Yep. Having all 5 Dawn available to turn into 2K power on defense. 3 cards in hand for James. Not too many more for Jeffrey right now.
I mean, James doesn't have that many cards either, only 3. So, like, any attacks that do make it their way to the leader, it won't be easy to stop.
Yeah. First, we're going to swing with Holly. 5K swing again, but, you know, it is, again, a test. Gonna block that. Only needs a 1K from the Degarp.
It is worth noting now that this gigantic Enel that we have is not really going to be the biggest deal in the world because we have that 1 life card. So Jeffrey needs to mount an attack that is at least 15, if you think about it, once James goes to 0 life here. And it's easier said than done to do that. And so if you're Jeffrey, what's the proper order of attacks here? You probably want to save the Enel for the last swing now that you've gotten rid of the blocker, which, again, James is a little bit punished for not using that blocker early.
Could be.
It's always important to force your opponent to have the answers, right? 2-card hand. If even we know one of them's a counter thanks to the Brook, so Jeffrey could just be like, hey, if I swing here, you're forced to counter with that Brook probably, and then you don't have it to hit me on the next turn, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And this is the balance players need to kind of balance when you're countering with cards that you're in your hand. You need them to protect yourself, but you also need cards to win the game.
Oh, and he does have to end up countering with the Brook.
That's not what you want to see.
That is a big, big tool out of the hand of James Cruz.
Like in my mind, there's 2 things now. He either has another one, or that card has no counter. as far as I'm concerned.
If he has a second Brook, that would blow
awesome.
my mind.
That'd be radical.
I would love it.
Or gets one off the life.
Ooh. Yeah, you never know. But it's going to be another attack coming
with the
in.
Shura.
The Shura, he has the rush. Yeah.
This is actually so huge.
Right. Because no blockers. He already used a lot. Has to use some of the Dawn.
For just a 5K swing.
Yeah. And I feel like that's something that is totally enabled by the Red Bull Double Dawn, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Where you would not have been able to put together a turn where you have the 2 Dawn up and present the 5K swing with the Shura as well.
Like, if you think about it, it represents, like, 6K more power that you get to utilize because you get to reuse that Double Dawn, put it on the Reiju, and make it, like, an even more threatening attack.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But I cannot stress, both of these swings have to hit as Jeffrey. They have to hit. Are you a big proponent of, like, always assuming your opponent's cards are at least 1K counter, or do you go, it can't have counter based on how you're playing?
I always assume they're all 2Ks.
The ultimate safe play. I love it. I love it.
It's not healthy.
Well,
my paranoia is intense.
Like, I will say, if you can set up a win where even if all your opponent's hand is 2Ks, usually a good idea.
Oh, for sure. No, I usually don't even count it. Just like keep attacking with Ichiji because I'm playing Reiju. Just keep playing Ichiji until the dead.
Turning sideways usually helps.
Yeah. We don't need math for that. 7K.
All right, so this is going to be 12, I believe. It will require... Electric Luna's a trigger.
Wow.
Which, by the way, in case you guys don't know, says rest one of your opponent's characters. Doesn't matter what their play cost is, and that means his Reiju cannot attack.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. If that last card in hand is a Brook, I might throw up. I'm just gonna say that right now. If that last card in hand is a Brook, I might throw up.
Not since I forget what tournament it was. It was a huge like national something where there was a Capone Beige out of trigger for the last life. Have I seen such a intense last life trigger in a big game like this?
It's not just yellow decks that have those cards, folks. Remember, life has always been an important factor in this game, no matter what deck you're playing against. Let's remember this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And we have to Kaiten reduce the power of the Sanji again, bring it down to 5. Get the cycle. But what do? We can't attack. Nothing. Like, even if we have another Shura, we just scoop it up. Wow. Jeffrey goes, that'll do it. He knows he can't survive.
No kidding. Yeah, and James takes another one.
Yes.
3 games on stream, 3 wins for him here in Swiss, and I believe that means he does go 8-0 undefeated through our Swiss rounds into the top cut. Wow. Wow.
What
a performance again. Having to toss the Brook in the trash there at the end just to kind of Stay alive, but that electrical Luna out of life. You know, it's you can call it lucky, but what luck is really is the combination of opportunity and preparation, right?
That's
and
correct.
so sure, you can't prepare what's in your life, at least not with green. But, you know, you can shape the game in a way that your opponent's board is in a state that if you do get that trigger, it has maximum value. And so
like something so funny about that is I said literally on James's turn, you know what would be really nice right now? Like a combination of Nami and Electric Luna. I meant from your hand.
Sure.
James, not from your life. But he did make that combination happen, and it did win him the game.
We'll take it, too. And I mean, Jeffrey put on a ton of pressure, though, with the Enel, getting James very, very low, down to 0 health, essentially, but just not quite able to get it over the finish line because of that last trigger from life. But it was about as close as you could possibly get.
Yep, and like I said, if both of these players did in fact start this round undefeated, they obviously James is guaranteed for top 8 now, but I'm pretty sure so is Jeffrey. And as we saw from his level of play, he more than deserves it. And I would love to see him play some more, maybe even get this rematch and get that comeback, because clearly he had a game plan and clearly it was working.
Yeah, when I got in last night to the hotel, Jeffrey was practicing. I talked to him a little bit, and he was like, "Yeah, Enel easy. That's the choice." He's a big believer in the deck, and it got him this far. So we'll see if it gets him into the top 8.
Yeah, 100%. Congratulations again to James for being that undefeated player. I'm not sure if we're going to have him on for an interview. Looks like we are.
Are we going to have James back again? Okay, all right.
I mean, that was a dramatic game. I would talk to him for like 10 minutes about it, so yeah.
Yep, all right. So, well, I mean, we can just bring him in right now. Might as well, yeah.
I say go for it.
You ready? Oh, he's going to take a drink. Got to stay hydrated. Yep.
That was definitely a parch-filled game, I'm sure.
That's
the dramatic edge to edge down to the last life card to win.
Stay hydrated and energized here today.
Yes.
Yep, and then we'll have a chat with him. And, I think if he's ready, all right, cool. We'll bring him in. We'll kick you out again, Steven. I'm sorry. No worries. Actually, a lovely one shot on me as I hold the headset. Hello, everyone. Come on in. Come on in again, James. Here you go. Welcome. Welcome back. Yeah. So, well, congrats on the win.
Thank you.
That was a heck of a last trigger out of life there, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's actually the first one I've seen today. It couldn't come at a better time.
No kidding. Yeah, I had like visions back to, I can't remember what tournament. It was like a Nationals or a Worlds or something like that, where it was a Capone Beige last life trigger that had a similar impact on the game. But you always love to see it. You're back again. So if there's anyone you forgot to thank last time, you've got a chance here. But
I haven't forgotten to thank him. Legitimately, there's way too many people. My locals is pretty big.
Oh, cool.
There's a ton of people. I would like to thank the locals itself. I don't know. Can I mention them by name? Or?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I would like to thank Amazing Games TCG. It's on Staten Island. The people there are phenomenal. They really, the amount of testing that I was able to get that benefited just me because they wanted me to do well is just... it really is great.
That's awesome. And now you're 8-0 in Swiss, right? I've got that
yes.
right? Yeah,
yes.
Exactly. So 8-0 in Swiss with a deck that some people said was strong, but not many people thought were strong enough to truly believe in. You've mastered it. You've gone 8-0 in Swiss. You're going to the top 8. What are your thoughts coming into this one? Coming into the top 8 soon.
I would like to see variety, but I have a good feeling that I won't.
You are the variety.
Yeah, I am the variety at this point. Outside of that, I really don't know what to say. I came here hoping to top 32 so I could get the Red Bull Luffy, the textured Red Bull Luffy.
Yeah.
Every step of the way after that has been phenomenal. I'm really just happy to be here.
Awesome.
I really don't know what else to say.
That's great to see. Well, we're going to give you a little bit extra time then to go back and get ready for that top 8. Thanks for stopping by again and chatting with us.
Thanks
Congrats
for having me
again on going undefeated in Swiss. Best of luck in the top cut. Maybe we'll see you back here again.
Hopefully.
All right. Thank you very much, James. We'll maybe see him later. I'm sure we're going to see him on stream in the near future, I would imagine. Welcome back, true champion Steven. And yeah, I mean, we had a pretty good interview with him earlier, so there wasn't really a ton to add to that. But again, just the feels of getting 8-0 in Swiss, getting to that top 8. Just happy to be here. Really fun to see.
Yeah, being Swiss champ is not an easy feat, and hopefully he can ride that momentum to maybe be our champ of the entire day.
That's right. So I believe it is time to take a look at our pricing again, just for showing up, just for making it this far. Because remember, you did need to win a local Red Bull Double Dawn tournament to get here. You get that playmat, which looks awesome. And then you also get the sleeve set, which also looks awesome. But let's dive in a little bit farther than that. All the way to 128, you get something. You get the special foil Garp. 128, top 64, you get that awesome foiled out Portgas D Ace. Top 32, you get the awesome full art Luffy with the Red Bull Double Dawn branding. That is a beautiful card as well. Again, I just love this piece of key art.
Oh, yeah, it's
the
so
hockey
beautiful.
Going wild now. Yeah.
And it is surrounding us today.
Exactly. I can feel it in the air, yeah. And then top 8 gets the serialized Zoro leader, which is pretty awesome to have a serialized leader card, you know?
James just locked one of those up for him to take home. No matter what happens, he's getting one of them.
Yeah, that is pretty awesome. And then going on from there, we have even more prizing. The top 2 will get some trophy. Well, top 3 gets trophies, but the top 2 as well get this Treasure Cup March 2026 uncut sheet, which has mangas right front and center in it. That is going to look fantastic framed on anybody's wall.
So gorgeous. And as we know, that red green Luffy smiling there in the left-hand corner could be the card that gets James this to take home as well. He already has a full art one, though, too.
Be. Yeah, that's right. I mean, he's got one, but it's fun to have one on the uncut sheet, too.
Oh,
you know?
I'm not touching that one. I put in a sleeve. It's a whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Uncut sheets are just fun to, like, just stare at, you know? Like I said, I've got some from, like, different games at home, and I just kind of, like, go through and, like, reread the cards and enjoy the art. And, like, to get one at an event like this is such an incredible memory to kind of take home with you, you know? Not to mention everything else. So
it's literally a snapshot of, like, the coolest cards from that set. It reminds you of the entire era that you're looking at, while also being dope. We love
that. And if you end up winning with one of the leaders on there, that's extra special. But sounds like it's, I believe it's about time to take a quick break. And when we come back, it will be the top 8 here at Red Bull Double Dawn in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This has been an awesome event today, but we are not done yet. The top 8 will be coming at you soon. Welcome back, one and all, to the top 8 of the Red Bull Double Dawn event here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'm Doa. With me is true champion Steven. And as I said before, it's time for the top 8. We have played through 8 rounds of Swiss. We have gotten through to find out who will be battling for that #1 spot to lift that first place trophy. And we're ready to show you, too, who our top 8 players are. And I think the leader breakdown is really cool in this. We have 4 Enels, we have 2 Namis, and we have 2 red-green Luffys. So there you go. You've got the list in front of you. Why don't you go down and tell us who the players we have are?
Doa, I've got great news. Not only do we have 2 red-green Luffys, but you see the names right there, KZ and Gel King. That is our red-green Luffy mirror match right there. KZ is going to be Kevin Zhao, and then Gel King is going to be James Cruz, our current Swiss champion. So we have a battle of the Titan versus a battle of the 8th seed, the person that barely qualified for our top 8. Next up here we have Zelcom. That's going to be, I believe their name is Cameron, playing, I believe, Nami. And then we have against Zoru, that's going to be, what I see here is, I think that's Daniel?
The joy of game IDs, right?
Oh, yes, the joy of game IDs. Then we have
Daniel is Daniel Masso.
Yes, and then we have the Loman versus him, and that's going to be Justice Taylor, who we featured earlier on stream. And then finally we have Krilly, who is Michael Krilly. And then we have, I believe their opponent is...
that's Joffrey Sock right
that's
there.
That's Joffrey Sock, which means we know that Zoru is Alexander Gomez.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, process of elimination, folks.
All right, beautiful. Nothing like some game IDs to check out that top 8. And again, the top 8, you've made it here. That means you get a serialized Roronoa Zoro leader card back from OP12. Yeah, man, talk about a leader that made some waves when it hit the scene.
Oh, so cool.
Still a strong leader out there, but not really represented today either way. I would build the deck again if I had one of these.
Yep, just by being on that bracket, like you said, you earned that Roronoa Zoro, but they are still playing it out for this top 2 potential Treasure Cup March 2026 uncut sheet featuring the OP13 special rares. We see those beautiful 3 brothers manga rares smack dab in the middle. I know one card that I'm sure Justice or that James would love to own, which is that manga Luffy dead in the center there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we've said a bunch of times before on the broadcast, it's just so much fun to have that kind of thing just sitting on the wall, you know. You just look over. You also got the cool alt art the 5
Elders.
My brain wanted to say emperors, and I'm like, no, there's 4 emperors, not 5. It's elders.
Yes.
It was an E name. There you go. But that was also one of the coolest things about that set too, because they brought the artist in over from Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah, Geki Akutami did an amazing job. Yeah, and those artworks showcasing the sort of monstrous forms of those 5 elders as they transform and dominate the other beings of One Piece. It's just so beautiful to see.
Yeah, love it. Yep. So our top 8 breakdown, as we've been talking about, has led to some interesting mirrors. There's a Nami mirror out there. There's the red-green Luffy mirror out there. There's the there's a Enel Nami. Then we've got an Enel mirror.
We have 2 Nami matchups, but they're not facing each other potentially
Correct.
yet. They could if they win face each other. We don't know exactly what the breakdown is.
Depending on what side of the bracket they are in.
That's
wow,
correct.
It's been a long day. All right. Yes. We're going to the top 8. And we are into best of 3 territory as well.
Yes.
So, yeah, losing one game doesn't necessarily mean that you are out of it. It just means that you're going to be a game down coming into it. You still have a chance to make it through to that next round.
Yep, even though we've been live for about 6 hours now, you've already seen 8 games. For the next 3, you're going to see 6. So it adds up pretty well. Minimum, I should say 6. You might see 9, and that'd be very exciting for us to see.
Might be even more games than we saw in the entire Swiss stage.
That's true. In just one section of the tournament. Yeah.
Wow, exciting. All right, well, as soon as the players sit down and get ready, which it looks like we are almost ready to jump into our next match, and I think we're getting the red-green Luffy mirror.
Yes, between Kevin and James.
I'm not 100%, but I'm 99% sure that's the one we're getting.
I'm 99.9% sure. So there we go. It's going to be even more fun for us. I'm going to be, and we've seen kind of for the past few rounds now why James has been sort of well placed in this format. I want to point out here that this top 8 is open decklist, so both people get to know all the tricks that are going on. There's going to be no surprises here. We see them reviewing that right now before they actually begin the game. Getting confirmation as to what the leader is. I believe, yes, that is the normal artwork version of the red-green Luffy leader. It's going to be really exciting to see here how this mirror match shapes up because they're both essentially mid-range beatdown decks, right? That both gather a lot of resources over the course of the game, but rather than drawing cards, you have Dawn cards that you can use to beat your defense, and in a pseudo way that does draw you cards because you're no longer losing cards from your hand that you normally would have. So it's going to be really interesting to see the dynamic here. This could be a really long, drawn-out match, probably the most complicated of one we've seen throughout the entire day, depending on what attacks you're quote-unquote forced to let through and what attacks you're quote-unquote not.
Yeah, I mean, I think the conversation right now is between the two players is definitely, hey, how cool are we? we didn't bring Enel or Nami. We brought the red-green Luffy, and here we are. Kind of a little bit sad. Somebody has to go, you know?
And like I mentioned, Kevin is one of our X2s. I can't stress this enough. He's an X2 player who squeaked into top 8, and now he's fighting against our Swiss champ, James, and they're both playing the same deck. They are sandwiching the Nami and purple Enel that we've seen all day long.
I really wonder what this mirror is going to be like. It is probably going to be a little bit longer, if I had to guess, because both players have the ability to play pretty defensive with the amount of extra counter power that having that Dawn ready at the end of your turn is. What do you think?
In my mind, there's two really important cards. The first one is, unfortunately, a card we have not seen from any of our red-green Luffy matches today, which is the red Roronoa Zoro from OP15, or sorry, EDO4, I should say. That's going to be a really big deal because not only can it pressure the characters, it can force our opponents to be in a situation where they can't attack back effectively, or just kind of like doubles the amount of Dawn protection you have, which can be really huge for sort of great gaining resources. And then the other important card is going to be Electric Luna, actually, because everything in the deck is 7 cost or less, so you can literally just blank on your opponent's entire turn if they don't draw any Brooks.
That's true. Or, just getting a single one even out of Electric Luna out of life can end up making the difference, like we saw a little bit earlier today. Yeah, exactly. So I agree. Electric Luna is definitely a big card to look at in the matchup. Also, the Brook, just being able to get that extra attack through to finish a game might come into play if you have got it, your opponent doesn't, and things are close. That can end up being a big difference maker. The Zoro, though, too, is the one I'm really wondering about because that is the one that just totally changes the math for your opponent on a given turn.
Yeah, there could be situations where, like, we've seen all the red-green Luffy matches we've seen where they're kind of prioritizing saving their Dawn for defense, but activating your Dawn also gives you the ability to attach more during your turn, and so we could see them actually utilizing that to get more powerful attacks out of maybe their 1 or 2 drop cards that normally don't get to hit, because we saw how effective just going for a lot of 5k swings was into that matchup, basically making those Dawn cards less valuable to actually rest and use.
Yep, that's right. And it sounds like our players are getting ready on stage. The decks are being shuffled. The judges are getting into position. And we want to make sure everything is perfectly perfect for the top 8 because, again, the stakes are so high. The pricing is so great for this event. And, these players have worked so hard to get here, right? Having to win an event back home or, whatever event they ended up traveling to try to play in their own local Red Bull Double Dawn event. Winning that one, getting all the way here, flying from wherever they came from to make it, then battling through that Swiss stage, now to get into the top 8. It has been a long journey for all of our top 8 players to get here. So as we get things started, I want to jump right into the action, but I understand the need for making sure things are set as well as they can be.
But it's like you said, everyone that came here for this event today is already a champion, and they were fighting to become the champion of this event, and we have the top 8. They're going to figure it out amongst themselves right now, and we have the pleasure of watching. I, too, would be a little antsy.
It is a tournament of champions, and everyone, I won't say everyone, but the majority probably of players came into this one saying this is Enel's tournament, and Enel does have the biggest representation in the top 8, biggest representation in the tournament as well, at a 50% of the top 8. I think it was a little bit over that maybe for the tournament at large. I didn't see the exact numbers, but that's the vibe I get. But we do have 2 Namis coming through, and we do have these 2 red-green Luffys out of OP13. James Cruz, the streams champion, because he's been on here so much, versus Kevin Zhao, one of our X&2 players that made it all the way to the top 8 anyway, and a chance to see who the best red-green Luffy is in a best of 3 even.
There is something to be said, too, about, like, the 2 decks that aren't Enel making the top 8 are, like, 2 of the best decks versus Enel. If you ask any players here what 2 decks have the best matchup
Not too surprising,
Enel,
I suppose, in that regard. Yeah.
And so, like, what other way is there to, like, deny the quote-unquote best deck nature of Enel? It's by having the ultimate shield to the sword that is his playstyle.
That's right. Decks presented for cutting now. Big deep breath from Kevin. As we get ready to jump into the top 8, the pressure is on, and not just the top 8 pressure, the pressure of being on the main stage here at Red Bull Double Dawn adds a little bit of extra to it. There's the fist bump as we are ready to get underway here
We have James beginning the turn. We saw how powerful that odd curve is for him in the Enel matchup. Is it going to be as useful in the mirror?
I mean, it's really nice to just have that searcher right off the bat. Nothing feels worse than going first in one piece and not having one of your one-drop searchers.
Yes. We love having the selection to make sure our game plan is happening as consistent as possible. The top 8 is no different. You saw they have a whole hour of play up there on this 60-minute timer. It's going to be really exciting to see who can come out on top in this matchup. We have another alternative Nami searcher, the green one here. I believe this one can get Straw Hat or East Blue cards, if I remember correct.
I believe you're correct. It looks like that is a Sanji being pulled here, the 7K Sanji. That readies some Dawn, and there's another search with the Garp. So the ideal start for Kevin as well in terms of having a way to use both of your Dawn. And he's going to go ahead and find that Luffy.
Basically, he did the exact same thing James did in his turn, but one more. Because we have a Sanji and a Luffy, which are going to be very important cards in this matchup. Because while the Monkey D. Luffy deck is really good at playing defense, it's not that so good at controlling the board. You know, like you're not trying to get rid of threats. You're trying to make them useless for one turn so you can parlay that into a tempo advantage against your opponent in the mid to late game.
Yeah, Garp search into that 5-drop Sanji as well on the James side. He's going to go ahead and send the 7K swing through. Kevin wasting no time at all grabbing that life in the hand.
There's always such cute things about a mirror matchup. The 2 searches so far have gotten the same exact cards.
I mean, you know what you're looking for. There's the Usopp, so a little bit more Dawn going to be ready for Kevin here at the end of this turn. He has the 2 stood up. And then again, just it's nice having the 5K body. We've seen how useful just having that extra swing with the Usopp has been in some of these earlier matches that James played on stream. And there's going to be the Sanji played by James, just getting that down right away.
Yeah, but we saw no attack from Kevin because he knows it wasn't going to connect anyway, so why bother?
Yep.
Giving your opponent the option to draw a card when you don't have to.
Sure enough. So on play, you get 2 active Dawn out of the Sanji, and then at the end of your turn, you're going to get 1 more.
100%.
So you have 2 more to spend right now, but either way, it's going to be you're going to be in good shape. And there's going to be the secret rare Luffy thrown down by Kevin. Going to swing 7K at James. James does have some Dawn up to consider adding some counter to his leader's power to try to stuff that attack. Hasn't taken any damage yet.
It would eat up both of his Dawn cards here, and then this Usopp can get in there to try to pressure cards from the hand.
Yeah.
We are going to see James protect here and the Usopp go in, so Kevin's going to be threatening.
Does he have just a 1K? No, he's going to take the life. Okay.
Yeah, you want cards in this board state. You can very easily go to 2 in this matchup, I think, and be very confident. But once you're at 2, like Kevin is, you really got to protect the castle after that.
That makes sense. All right, back over to James now. As both players starting to take those early hits, starting to build that early board. Kevin's a little bit larger overall, but I think crucially having that secret where the 6-drop monkey out there, Monkey D. Luffy out there with the double attack is going to be pretty scary. Hey, but why not? Why not match that? James plays his own on the other side of the board. And we see this pretty much every turn with the red-green Luffy is the swing with the Red Bull Double Dawn, getting to swing for 7K.
I mean, we're seeing pretty much a band-for-band, bar-for-bar repeat between these 2 players on their turns, essentially achieving the same thing of advancing the board state with 6-drop Luffy, having the 5 Dawn maximum defense on the follow-up, and then saying, okay, what can you do now to pressure me? You can't? Okay, I'm just going to keep adding to this every single turn and lead to that snowball nature that this deck wants to be doing.
Right. Similar power levels, too. Having 2 7Ks on the board, one of the 7K being the double attack. I guess Usopp's not 7, Usopp's 5, but you get the idea.
Right. Usopp
similar levels of power.
Usopp activates more Dawn at the end of the turn, which makes it a little bit more valuable than Sanji for defensive purposes, but not so much for offensive purposes.
Yeah.
And right now, Kevin probably wants to pressure James to get him down to 2 life as soon as possible so we can start threatening the hand as well.
For sure, yeah. There's his own Sanji, so getting a little bit of Dawn back.
If we see James play Usopp next turn, I will laugh. I will openly laugh. I'm just saying. Because then the board will be pretty much exactly the same minus the Nami artworks.
I mean, speaking of Nami, I think this is getting to be part time in the game where you want to start to find that secret rare 4-drop Nami to start resting some things on the other side of the opponent's board, potentially to set up an Electric Luna.
Or attack into them.
Or attack into them, right. If there's a attack into them or deny a blocker, if there ends up being some blockers out there later.
And maybe not attack into them, though, because while the Luffy can defend itself pretty well as the leader, it can super defend its characters with the leader effects. Probably not worth it long term.
Well, we'll see.
Kevin's digging
here. Yeah, played the Jewelry Bonnie. Looking for Egghead or Straw Hat. And going to find, oh, wow.
It's going to be the, I know you're strong, so I'll go off at the start. That's going to be another way to kind of like stymie some of the aggression that James is representing here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, able to stun is nice. Go ahead.
Ooh, I just saw, I think, a reveal from Kevin. It's going to be super huge. Are we going to get the 7-drop Zoro? We sure are.
Oh, yeah. All right. So the first time today we're going to see that. And just, buffing your leader up to a 7K on your opponent's turn and having that Luffy ability to, convert Dawn into more 2K counters is going to be very, very strong.
If it was
once he gets that down.
If it was good in set 2 on a 9-drop, I'm sure it'll be good in set 15 on a 7-drop.
I was going to say, flashbacks of Newgate. Yep.
And once again, we get our 3-dot back active up to that full 5 while still getting that pressure, but no real damage going through on James' side because he just gets the free leader ability activation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, this big game kind of being like a setup slog where until one person kind of shows weakness, there's no real chance of moving in yet.
I think here's where things start to get very complex for both players as well. Because not only are you thinking through your turn, but you're trying to think of like what you do on your turn enables your opponent to do on their turn, especially if you're in the position of James and you're looking at a little bit larger of a board on Kevin's side. You really need to be careful to not open yourself up to more pressure than you're ready for, even with 1 extra health.
And think about this too, like you're kind of not incentivized to attack with anything besides this 6-drop Luffy every single turn. But the amount of Dawn you have to commit to this card to make that attack even remotely worth it to threaten Kevin's hand size is just not going to happen. So
right,
I could see James going a multitude of avenues right now, but I feel like he's still going for setup right now.
Yeah, I mean, because if you can't really commit a ton of Dawn onto Luffy and not have some blocking to back it up, right? Especially with the double attack Luffy on your opponent's side. At least that's what it feels like. We'll let the experts show us here, but
there's also the fear of like if I attack with any character now, I'm now being threatened by that character rush that the Zoro has.
Yeah,
which could be so crazy. Just establishing that card is going to be good enough, but also having the extra bonus of maybe eating cards out of my hand or eating my leader ability is going to be pretty huge.
Very true. James taking a long time to decide, decides to go for the 7K swing with the Red Bull Double Dawn, and I do like just putting that light amount of pressure on there. That's going to cause a couple Dawn to be rested by Kevin. And the Laboon coming through another 2K to soak up the rest of that damage.
Yeah, James has begun his pokes. He said, I don't care about your character rush. I'll defend my characters anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yep, for sure.
And Kevin losing the cards from hand does kind of open us up to commit all this Dawn to the 6-drop if we want to. And we can always play as another 6-drop first and then just attach the Dawn we activate anyway. That'd be actually pretty crazy if we did that now.
Mm-hmm. It's possible.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
The red full art version of it. That will give us the 4-dot activated again.
Yeah. Neat. Okay. And just yet another card to be concerned about on Kevin's side of things.
Ooh, is this a Nami here?
Oh, it's Usopp.
Wow.
Okay.
I said I was going to laugh if he played his own Usopp.
Yeah. Definitely not the Nami. But it does give him a little bit more Dawn back.
100%. At
the end of the turn to use. He's going to have 4, it looks like, available.
Slash if Kevin now wants to answer our 6-drops, it's going to require a lot of resources out of him, and even if he does do it, we have another one. So it makes it really difficult for Kevin to kind of stymie the potential aggression, because I think James has identified that he's the one that can put more pressure on Kevin than Kevin can put on him right now because of that life differential between the two of them. That's a pretty big deal. Like you think being the difference between 3 and 2 is not that big, but trust me, when you have double attackers, it is that big.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, double attack does change how you think about things. A little bit.
So leader building a 1K here to stop that 7K attack. Just the minimum amount of resources here being expunged by both players whenever they do defend themselves.
I think that's reasonable. Don Luffy there. That's going to be 1 life taken by James. Or taken, from James. So life even up now between our 2 players. Kevin's still with 9 Dawn to spend here.
Yeah, we're doing math as Kevin. He's like, okay, if I put this much Dawn on my 6-drop Luffy, it'll demand at least this many cards, and then I'll still have Dawn to work with at the end of the turn anyway.
Right.
And then maybe he'll even attack with one of the 1-drops actually and try to get in there for a 5. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see that, depending on how many resources he demands.
Yeah, and you know you're going to get 2 Dawn back active from Usopp at the end of the turn. There's another Luffy coming down. All right. Another one of that green Luffy.
Both these players just being like, anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, apparently. It really has been that, right? It's been a lot of mirrored cards being played.
It's the exact same board state right now. Like, literally, they have the exact same board state.
Mm-hmm.
But one's attacking and one's not.
Yeah, there's a big, 11K? 4 plus 7 right
I think it's 10. Is that a double Dawn? No, it's 4. You're right. So, yeah.
The double Dawn was on the leader, I believe. Yeah.
And the Usopp's getting in there, trying to push him to 1.
All right. He's going to try.
There is an argument for James to take this.
All Dawn sideways right now for James. So he's got to come up with an answer from hand if he wants to avoid this damage.
I think the only reason not to take it is you don't want to make Brook a much better card because instead it's forced this to restand a double attacking Luffy. But if it can restand anything, that's pretty good anyway. But it's basically the same thing. So yeah, James is going to choose to take it here because being at 1 and being at 2 is essentially the same now that there's 2 7-drop Luffys in play.
That's fair.
Because you can only really blank like 1 big attack anyway.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the full 5 available for Kevin as far as using the leader ability to soak up some incoming damage.
Wow, the way this deck manipulates Dawn is so impressive because putting on that much pressure and still having this much defense is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Strong leader for sure. Certainly strong today as well. It's kind of sad we had 2 of them meet in the first round of the round of 8.
Instead of the finals, yeah, that would have been such an exciting finals. I guarantee it. They'd be popping off.
You bring it specifically to be good in the bell. There's the Zoro. So there's going to be the extra 2K power on Luffy until the end of Kevin's turn, I believe it is.
Yeah, and this
certainly during his turn.
And this swing, if we put the double Dawn on it, would demand 3 activations of the leader ability, which is a lot right now.
Yep.
Ooh, and we're attacking into the Usopp with the Sanji. I love this because you're essentially going to waste Kevin's leader ability activations on things that don't protect his life cards, and that means we can use our double attackers to threaten the life when there are no Dawn activated and just force so many cards out of hand because Kevin must stop those attacks. They are must-stops if they hit the life.
And Luffy just being a 7K this turn is really, really strong, too, because now you've still got those other 2 7K secret rare Luffys, the double attacks, and the leader Luffy 7K is definitely nothing to ignore, too.
The Straw Hat crew is showing up and showing off in this quarterfinal match, and we love to see it.
Yeah.
This is a tough call for Kevin. Like, you almost have to use cards from your hand to stop this, but it's essentially the same thing as stopping the 7Ks with cards from hand, because I doubt James is going to overcommit his Dawn to those cards because he only has 3 restands this turn, and he's probably going to put a Dawn on his leader and attack 9 into yours. So it's going to be super awkward to deal with. But you know that if you don't counter this one, or sorry, if you unless you take it, that Zoro can just swing into it, and it's swinging for 9, not 7.
Right. Hold on, let me crack open a Red Bull. Oh,
now
wow. That came through on the mic way better than I thought it would.
Yeah, you sure did.
What a sound. I love it.
What flavor are we drinking?
Oh, it's the peach edition.
Ooh.
White peach. Very good.
Famously a good one.
Mm-hmm.
And the Usopp was KO'd and placed in the trash. I really love this here from Kevin, recognizing that if I do stop this, it's just going to be swung at again anyway, and I cannot afford to use my leader ability to protect it. So we got to let it go.
Yeah, fair enough. Decisions. And, yeah, there's going to be that 7K swing. No, 9K swing from Monkey D. Luffy with the Red Bull Double Dawn attached. The Zoro extra 2K added on there as well. That is a serious swing for Kevin to consider, especially with the other threats that are kind of on the menu for this turn.
Oh, I just realized something. The Zoro doesn't actually have Character Rush right now because currently Kevin does not possess any characters that have 8,000 power or more.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so it does not have Character Rush.
But that's fine, right? Because it's really more about the 2K and the leader right now than anything.
And like just
the Character Rush. Character Rush is just icing on the cake, man.
It is funny, though, that it will never work in this matchup unless they already control the Zoro. That's so interesting.
That's true. First double attack, Luffy swinging in. Yeah, Kevin rusts a couple Dawn.
If you're James, you're definitely priced in to attack with your other one, but you're not priced in, it looks like, to actually attach any active Dawn to it because you can only restand 3 during the end of your turn, and you're definitely going to need all of them for defense on the crackback.
Right.
And so do you even attack with it to leave it open to being swung back into / Electric Lunad?
With your opponent having 2 life, right, the chance to take away both of those, get him to 0 is nice. like you said before, essentially in this matchup with this amount of double attack Luffy's out there, 1 and 2 life is kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Forgiving the fact that one player is going to get 2 cards into his hand, right?
100%.
Or 2 chances for a trigger. So there is a difference, but in terms of what's going to get you down to 0, it's going to be about the same. But, we talked about this earlier with any mirror match. We talked about this with the Enel mirror earlier, is the first player to slightly overcommit is in big trouble, right? And
yes.
So then you have to walk this tightrope, right? Where it's like you need to put on as much pressure as you possibly can. But, again, overcommitting to any level is just so dangerous. But you don't want to run the risk of undercommitting, too. There is that to talk about, too. You don't want to miss out a chance to be aggressive. And you can see James really agonizing over this decision, and I can't blame him. I would be doing the same thing here.
The question is one card worth putting your 6-drop Luffy at risk? Is eating one more card out of your opponent's hand worth that risk? And I think he agrees that it's not.
There's that, and it looks like, he's decided that it's not. But then if the game is over and that Luffy didn't get to attack, then you're gonna feel like you wish you would have swung in anyway. But we'll see.
Because the punish to that play, the punish to not attacking is 4-drop Nami into Electric Luna. That is the only real punish that exists here for Kevin. But if you commit that many resources to doing that, then there's probably less resources for you to defend yourself anyway. And it's not like everything is rested right now.
Sure. There's also the fact that, Kevin can put these larger swings in. Now he's got his own Zoro. We saw that searched up earlier, so James had a pretty good idea that was coming at some point. But that still doesn't make it any more fun.
It's also worth noting that because we lost our Usopp, we only get 1 Dawn reactivated here at the end of the turn, so even though the Zoro does have Character Rush and the other one did not, I'm not sure if it's going to amount to anything because we have the full defense for James. Kevin not having any punishes to James's more conservative play in hand could be the difference maker. James might have made the right call in the long run.
2 Dawn used. I mean, it's a lot of 7K bodies on the board of Kevin. That 9K again from the Zoro, right? And so you can try to just get them to rest a few Dawn, use a couple cards from hand, and then maybe that's when you use that Character Rush at the end of the turn.
And the worst thing about this board state is Kevin's basically forced to attack. Because if you think about it, if you don't attack and your opponent does have the 4-drop Nami in play, it's like you attacked anyway because now all of our characters can attack all of your characters, and then all of our double attackers can attack your life. And it's going to demand so many resources to Kevin that he's like, well, I may as well get the value out of attacking anyway instead of just saying pass.
Right.
Wow, this matchup's a lot more punishing than I thought it was going to be because there's no safe plays at any point in the game.
Yeah, any mirror is going to be like that. And we mentioned it earlier, but I think it's a good time to bring it up again, is the Brook. The Brook exists out there too, So just when you've done all the math and all the calculations about what all of the attacks on the board can mean, you have this Brook giving you 1 extra attack, right? That has to be something to consider too. Now, neither player has seen the other one search it up this game, but it's out there.
But something to point in mind, too, is that because of the sequencing of this deck, it's not like you can afford to pretend you don't have it. You almost always have to commit your cards first and then get all your powerful restand effects from your Dawn. And so they'll know if you're able to play Brook during this turn or not.
Sure.
Before you start attacking.
Mm-hmm.
But now James is kind of priced into being like, I don't got to play anything from my hand. I don't got to activate any effects. I can just attach Dawn and swing and really force Kevin into an awkward situation.
You're going to swing with the Zoro first, and that's a life that Kevin can just take. Because, when the other stuff that's coming in as double attack, this is one you can afford to soak, I suppose.
Yeah,
go ahead.
And unfortunately, I don't know if this is a good Brook turn for James because I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, even though Kevin has 3 Dawn active, he also essentially has a blocker by having this 1 extra life card, and so James needs ways to pressure the life. Or the hand, I should say, enough to where going for a Brook play this turn matters, or he just fully commits to the cards that are in play to go for game. But that might be too many because a 7 base leader is hard to swing through no matter what kind of deck you're playing.
For sure, yeah. We see the 7K swing from the Sanji here, and that is the nice thing about Sanji being 7 is that you don't need to put any Dawn on it to, demand a response from your opponent.
Amazing attacker.
And is the Red Bull double Dawn there? I believe it is. So that would be 4+. That'd be a 9K swing.
Demands either 2 leader activations or 2 cards in hand, both of which James are happy to take here, especially when you have 0 and you have 3 more potential attackers, only 2 of which that are currently able to hit.
Mm-hmm.
The fun thing about a mirror match, though, is you can always think to yourself, okay, what would I, if I was him, what would I not want my opponent to do? Okay, I'm going to do that.
How many cards? Kevin has a decent amount of cards. It feels like maybe 6? Yeah, that was going to be my guess, too. And, thanks, James. Let's see. Looks like we got 6 in the hand of James as well, I believe. It's a little bit hard to count with the flat colored sleeve sometimes.
But yeah, I think it's pretty even in terms of hand size, but very much not even in terms of pressure and resources here. James has definitely turned the corner and become the true aggressor of this match.
For this turn, anyway.
Oh yeah, he's put Kevin in a very, very tough spot where basically Kevin's not allowed to attack for any attack that doesn't force James to 0 cards in life.
Right.
Okay, we use the full leader ability, and so now in theory we can easily go 9-9-7. There's no way that's going to be good enough. We can go 7-8-9, I think. No, we can go 7-9-10. We can go 7-9-10. And if we think that's enough to go for game, then James will probably go for it. If we don't, it's probably not. And here's the one bad thing, I guess. Like, the one thing I'm noticing here about the Red-Green Luffy deck in general is that you're never really allowed to attach more than 5 Dawn to your board unless you're going for game, because essentially you're turning off your leader ability by doing that. They need to be in the Dawn area.
You are leaving yourself relatively defenseless if you don't leave that Dawn up. I mean, he's going to get, 1 back, I think, from the Usopp, right? But
3 total with the Usopps and the Sanjis.
Sure.
Oh, not anymore. Oh, but now he gets 5 back. Oh,
is
this the Luna? Is this the Luna?
Might be it is.
Yes.
Believe so, yeah. All right. Big moment for James.
Wow.
Locking down Kevin's board a little bit there. And by a little bit, I mean a lot bit. That's kind of an understatement.
Yeah, honestly, if you're Kevin, that play was probably telegraphed because of how we attached our Dawn that turn. But Kevin did his best to play around it by only attacking with the Sanji. He still has minimum 2 attacks this turn, potentially 3 with a Brook. We all know this. And only 1 blocker to fight through. But if you're Kevin, it's pretty easy to fight through Brooks. Sorry, the blockers.
Finding an Usopp. Usopp just keeps that ready Dawn train rolling. Potentially.
And I know we have a lot of Dawn cards. We don't have that many cards in hand as James, so anything that does threaten our life total that we have to defend from hand is going to be a real cost that we have to pay.
It's true.
But there's no way Kevin can mount a strong enough offense to really force our hand here because of the 5 Dawn we left active. Do we have another Zoro in hand? That'd be super huge for Kevin if he did.
Doesn't seem like it.
He was probably digging for it with that Garp if I had to guess.
Yeah, I was going to say if he had it, I feel like we would have seen it played by now.
But it's not like Kevin is defenseless. He has a gigantic hand size compared to James, but the board pressure that James is representing might make that hand size irrelevant.
Sure. Both players still just sitting at 1 health.
Yeah.
And again, this is a best of 3, so.
Yeah, we're definitely in for a bit of a slog.
Yeah.
Because these decks are not, like they're good at closing out the game, but they're not good at forcing through defenses. They're good at identifying, oh, you're open, I'm gonna seal it. But you're not open, I have to jump through some hoops to figure this stuff out. And the only unfortunate thing about green is that a lot of its removal is not permanent. Electric Balloon is great and all for James, but unless he has another one or can win the game next turn, James will still be able to eventually attack with these cards. And because of his low hand size, that's not going to be fun for him. No matter what.
Kevin really thinking hard about this one.
What are we thinking about, though? What card could it be? Another Luffy, maybe? Usopp setup? It gives us plenty of Dawn, but we're not threatening anything.
Yeah, we did see him pull the Usopp off the search. And you might as well replace the Garp with something, right?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Going all out from the start.
Yep, freeze a couple characters there.
2 really good ones here.
Yep, that's right. Not able to attack next turn.
Another heads-up play from James, though. Not attacking with the 6-sharp Luffy's to probably avoid this exact scenario because we knew that Kevin had it in hand because we searched it earlier. Very, very heads-up. I didn't even think about that.
Right.
And then a pass, just straight up.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we may be in for a long one here.
I mean, yeah, now we just say the game where it's like, okay, I know you can win, so I'll stop you. Oh, I know you can win, okay, I'll stop you. And eventually, one of them's going to run out, and these boards are going to still be in play, and they're going to be swinging, and it's going to be fireworks.
Yep.
For just game 1.
In game 2, someone goes totally aggro, right? No. I think it's going to be a grindy matchup either way.
because it's so hard to close. Like for most decks, it's hard to close out this Red Green Luffy deck. So for the Red Green Luffy deck specifically, it might be even harder.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm sure all the mountains of testing these players did, the mirror was not on the forefront of their mind.
It was probably tested, but not too much. Then again, I don't know.
It's probably one of those mirrors too. It's like even if you do test it, it's like it's not that much you can do because you're already so aware of everything you have to be establishing throughout the game because you know the deck's weaknesses already.
All right, there's a 9K swing from the double attack Green Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
And Don using it's going to require some cards from hand to avoid that damage.
Yep, Don ability plus 2K, 1K, giving us the total of 10 here. There was the Sanji, the 2-drop red Sanji that gets rid of blockers being thrown away in the trash there. That's usually a super spicy one of.
Right.
And then,
okay.
Anything you can do, I can do better, James is saying. I'm going to go ahead and not allow you to refresh those 2 cards. But your Sanji gets to go ahead and stand back up.
Yeah, the Zoro and the double attack Luffy stunned for the turn. What's the draw? Okay.
Yeah, these players are both basically saying whoever can draw more of these stun cards is probably going to be the one that wins the game because the first person that gets to fully swing out with their board is going to be probably the person that wins. But this kind of mentality, though, favors Kevin because he's starting off this sort of trade with the higher hand size. And now that he gets this 6-drop Luffy, it's not like he's playing any higher costed cards this turn, so he can utilize all this extra Dawn here to force the issue with James's current active Dawn cards and force cards out of hand. Otherwise, James goes to 0, which you definitely don't want to do.
Yeah, we have the third double attack Green Luffy coming down. Swinging in with the leader. Causing a couple Dawn to be used. The first player that doesn't get to restand Dawn, too, is going to be in big trouble. Oh, Electrical Luna again.
Ooh.
This time from Kevin's side of things. And James is, going to not have a lot of resources to use this next turn here.
And this is actually
a lot of onboard resources, that is.
Yeah, James did a really good job of playing around Electric Luna earlier in the game, but he didn't do a great job of playing around I'll go all out from the start and Electric Luna because essentially because he's forced to attack with the cards that are currently active post Show Your Strength, it leaves yourself open to a wombo combo Electric Luna. Freezing 4 things is so important in this board state because he basically says, James, you don't have a turn. You're not doing anything to me this turn, so you better have another card that answers my board.
Yeah, he's going to go all out too. Everyone's going all out.
Yes, but he gets to have 3 attackers, whereas James only had the leader swing. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's not exactly an equal response, but he's forced to do it because otherwise there's 2 more attackers coming his way. So Kevin might be able to just swing it here. More resources in hand could be coming out clutch as the king for this matchup.
I think I saw another Garp get drawn, but only had a split second to look at it. Kevin checking out the trash here.
4 attacks is so many. 4 attacks is so many. 3 of them already demand 2 Dawn activations from James, and his hand is only 5 cards. So if we have a Brook here and we just go like all Dawn on one Luffy, we could eat up all of the Luffy leader ability, plus eat up like maybe 1 or 2 cards from hand, and then we still have 3 attacks afterwards that can threaten the life.
Wow.
But we do have a blocker to worry about, but the Brook can answer that blocker. So
yeah,
this could be that Brook turn that we've been talking about all matchup long.
Does Kevin have the Brook in his hand?
It'd be kind of backbreaking, I think.
I thought maybe I glimpsed one there, but he's going through it so quick. Dividing the Dawn. You know, sometimes you divide the Dawn to help you clear your mind and think about what you're going to play. Sometimes you divide the Dawn to distract your opponent and make them think the wrong math, yeah.
If it's me, I'm doing math because I can't do it in my head that well.
Me too. I can have to divide it and be like, all right.
Yeah. I got to see it. Are you a table tapper? Do you do the math that way too? I've been known to table tap.
No, I'm the kind of divide it and then sit back and think. But not come to any conclusions, you know.
I love it.
Yeah.
So just the swing 7. James is priced into blocking, but we're not going to go for it. We're just going to use the leader ability plus a card in hand.
Another one.
Ooh.
Ooh, with all this Dawn up, is there a Brook in there? Kind of. Again, he's going through it so fast. I thought I spied one.
Do you think it's another Sanji?
But I might be wrong though too. Yeah, because sometimes the alt arts get me when it's just like all the fancy shiny cards at an angle, getting flipped through fast. There's the Sanji attack. Only the leader remaining here. Whoa.
Do you think we have another Electric Luna in hand? And Kevin's like, I'll just put you to 0 and then Electric Luna your board and say good luck.
Possibly. Oh.
Whoa.
Okay. It's got to be. Oh, it is a Zoro. Okay, yeah. That was going to be the other option. If it wasn't the Brook, you'd bring in the Zoro.
Oh, and this is so good here because now we can attack the character
rush.
Sanji, force out the rest of the leader ability, and now we have our 9K base, or sorry, a 7K base leader that can swing in and force the last life card. Ooh, there we see the stone here. Going to go ahead and reactivate that dong and protect the Sanji. So we had a nice little battle trick there to stop Kevin's awesome play. And now it's just a pass over to Kevin. He knows his attack is not valuable. It can't reasonably hit anything. And even if it does, he doesn't want to give him the extra card in hand to try to force out, or get that extra copy of Electric Luna, I should say, added to hand. Trying to avoid that, I think.
Yep, Zoro, I believe that might have been pointed at the other Zoro. Sometimes it's hard to see the gesture. Charleston and Garp to keep that card safe.
I love seeing these players just like repeat each other back to back. It's so adorable.
Well, it is a mirror.
If there was any character in the One Piece lore that like mocks their opponent or like teases them by saying the exact same thing, they would say it's Luffy. He'd be like, "Stop copying me." He'd be like, "You stop copying me."
He loves to laugh, as you can see from the leader card.
Man, if James does not have an Electric Luna here, that'd be crazy. And if he does, that'd be even crazier. That'd be so backbreaking if he had it.
7K. I think that's 2 regular Dawn on the double attack Luffy. Yeah, because the double Dawn's over on the Luffy at the bottom of the screen.
Another
9K.
9. This time with no Dawn active. It's going to eat cards. It's going to go to 0. I mean, do you put it all on?
Is he going to go for it?
I mean, 10. Oh, my gosh.
All right.
That's 2 2Ks. We already stopped it. It was 10-7. And James scoops it up. Game 1 goes to Kevin.
Yeah.
Wow.
We are far from done here in our first match of the Red Bull Double Dawn top 8, but Kevin does take game 1 here, it looks like. And that's big. That's the first game that James has lost all day.
Yes. And it's against his own deck, so I bet you he's like, you know what? If any deck's going to beat me, I'm glad it's the one that I brought to go undefeated as well.
What you talked about earlier, too, is that the mirror is sometimes something that's a little bit hard to practice.
Sure.
Not just because it's not as common and you're not really worried about running into it as often, but because when you play a deck at a really high level, when you're testing against someone else on that deck, you're going to have this weird kind of favored position in practice even. That might give you kind of that might skew your perception of the matchup. So it is this kind of like weird scenario with specifically the mirror that you're putting a ton of time into, especially if it's something that you're bringing as kind of a counter to something else in the meta.
Yep, and I totally called it up top. Like, that 7-drop Zoro is so huge in this matchup, not just being a really powerful threat, but one that can establish your defense. But the funny thing is, like, it feels like the first person to play that Zoro is actually at a disadvantage because that turns on the character rush from the other Zoro across the table. So
that's a good point.
It's going to be a really tough thing for these characters to kind of balance as we go through games 2 and potentially game 3.
Yeah, that's a good point too. It's really interesting to see this match, though. I'm glad we're getting a chance to see it. They asked us which one we wanted to show for the first top 8, and I'm like, you know what? People have their opinions about mirrors, but this is the only time today we're going to get a chance to see this matchup. So I feel like we got to check it out.
And I mean, come on, guys, it's Red Green Luffy. It's the Red Bull Double Down event. If Luffy's not on screen, what are we doing?
Yeah, exactly. He's kind of the star, isn't he? Right. Going into game number 2 now, we are. I don't know why I said that, like famous master of mystic arts from another franchise.
Yes,
well,
yes.
You like how I described that? I did a great job.
I love it.
Yeah, right.
I'm obsessed.
Yeah. I know.
Both players here opting for the mulligan, it looks like. We haven't seen many mulligans happen today, but it's always an interesting question. This format is one where curve matters a lot more than people might think. Not necessarily in terms of the cards you see, but in the pressure that you can kind of put out.
And if you are, if your opponent mulligans and you are at all on the edge of mulliganing, I think it's like, then you kind of feel like, all right, well, I might as well just like mulligan too, and then we're kind of on the same footing.
Oh, I love how Kevin put out 5 life cards. It is not 5, my friend. Hopefully they catch that.
I would imagine they will probably notice this soon.
Luckily, it's not his turn yet, so they have time.
Yep.
Good.
Oopsie.
Good. Oop, fixed. Identified and easy to fix.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the first one, so that was the top of the deck, and now that was the 5th card of the deck. It goes back on top. No one's seen it. No big deal.
There you
James didn't see it. It's totally chill.
Easy to fix. Yeah. I mean, I think all of us have done that many, many times.
Oh, countless times.
Yeah, except for me, because I only play Vegapunk, so it's always 2 life. I get confused when I don't play Vegapunk, and then I'm putting out more than, I'm like, I only put 2 life down, and my opponent's like, hey, don't you want to put the rest of your life down? And I'm like, no, it's just, it's not 2.
Whenever you play a deck that is 5 life, you're always like, guys, this is broken. I shouldn't be allowed to do this.
I do feel weird putting on 5 life after playing a lot of leaders that only do, 2 to 4. Nami searches on both sides, but of a different variety.
And now that we've entered game 2, both players are probably thinking something very similar, which is that first game took 30 minutes.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's going to be something you're going to run into in this mirror, in this format specifically, is that, we could really go to time. In fact, if James wins this game, we will, right?
100%.
I mean, there's just no way you can make it through 3 games there. So both players, going to kind of feel the pressure to play a little bit quicker too.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. And I want to remind everyone out here that in the top 8 in the quarterfinals, it's officially a single elimination game. So losing does not mean you get to play around the next round. Losing means you go home, you get your cereal Zoro, and you're out of here.
Yep. And I think you're going to be happy with that, too. I mean, when we talked to James at the desk here, he was like, hey, I just wanted to make top 32. After that, it was all like icing on the cake, So to make top 8, he's just happy to be here. But you want to win, too.
100%.
People say they're just happy to be here, but they also,
everyone
you
wants
kind
to
of want
win.
to take the trophy home, too, right?
Everyone wants to be the king of the pirates. What are we doing here if we don't want that?
That's right. One Piece is real. Ooh,
we were talking about this. We were like, is James going to
go
on the aggressive side in this second game? Not only does he kind of have to based on the time constraints, but also going first, he had the opportunity to thanks to this double don. If this was not double don, that would not have hit.
I mean, I loved his face when he was doing that too. It's like, is this cringe? No, I love it.
Oh my gosh.
Usopp coming down for Kevin. Establishing that slightly bigger body, getting some of that, Don back. But it's funny in this matchup specifically. Your opponent's not going to have a lot of Don to use the leader ability in those early rounds. So why not? Especially, this is also something that's really not. You really can't do it outside of double Don as well because you don't have the double Don in the normal matchup.
That's right.
It's harder to make that attack happen with those early searchers.
100%. And
I bet that's really a heads-up move by James, actually.
Talking about the aggressive here, Kevin's already at 1 life. I think that's more because Kevin is just aggressively taking life because he knows that the double attacker is so important in this matchup. So being at 1 is basically the same thing as being at 2.
Yeah, sure.
And so he just gets that extra card earlier in the game because, you can see these players adapting based on what they learned in that first game.
Yeah. 7K swing. Is James going to go ahead and take it? Oh, no, you rested the Don to avoid that. Going to take that one. All right.
Okay, so here we see James there go ahead and begin their turn after fighting off some of that aggression from Kevin. This could be a huge 6-drop Luffy turn. We're kind of seeing, again, a bit of a repeat from that game 1. If Kevin plays Usopp, James plays Sanji. If Kevin plays 6-drop Luffy, James goes, oh, yeah, I'll also play 6-drop Luffy.
Mm-hmm. I thought your point about whoever plays the first Zoro kind of puts themselves at a little bit of a board disadvantage because of turning on the character rush from the opposing Zoros. That is an interesting note to think about with this matchup in particular.
Only if you have rested characters, though. Like, if you establish Zoro and just be like, okay, all my board is standing, you can't play Nami and Zoro in the same turn.
Yeah, of course. But, again, just enabling it is a little bit scary. All right, 7K swing through. Going to just rest a couple Dawn to buff the power.
It's basically like drawing a card.
I mean, it looks like they're both having a good time, at least.
Oh, I bet you they love it when this deck procs, whether it's them doing it or their opponent.
Passing the turn now. And over to Kevin.
There's something so satisfying about being like, oh, yeah, I'll stop that attack using my Don. Ooh.
Okay.
I believe that is the 5-drop Sanji, just the alternate art version of it, but it looks very pretty.
Yeah.
Oh, for a second, I thought we were swinging with the garb. Oh, my goodness. 2
Another
Sanjis.
One. Yeah. All right. Well, you're going to get all the Dawn back. That's kind of nice. Get to swing with the double Dawn again, which is always feels good too. But, yeah, getting the 2 Sanjis on the board is pretty sweet. Still has a double attack Luffy as well to think about.
Yeah, we're doing that setup turn that we saw them do in game 1 where they're just like, I'm just going to build the board first, and then I'm going to attack with it.
Right. All right, back over to James. 2 health to 1 health. Again, when you've got double attackers out there, very functionally similar in terms of the pace of the game. And you're always going to start off with that Red Bull double Dawn attack from the leader. In most cases, just going to get some of the Dawn spent on the other side. to get that 4K counter to stuff it.
It also like denies your opponent information, you know. That's like the play that like tells them nothing about how the rest of the turn's going to go. And so Kevin is forced in a situation where he's like, well, I don't want to assume that I know what I'm supposed to do based on what you're going to play next, but I just got to stop this attack. And
another one.
We may have played a second Sanji as Kevin, but we played a second 6-drop Luffy as James, which is a huge threat to establish here.
Yeah, that is a little bit better, but
actually,
is it though?
Is it? Because they're both essentially just no. It is better because James is at 2 life, whereas Kevin is not. So for James, he could have played another Sanji, but for Kevin specifically, because he didn't play another Sanji, he basically only has 1 attacker that actually threatens James's life.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense because it is the only thing that can take away 2 life. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So yeah, James could have played anything, but Kevin really wanted to play a 6-drop.
Sure.
Luffy there, or a card like it.
Ooh,
I think I see a Nami coming down.
Possibly. A little bit Garp. All right. Searcher either way. Or you were thinking the film Nami.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be like a combo of 4-drop Nami plus Electric Luna this turn.
I mean, the James's board is primed to receive that. It's going to be the search to bring in the Zoro for Kevin's side of things.
7 down there for the Zoro.
Yeah, all right. And so now he's going to swing 9 at James here.
So here's the way that you're going to want to play around your opponent's 7-drop Zoro. What Kevin's probably going to do is he's just going to attack with this 9 leader and then say pass, reactivate 4 Dawn, and then just say go for it. And that kind of erases the bad news. But we're going to go for the attack anyway.
Yep, I think with 1 health on Kevin's side, you feel the need to put on some pressure, especially because you've only got that 1 double attacker.
And I guess the thought is like because we have our 7K leader, go ahead and play a 7-drop that can only attack my rested characters. Also, you basically turn off any other powerful card you could play for the rest of the turn. Enjoy.
Yeah, it's a big commitment to spend the Dawn to play the new Roronoa Zoro.
I wonder where the attack is going. Is it going at Sanji or is it going at the leader? Do we know? It's probably going at lead if I had to guess, because that demands more Dawn cards out of James.
I would think it's going to be leader. I didn't see like a gesture that confirmed it one way or the other, but I would guess that. Okay. It's going to use the event.
It was leader, but we're using, the event to go up instead. Oh, that's cool.
Yep. I mean, it's got that versatility, right? And now here comes another 7K swing from the secret rare Luffy. 6-drop Luffy with the double attack.
It's so hard to play around everything in this matchup because there's so many punishes to being aggressive that Green has access to right now that it feels like you're going to like just have to go for it, especially when you feel as behind as maybe Kevin does in the tempo.
Right, and again, if this connects, it's going to take both his life. So, yeah, just going to rest those 2 Dawn to get the plus 4K to deny that attack. Going to take the 1 from the Sanji. And this is kind of what you were talking about earlier, where just the 1 double attacker lets him take that last life a little bit slower.
And now Kevin's, I think, fine with it because he wasn't able to establish a second one. So there's no point in just saying pass every turn because that 1 attack that is threatening can easily be stopped, and the rest of them basically have to go at life eventually, so may as well do it now.
Right.
It's more of a tempo consideration versus like an advantage consideration.
Yeah, it seems that way. All right, over to James. All 10 Dawn available, including that Red Bull double Dawn. Are we going to just see him throw it on the leader and attack, or are we going to see his own Zoro come down maybe?
The problem with Zoro coming down right now is that it doesn't really help you pressure.
No.
So we could see James prefer to go for a Nami into Electric Luna combo if he has access to that, because that would be pretty crazy.
I feel like that's what you're looking for here.
And we know we have the Luna in hand because we searched it earlier.
Yep.
Notably, though, Nami cannot search Nami. I want to stress, it cannot.
There's a new Usopp. I guess you have and the Garp can only search the 3 brothers, right?
Yeah, Bonnie can get it.
Bonnie, right, that's the one. Yeah.
And then Garp can search anything 3 or higher.
Oh, okay. All right. What will it be for James?
You can feel the tension with every play these players make because they know that in this mirror match, the margins are super thin to get victory.
Yeah. All right, spending 6 for another one of the double attack Luffys. He's got 3 on the board right now. Whew.
That's a lot of Dawn we've been able to reuse. Oh, do we have a... Going for a Zoro here probably wouldn't be that great because we only get to reactivate 1 Dawn during the end phase. Oh, there's the Electric Luna. Not as backbreaking as a Nami plus Electric Luna, but still really good.
Right. I mean, it means that unless your opponent has some way to, generate Rush, which is not really something in the deck. You're only going to have that Usopp and the Zoro on the other side to worry about as far as attacks coming in. And, yeah, I mean, sure, Brook is a thing that you have to be thinking about, too, a little bit.
This could be a good Brook
you've locked down. I totally agree. But you've locked down most of the board, at least if you're James. And as far as Brook goes, it's kind of like, well, if they got it, they got it, right?
I mean, let's do the math here. Like, if we swing these 2 5Ks with our leader and our Usopp, and we force our opponent in a situation where they'll have, at best, 5 Dawn active if they use, like, a Charleston to stop one of them, you could Brook and still have 4, one of which is the double Dawn, go to 11, go to 14, swing twice with 14, and they only have... But if they stop the first one, it's pretty rough.
Yeah. I don't know if James has enough cards in hand for that, but, yeah, we do see...
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
Exactly. Like Charleston access here is so important because it just basically nets you +1 card in hand at the end of the cycle.
Right.
And unlike Kevin, James is not playing into Electric Luna anymore probably for the rest of the game.
True. Okay. Replaced.
Oh.
It's going to be the Nami. Getting the 2 rests in there. Going to rest the Sanji and one of the Luffys.
I respect it. Sanji's probably the best character to start swinging into if you're Kevin.
Okay. Just freezing it. Can't attack next turn.
They can't refresh during the refresh phase, I believe, for that one.
So
if you have a Brook, you can, reactivate one of them. But it's probably not good enough.
You're right. That does make a difference, yeah.
Just attacking with your regular active
yeah.
ones is probably good enough anyway.
Well, we'll see.
Man, this deck just has so much defense. It's so awkward to find your spots because it just has the ability to give up none to your opponent if you get to this more mid-rangey part of the game where there's just so many resources available to you every single turn cycle.
And I can't imagine the skill ceiling as far as deciding resting Dawn versus cards from hand, as far as how you defend things properly.
I can feel the gears in my head just smoking, thinking about it.
Yeah, right.
Of all the little bits of EV you can gain by just attaching here or attacking there or not attacking there. Oh, that's the beauty of card games, though. Every decision matters all the time.
For sure. Okay, 7K from this double attack Luffy.
Yeah, we went for the block, which is really nice. I love giving the value of the blocker as soon as you can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the longer you don't, the more likely it is it'll get, negated somehow by your opponent. Electric Luna.
Two Electric Lunas in the row, but only getting 1 Dawn active because we have not been able to actually get enough restanders over time. This is going to be a huge moment here.
Right. But But Brook can't restand your leader, as far as I know. So
no, only characters.
Only a character up to 8 cost. Yeah. So at least you don't need to worry about that side of things.
Yeah, and there is still a Brook consideration technically because that Brook can restand the Zoro and swing 9. So if you swing 7, 8, 9 here, it forces a lot of cards out of James. He might be forced to take it, go to 0. You play Brook. Oh, boy. Oh, snap.
I mean, he's going to take that light.
It's the
There's
Luna.
Electric Luna. Yeah. All right. Stunned again. Only the Garp available to attack with from James, which, we saw Garp take a life earlier in the game, so you just never know, right?
You never know. You never know. You never know.
Don't count Garp out.
Are we going to see 3 Lunas back-to-back for James here and then see Kevin only need 2? Does that make sense? Because that Kevin has more left in deck in theory?
I mean, that would be shocking. No pun intended.
Electrical Luna. Shocking. Love it. Good job.
Thanks. Another Usopp. All right. And then Electric Luna.
We see it. Okay.
Another one. All right.
But this time the full 5. The full 5.
I'm shocked.
Active.
I am shocked. And Kevin's shocked too. I mean, I love watching these guys. They're having a great time up there, despite the pressure.
And we thought Enel was the king of lightning. No, it's Luffy. Now, here's something to consider here.
Electric Luffy.
No blockers. We have access to a 16-power leader, but we have 10,000 defense already established as James.
Yeah, and there's a Nami. Okay, so it's going to rest the last card remaining. And do we have another Electric Luna on Kevin's side of things?
It's so funny that James is literally at 0 life, but unless we swing with a 13k attack, it's as if he's at infinite life. Does that make sense what I'm saying? There's no point in swinging with anything less than 13 this turn.
Sure.
Unless it's against the character.
Sure, that's fair.
But even then, you need more to swing into it.
And how many cards in hand does James have? I think it's
3.
Just
3.
Yeah, it's
just
3.
3
it's
cards. But he's played 3 Lunas on 3 turns.
Yeah.
And Kevin does not have another one.
James is kind of running out of resources here. I don't think Kevin has the biggest hand either at the moment.
I think it's 4 cards.
4, yeah.
But we do have a blocker, though, which forces more things out of James. And for every card he plays to play around that blocker, he has fewer things to attack with. But we have the full gambit of attacks this turn. And all of our Dawn.
That's true.
And this is just game 2. Both these players are fighting for their life out here.
I mean, if we go to a game 3, I don't know. How far do you think we'll even get into that game?
I don't know. It might be a forced... Yeah. Oh, but there's the Brook coming down. We're not even using... Oh, no, we can use the restand effect later on in the turn. It doesn't need to be on play. But the on-play rest is huge.
Yeah, the restand is an activate main where you trash the Brook and then you get to restand something that's 8 or less, yeah.
Okay, so all of these 7K swings demand either 2 Dawn or 2 cards in hand. And because we have at least 4 of them, we can force out at least 4 cards out of Kevin's hand of 4 cards and then go... So, but 2 of them need to hit the win this turn.
It's looking decent.
Oh, and there's the Charlestone to get back that extra Dawn. The math is so mathing for Kevin right now.
That is big. Just getting the access to another, bunch of 2Ks.
If this ends with James playing another Luna, I will scream.
I know. Attacking, spending the Dawn. Another swing from the Luffy.
Just 5 here.
Yep, but it's that feeling where it's like, I'm paying 2K to block 1K worth of stuff. Giant attack coming through here. Right, going to take the last life, and then Brook with the restand. I don't think he's quite.
It's literally 11. Yeah. It's 11 versus 12. Oh my goodness,
that is crazy. Okay, wow. So we are going to a
game 3.
A game 3.
It's game 3 time because James was able to break serve in that game 2. And the choice he made earlier on in the game to be a bit more aggressive really came out in the end there. And the ability to have all of these powerful attackers stay in play. Those 3 electric Lunas buying him 3 free turns, and Kevin not having a Luna or a similar effect of his own. If anything, Kevin not having access to the going all out that he used earlier on in the turn in the game cost him there. Having it saved for that crucial moment at the end might have been all that he needed to get that extra turn to win the game.
It could be, yeah. So we're 1-1 in our first best of 3 here between these 2 red-green Luffys. It's crazy. Kevin looking a little bit nervous now, and as we go into this game 3 where we'll almost certainly go to time, do you want to just run over the time rules again for people at home?
Yes, exactly correct. So basically the first stage of time rules is going to be the 5 minutes of overtime or the 0, 1, 2, 3 turns that both players will have. They essentially have 2 turns to try to achieve a win condition for one of them. If before those 3 turns are over or the 5 minutes are up, either or, after that, there's 4 stages you go through to figure out who wins. First, whoever has the most life cards. Second, whoever has the most cards left in their deck. The third is, I believe, characters in play, and then I believe that the very last thing is cards in hand. If at any point someone has achieved one of those 4 things, they are decided the winner. It almost always comes down to life. That's usually the easiest thing, but sometimes you have a lot of ties. And as we saw in this matchup, having a big board is very easy. And drawing cards is not really a thing this deck does. Like, it has searchers, but it, quote-unquote, draws cards by reactivating Dawn. It doesn't really draw anything. So the deck sizes will be probably very similar to... It could come down to literally the number of cards you have in your hand.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen games on stream before that come down to number of cards in deck. Like, we've seen those big tiebreakers happen, yeah.
Yeah, One Piece is a grindy game when it needs to be. And because it's such a naturally consistent game, too, games have very similar looks no matter if it's a game 1 or a game 3.
Yeah. So the first, again, decider when coming down to time is how much life do you have. So, protecting your life, making sure you're taking chunks out of your opponent's life, it's going to be even more crucial here because we're kind of, it seems inevitable that we're going to run into those time rules because we are, probably less than 8 minutes left. Yeah, 6:53 on the clock as we start game number 3 between James Cruz and Kevin Zhao, our number 1 seed, undefeated in Swiss. James Cruz taking on our 6-2 Kevin Zhao in 8th place, coming into the top 8, both piloting this Monkey D. Luffy that works very well into the Enel, it seems like, and just into the field in general, but not a leader a lot of people put a lot of faith in. These 2 players have shown us that you should absolutely still put some faith in this leader here, but only one of them can move on.
Yep, and just like his namesake, James sure is cruising through his turns. He's trying to his best to make sure that they can get as far as possible before the time is over. What? Fired.
I'll leave. My shocking thing was bad.
I'll leave very promptly and orderly.
As long as it's orderly. Yeah, thanks. 7K at James. 2 Dawn available.
I wonder if the players are aware of the time constraints they're under.
Takes the life. I'm sure they're very well aware. Usopp. Early on, you can see these players are playing a lot quicker.
Oh, yes, they definitely have to be.
Yep.
And I wonder if Kevin is going to go the route of just defend everything. Defend everything until your very last breath. But that's a tough strategy to go for, especially with how gummy these boards can be, because then you wind up in a situation where, oh, James has one more turn left in overtime. You have 0 cards in hand, and they have 4 attacks. Who cares if you're at 4 life? You're going to be at 1 very soon.
Right. All right, and Sanji. And looks like, hey, thinking about attaching the Don to Usopp, but just going ahead and swinging anyway, wants to save that Don. And it's going to get blocked out by the Nami here.
Yeah, and now we're in a situation where if James cannot put on enough pressure, Kevin could just very comfortably stay at 4 life for a majority of the game.
Yeah.
While still playing threats and establishing ways to kind of pressure James's life continuously.
I think that's the idea. All right, double attack Luffy. Secret rare. Being played by Kevin's going to go ahead and attach that Red Bull Double Dawn for another 7K swing at James.
Ooh, double Usopp. That's so much Dawn you get every single turn.
Yeah, no kidding.
Honestly, this card's probably really important in the matchup too, keeping this thing alive. It's a little bit stronger than Sanji being in play, and it probably does more for you than the double attack Luffy once your opponent gets down to 1 life, that is.
That's possible. Looks like 1 Dawn risted for a search. Yep, going to do the Jewelry Bonnie to see if he can maybe find a Nami or something. Nope, that's the Luffy.
It is always so funny seeing how fast a Game 3 is compared to a Game 1, because in Game 1 they're trying to like learn each other's decks, learn their playstyle, but in Game 3 we're like, oh, we've seen how this matchup, like we've seen those turns that actually matter, let's just hurry up and get there really fast, and then make the important decisions. It's always really interesting to see.
Yeah, and we're there quick. All right, yep, we're going to do the 7K swing again. Seems to be the standard for this leader to attach the Red Bull Double Dawn and swing. Then there's going to be a 9K swing from the Sanji.
Yep. If you want to stop this one, it's going to cost you a card, Kevin.
Yep.
That's what James is saying right now. And your hand is only 4 cards, so I don't know if you can afford to do that just yet.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to lose any life in a situation like this, but you also don't want to give up any cards in hand, especially when it's already a little bit lower. Going over to Kevin now.
This defensive balance that both players have to reach is so tense. It's so tense. Oh, my goodness.
And playing fast like this is hard, you know?
Yes. It helps that they like are both playing the exact same deck and they're both like doing very similar things to each other back to back. And it's like, oh, James, thanks for reminding me what I have to do on this turn because you did it on the previous turn.
Whoa, the Zoro. Okay, so really just protecting that life total is priority number 1 right now for Kevin, which makes sense. 3 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock right now.
And we could see him even attack with the cards he already has in play because, I mean, forcing this much Dawn, getting 4 more active, going to that 5 no matter what. Like, you have just free attacks now. You can go 5-5, force out the Dawn cards from James, and then go 7. But then you run into Luna being a big deal. And then you're basically forced to defend everything. Otherwise, you will be falling behind in terms of the win conditions for going to time.
Yeah.
So we just pass. We don't force the issue. We don't play into any more cards that could lose us the game as Kevin.
All right, Sanji, I almost feel like they're going to get it done. You know, they're playing so fast.
Yeah, they still have 5 minutes of overtime and 2 turns each. You know, like it's totally possible to achieve a true win condition. Like they might not, quote unquote, like end the game at like 0 life and attacking directly, but they can definitely set up a win condition for themselves in time.
Sure, sure. All right, 5 Dawn for the, or 6 Dawn rather for the Luffy. Get 4 back, of course. And where are we going from here?
It's going to be like next to impossible for James to threaten the life total at all this turn thanks to that Zoro buffing it up. I knew that card was going to be just so impactful.
For sure, yeah.
It's basically like Electric Luna if you think about it because of just your opponent's not incentivized to attack anyway.
Well, Electric Luna that leaves a 9K behind.
Fair, yeah.
Yeah, we'll take that.
When your opponent's already at 2 life and you're reaching time, that's a really big deal. Another Usopp. Oh my goodness. These boards, I love how just similar they are.
All right, looks like a big swing potentially from Luffy here.
Yeah, the max we can attach, but we just literally use 2 rested Dons and that's it.
That's going to be a 10K swing coming through. That's going to be all the Dawn rested for Kevin. As we go back to his side of things now, his turn.
And now we can put so much pressure on as Kevin. Going to get the search here. Probably just going to try to filter out, bolster his hand the best he can. Oh, another Zoro. That could be so huge to play this turn. Oh, my goodness.
I really love just playing multiple Zoros, just making it so hard for your opponent to get in for any damage at all. And now,
there it is. That's so huge.
I think it's so smart in this situation. You just keep playing the Zoros, keep protecting your life. It lets you put more pressure on your opponent, too, with the board that Kevin's established here. And James, again, going undefeated all the way in Swiss up to here, took his first loss in game number 1, brought it back, but now on the verge of dropping out of the tournament here in the beginning of the round of 8. What a run either way, but the danger is real, being presented by Kevin Zhao here.
Yeah, and because Kevin's already, quote-unquote, won the game because of the life total difference now, all he needs to do is either get James to take one more life card or blank a turn of damage, which this deck is good at doing both of those things. I can make you take one life card. I can make you not actually deal any damage to me. And that Zoro's is going to add to that game plan so much more than what James is currently doing.
Mm-hmm. Well, we will see.
All right. It looks like time will be called during this turn for James, which means he will be eventually turn 0 once they get there. But wowie, wowie, wow. Right now, starting turns as the person already behind in win conditions is not the best thing to be.
Yep. The judges checking the clock there.
This is a Luna this is a Luna turn if I had to guess.
It feels like it should be, right? Nami coming in to rest a couple. Yeah, there's the Luna. All right. So only the Usopp's out there to swing with, as well as the leader. Red Bull Double Dawn on the Luffy.
Wow. Okay, so to my understanding, time has already been called, which means currently James is turn 0, and using the one of the 2 turns you have left in this game, not actually dealing any damage, is so rough.
Mm-hmm. It's not over yet, though.
No. No, it is not.
Now, on an electrical Luna turn for Kevin, your resources are certainly a little bit more limited here as far as putting that pressure on.
I mean, honestly, at this point, Kevin can just, literally say pass, and he probably just needs to worry about defending himself. But he needs to use up these Dons in some way, otherwise his leader ability will be turned off, funny enough.
Exactly, yeah.
Another Zoro?
5. Yeah.
Do we have another Zoro?
That would be crazy. He's got a third one. He's got a third Zoro.
Oh, my goodness.
You can see the shock on James's face for a moment as he's facing another minimum 7K leader on Kevin's defense. It's just so hard to get through that sometimes.
I mean, if you think about it, it's almost better than Electric Luna because not only does it bolster your ability to attack into them, it's essentially the same thing where it's like, oh, I'm blanking a lot of your attacks, and also you're now punished if you attack me and I happen to have Luna after the fact.
Right.
Alrighty, and to my knowledge, this is James' last turn. If he does not deal a life point of damage to Kevin, he will officially lose the game.
I mean, we'll see what happens. We're waiting for the official word, of course, but James Cruz, after his undefeated run through Swiss, seems to be on the ropes in the first round of the top 8 against the Mirror. Kevin Zhao on this Monkey D. Luffy. Red and green. First, the 8K swing. Just making it a little bit awkward. No, I'm sorry. That is going to be a 9K swing because the Double Dawn is on that card. The Red Bull Double Dawn does give the plus 2K power, of course.
Love it. Just a little bit more pressuring there for Kevin, forcing out a little bit more life card, Dawn cards.
Sometimes those 8K swings are very awkward to deal with, too. So, deciding.
Yeah, we have to keep swinging 9 here because we need to eat up as many of Kevin's Dawn card activations as possible, and then we need to start eating up the hand. I do want to just give a little bit of some faith there in James because I don't think Kevin has that much counter hand. I see a lot of events. I see a lot of maybe 1Ks, and so all these 9Ks we're doing are going to eventually connect and force the issue here for Kevin. But then Kevin gets the final turn of time, in theory, to start attacking James and bring him down just by 1 life card. That's all he has to do.
Yeah, does James kind of know it? Has he read sort of the hand of Kevin? And he's going to go ahead and swing for 10 rather here. So that
what an impressive matchup to witness here in the top 8.
No kidding. What a great start to our quarterfinals. Coming down to the wire like this. Kevin debating using the Dawn here. He's going to need some combination of at least 2 Dawn, a lot from hand. 2 Dawn rested. So that's plus 4K. All right, which means he gets up to 11. Remember, he is 7K on defense this turn.
Okay, so maybe they're not in turns currently, or at least James is not in his final turn because that play doesn't seem. Obviously, the game's not over, so.
Yeah. So and it could be that our counter was a little bit off of the actual counter too.
Right.
But that's why I didn't want to say anything.
Our stream timer could have been for the round proper, but they might have had a delay compared to everybody else for playing, so we don't know the true time. But if it does go to time, currently Kevin is far and away has already won the game. So.
We know we are in the home stretch. That's for sure for both of these players. Who will take the win, though? The question remains to be seen there. 9K swing gets used, pulls a card out of the hand for James.
Yeah, and James is just such in the back foot right now. It's a really tough situation if you're him.
Yeah. Does he have just 2 cards in hand right now?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
But he was able to stymie the most powerful attacks that Kevin had access to, and so there's not really that much threatening things coming from Kevin this turn.
That said, I don't know. Do you just go 2 big swings here?
Well, I mean, you have to do something with these Dawn besides leave them in the cost area, number one.
For sure.
So there could be a situation where Kevin just goes, I'm not going to play anything. I'm just going to attack as much as I can.
7-8.
Yeah, demands a card from hand or takes a card from life. And, oh, James!
One more. Okay. And then, is it does he have a Luna?
A Luna.
He does. Electrical Luna, but only
2 attacks.
It stuns 2. It stuns 2. We just got word that this incoming turn will be James's last turn in overtime. So we are in the final turns here. Last turn for James. He's got to get a lot done with only 2 attacking characters. Really, I mean, the Nami can functionally attack, but the power level is just going to be way too low. That said, his opponent is a 5K for once. That hasn't happened in a while.
You know what we might see? We might see a Brook play this turn. Brook could be the difference maker. Having 2 gigantic swings is better than having a bunch of middling swings, I think, at this point in the game.
Brook has saved the day on stream earlier already. So
for James as well, like literally.
Yep, exactly. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it. That's going to be a 9K swing from the Luffy, using up some Dawn on Kevin's side of things.
Ooh, it's going to be the Charleston there.
Yeah. Is that just 1 card in hand for Kevin, Nara?
I think it's 3 after discarding that one. And there it is. James is over. He knows he's lost.
Yeah, that's right. He couldn't quite get through for the damage he needed to, and that means that Kevin Zhao is going to be our winner in the round of 8, coming down to the wire.
Wowie, wow.
No kidding, yeah.
I know we were talking about James being like one of the most impressive Swiss champs, but now we can talk about the story of Kevin being the top 8 bubble, being X2 using the same deck as James, who went on to Swiss champ, and being the person to beat him over and break Swerve as a Swiss champ in top 8, and now earn himself a spot in top 4, still representing Red Green Luffy, a dark horse of the overall format.
Yeah, but what a run, though, for James, going undefeated in Swiss, showing us the power of the red-green Luffy, of course. That was still a really, really epic run to watch.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Happy to be here, and it looks like, we're going to be ready to pair the top 4 and then get that to you as soon as possible here. Yep, that's right. And I mean, I would imagine we went to time with that one, so all the other ones are done. So
the other ones were Nami versus Enel, and then 2 Enel mirrors. They were finished probably 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. We'll see what happens then and see what our final matchup is going to be. If we're going to get maybe Nami versus Red-Green Luffy, too. That would be interesting. But going back and look at a couple moments from that last game, or that last series, that was the end of game number 1. Then game number 2 comes down to James bringing it back and forcing that game 3.
And notice here that clock there for the ending of game 2, 9 minutes and 30 seconds. That means they finished that third game in basically 10 minutes or so, when the first game literally took 30 minutes. Super impressive to see how essentially the longer the matchup went on, both of them got better.
Unquote,
yeah, exactly. It had a natural ending.
Sure. All right. But I think it really came down to those 3 Zoros in that final game.
100%.
Played by Kevin. Just making yourself a 7K on defense 3 turns in a row is just asking so much from your opponent, especially when they have to save that Dawn. It's not like a normal game where you can just, use all your Dawn to put things on and try to get over the hill with that 7K. You have to make sure that you're going to have some up at the end of the turn to use your leader ability. And even if you've got Usopp standing a couple of them, you need to just save some, right, if you want to have all 5.
Yep. I know I said the first person that plays the Zoro in the mirror match maybe had a bit of a disadvantage, but the first person to play 3 in a row probably has an advantage.
in that situation where the only priority is just protecting your life cards, then playing 3 Zoros in a row seems like a pretty good way to do that.
And there is ways to play around it too, like we saw Kevin do, where he's like, I'm going to play it and not attack, so that way you can't play another one and punish me for doing so. Very nice.
That's right. And I think on that note, I believe we are probably going to take a quick little break until the round of 4 here, because I don't think we're doing any interviews, because I know Kevin's got to get ready for a semifinal match here. Let's check out the bracket before we go to break really quick here, just to kind of update you and see where things are at.
Yes, wonderful, because we do know our top 4 matches. We just saw Kevin Zhao, KZ being announced there. We have, I believe, Michael being his opponent in the semifinals, Michael Crilly there. There we see Daniel once again coming back from our Swiss rounds, making it all the way to top 4 versus Zoru, who I believe is Alexander, potentially. Very exciting.
Could be, yeah. Yep.
So we know we have definitely at least 2 Enels here, and then we potentially have a Nami here, as well as the red-green Luffy. That's the basic breakdown of what these top 4 decks could be.
And we will get one of those matches to you in just a moment as we go to, again, a quick break, but do not go anywhere. The semifinals coming up with the Red Bull Double Down here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We'll see you in just a few. Welcome back to Red Bull Double Dawn. We are almost to the final semifinals, though, in the meantime, and it's going to be exciting, man. We're getting to the end of the tournament. It has been a long day. It has been a grueling run for all these players involved, but they just got to stay with it for just a little bit longer to be crowned champion. But we've seen so much interesting stuff today.
Oh my gosh, so much. And we have a really awesome confirmed matchup for you guys between Enel and Blue Yellow Nami, the two kings of this Double Dawn format that people were playing as they came to this event. We have Alexander Gonzalez versus Daniel Masso. Two players were featured earlier. Alexander, I believe, we featured around round 6 or 7, and then Daniel was featured in the very first match we streamed for y'all today. So let's just say the stream gave some good luck to our players today.
Apparently so, yeah. I mean, the person picking the players for stream really knows how to pick them. And here we have two of them back for the top 8 semifinals here. And, again, a lot of people coming into it saying, Nami was the deck to play into Enel. As we heard a little bit earlier from one of our winners, their opinion on it was that feels true in the normal version of the game, right. But in Red Bull Double Dawn specifically, just the extra pressure that the Enel can put on with the extra 1K power makes it a little bit easier to get over that 7K defense that Nami has.
Yeah, and that's the thing I really noticed about watching all of these Double Dawn matches so far is that the change to the game's rules was very subtle, but it had some very exciting consequences, which we have been the beneficiaries of watching.
I mean, against Nami specifically, it's so huge to have a situation where putting only a single Dawn on your card lets you meet Nami's 7K power, right? If you put that Double Dawn on there, that'll do it, right? Whereas in a regular game outside of Red Bull Double Dawn, you'd be putting at least 2 of your own Dawn on there, or you'd be doing some other method, right, to boost that power.
Yeah, exactly. And now we see both of these players here setting up for this game. They both got smiles on the face. Of course they are. They're in the top 4 of the Red Bull Double Dawn event here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. But they are playing for the big prizes here. Basically, the winner of this match will be walking away with their very own uncut sheet, no matter what the finals outcome is going to be, which is super exciting to see.
Well, I love that we're seeing Alexander here, too, because he was kind of he was on the receiving end of that rough long judge discussion earlier 100%. In the day. He ended up dropping that game, but still finds himself in the semifinals anyway. So that's the kind of resilience you want to see out of top players, right? Where it's 100%. Like it's tough to go through a situation like that. It's tough to sit through a big deliberation like that, and then to end up losing the game afterwards. That's a hard thing to overcome. So having the poise to say, all right, I'm going to shake this off. I'm going to keep playing my game, keep playing as well as I can to come back here. It's a big deal.
Your mental game's got to be just as strong as your technical play here at the Red Bull Double Dawn event. No questions asked.
For sure. I mean, that's with any of these card game tournaments or, kind of like sports in general, right? Is, it's not over till it's over, right?
And the last thing you want to do is get tilted just because something didn't go your way.
Yep. Exactly. And so the players cutting, be drawing soon, see if we need any mulligans, and then we will get underway. Fist bumps from our two competitors here. And we'll get to see if this one goes all the way to time. That last one, the red-green Luffy mirror, that was almost guaranteed, right?
Yes.
Just because that matchup can end up being a little bit slower, a little bit grindier. Nami does have the ability to extend frequently, just with how defensive she can be. But at the same time, in Red Bull Double Dawn, Enel has a way of getting over that hurdle a lot easier. So it can make that game pace accelerate.
And here we see a nice ideal going second curve for Alexander, getting that one-drop ohm coming down, getting that cycle of the extra card. But we're not going to go all the way down. We want to potentially have that access to a 3-Dawn turn on the crackback, especially since we've already established ohm. Getting the Holly ohm combo is going to be pretty nice to see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, talk about early power. If you can establish that early Holly, you are in great shape. Adding on to that, yeah.
Yeah, and here we see Nami going to go ahead and go for that swing and that extra draw because of our leader ability forcing out the life card change. Love to see it.
Yep, and Perona hits the trash. I mean, that's the there's a Holly right away from Alexander. All right. You love to see it if you're the Enel player. And interesting. So maybe just going for the swing with the ohm, but why not? He's gotten that buff.
I mean, like you said, it's currently 7. It's more than high enough to force a card out of Nami's hand, plus activate the leader ability, which, unlike the Luffy leader ability to gain defense, does cost cards from your hand as well.
Yeah, 7 double attack. Make it an 8 double attack coming in from this ohm. And, all right, can you use the Nami ability to go up to 7? And then,
we already used the Nami earlier
already
in the
at 7. Yeah, only needed
Correct.
the 2K, yep, from the Kamasi. Never mind, yeah.
You still ate 2 cards during the turn, but in 2 different attacks.
Right.
And no double attack damage, very importantly, for Daniel there.
That is correct, yeah.
Ooh, I love swinging I love seeing the AK swing here from Nami, just trying to guarantee those draws while forcing Alexander to basically take it, because 8's actually a really awkward thing for you to block as the Enel deck.
Yeah, and then getting to draw the card there. And then will you be my servant for a little bit of searching on Daniel's side?
Not really seeing a lot of setup plays here from Daniel for establishing their own board, but they're probably just taking a few turns off while they can to establish their defense so they can make sure they're not getting too overextended, as Alexander undoubtedly will be pressuring them. And we see the Nochiko coming down. This is a card from OP3 that maybe should not be in regulation right now, but it was reprinted in PRBO2, meaning it is still legal for this format.
That's right, yeah. They brought it back.
And it's actually a really powerful way to sort of just bounce that Holly from the hand and blank its ability to get super duper pressure against Daniel. Really nice to see that.
Having to replay it again is kind of annoying for sure. But we're going to see the Frankie instead. Okay, so opting for a little bit more defensive route. Remember, Alexander has these really interesting techs in his deck to be running the Frankie alongside the Sanji for just a little bit more defensive Enel play. And it seems to have served him well to get this deep in the tournament.
Yeah, blockers are good. I'm assuming blockers that also draw 2 cards and trash 1 are also good.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, anything that helps you kind of fix your hand like that is going to be quite strong. You know, on the other side, Nami with the Stiller Bark package too, just her leader ability, kind of like serving to fuel another part of the deck, is just one of the reasons why this deck has just become so good recently. It was already good. It's even better now.
Yeah, being able to stack your trash like that with all the powerful ways to just make your quote-unquote trigger effects just more and more powerful. Oh, and here we see the Mamaragi here returning 2 cards from the Ohm, meaning we're probably not going to be attacking with this turn unless we're attacking into a Nochiko at 0 power. Just get it off the board. He's really mad that it got rid of his Holly.
I think that's reasonable. Yep.
Are we going to replay the Holly now?
I think I feel like you would. Yeah, might as well. I mean, it's like, if you were going to attack into the Ohm anyway, it doesn't really matter too much. Or attack into the Nochiko anyway, you might as well.
But imagine we have another Nochiko just to, like, super-duper punish the playing again.
You know, if they got it, they got it. Sometimes, you know, when you're playing card games like this, sometimes you got to make the decision and say if they got it, they got it. Now, this card might help you get it a little bit easier, right? Because that does search for each blue, I think, doesn't it?
It searches for 2 through 8. Anything that's a 2 cost or 8 cost.
Okay.
You can get.
Yeah.
Anything 1 or 9 or 10, you're not getting that.
It's all blurring together at this point in the day. It's going to grab the 5-cost SR Nami.
The EBO3 Nami is going to be a really nice thing to establish here. Just get that guaranteed leader effect while still having the Dawn attached that we need to aggress the turn here, because Alexander's kind of on the back foot when it comes to the tempo of the game, because Daniels is going for free swings every chance he gets.
And that potential for the Nami to replace itself, too, is really, really nice.
It's basically a card he can't remove effectively.
Yeah.
And here we're just going to see another AK swing again. That's going to demand a lot of resources, but we're just going to use the blocker as Alexander. Don't want to mess with that any further since we're already at 2 life.
Yeah, I mean, using 1 card to soak an 8K swing is always going to be pretty good.
What are the odds out of these two? The Nami deck was going to be the aggressor of this format, of this match. Who knew?
I mean, you know, once you let that Enel get established, it gets really difficult. And if you're Daniel, you know, like the 6-drop Enels are coming, right? You know it's going to happen at some point. And there's a Reiju for now.
Well, they're not happening this turn then, because that just means no 6-drops going down.
Yeah, I mean, if it was going to happen, it was going to happen this turn, but does not have it apparently. Gets the Reiju, going to use the Mamaragan as well to rest that Nami. Make it a little bit more vulnerable. But again, it can replace itself on KO.
Also, what are you going to do? Have your Holly attack into it? That's, I think, a little low EV over time.
Yeah. You wouldn't love that, but you don't really want to let it stay on the board. But what do you think would come down? Another Nami?
All kinds of things can come down. I think right. It only. I don't think it can play Nami. I think that's the one thing it can't play.
It's
never mind. You can totally play Nami.
Yeah, you totally can. I was gonna say, like, I'm pretty sure that's one of the nice things about it. It can literally replace itself.
But imagine if you went like, the nightmare scenario is like if you Holly, deal them 2 damage, and then you have the Nami get KO'd, and then you play a Porcelino from hand. Oh my goodness, that's the nightmare scenario.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so just the Satori going down from Alexander Gonzalez here, and going to do some searching with the Charlotte Pudding as well.
Yeah, taking a turn off, it looks like.
Helps you grab an event. Doesn't seem to love that search, yeah.
It looks like our Our judge has identified something here.
Oh, did he accidentally grab 5?
I think he looked at the 5th card by accident.
I think he might have accidentally pulled a 5th, yeah. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, but now those ones will go to the bottom, and now Daniel just gets to know what that card is, I think, and that's it.
The air quotes. Oh, man. That is, yeah, that's a little rough.
And then we get our Don back using the leader ability here, and do we commit it all to the Holly to get some damage in? I feel like we should.
It is time, yep.
Now, do you take this?
The big dog. Do you take the double hit?
I think it might be worth it if you get like a single trigger, and if not, you still have to go +2 in hand.
I was gonna say, you got a lot of triggers in the deck if you're Nami, so.
Swinging into the Nami? I don't know if I love that. Oh, no, swinging at life.
All right. Oh, because he's doing the Nami effect on KO. You reveal the top card of your life to play something. Going to play the Zeus. Ooh, to take out the Holly.
That is so crazy.
That was spicy.
Yes. That is also another really doom scenario situation where basically if you don't attack with the Holly first, that is a play that's open up to you. Zeus being one of the most powerful removal tools in Yellow's history, and this deck being able to abuse it in that way is so epic.
Yeah. Oh, I knew the Zeus was in there, but I didn't think about it until right now. Yeah, that's another one that is rough for Enel to handle sometimes.
It is just an on play, not an on play during your turn.
Ooh. Oh, that stings.
And the Zeus can attack the Ohm, too.
Yep. For sure. Mamaragan. All right.
Now, it is worth noting, though, that the Borso won't get full value because we're currently at 3 life as Daniel, but having that just being a known card in Alexander's hand, Daniel's hand is not fun for Alexander, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. Nico Robin. All right. Yeah, so you're going to trash 1 life to add 2 more from the deck then.
And notably, one of those cards is a Perona, which means the fabled Perona loop is totally possible now.
Yeah, the very first card he put in the trash from the very first Nami activation in the game was a Perona.
Oh, this could be a really tough point here for Alexander because it's going to be so easy for Daniel to now essentially answer any 6-drop that comes down. And because Alexander has been slow with getting them out, he's not going to get any value out of it until he starts playing multiples across turns. Yeah. And those 6-drop Enels are very powerful, but they're a little slow when your opponent's still at 4 life and they can, make them not attack every single turn.
Satri versus Zeus and Senor Pink. Again, yeah, another one of the interesting little adaptations. This is not this Enel deck is a little bit different from some of the other ones we've seen in the tournament. I love it.
I mean, it kind of adds to the toolbox nature of the deck, where it's like I have really powerful event cards. I want to use them in as many different scenarios and as possible as I want.
Totally.
Speaking of which, this Mamaragon's going to be able to threaten this Nico Robin now for the rest of this turn, which is super nice.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
Like, yeah, if you're not playing 6-drops, at the very least you can control your opponent's board, and that feels pretty good to me.
I mean, the on KO thing is always going to be, something to not love, right, about the Nico Robin. It's just going to do 1 damage to you no matter what. 1 health to 4 right now is the spot that Alexander Gonzalez finds himself in. Big swing from the Satori here. You got to get damage done.
You sure do.
Yeah.
Yep, we're going to force the leader ability out there, it looks like.
Yep, that's right.
But we still have the 7K swing thanks to that double down. This is not a thing you normally would get to do in the real version of the game, but here we are.
Hey, like we said before, I mean, that is one of the nice things about this format for this matchup specifically is that you can meet that 7K demand when you're attacking to the Nami a lot easier.
But I will say this, Alexander has done a great job of taking the control role for this game and making it really impossible for Daniel to meaningfully keep anything in play. Look, he didn't even put his Dom back in the cost area. He's like, I just want to swing 8 again. That's a really good thing to be doing.
Yeah.
And there we have the block plus the 2K from our 7K Reiju, which is nice to see. Ooh, and there we see the A-Drop Greco Warrior. It begins. We're going to put a non-Perona Thillerbark in the life that now we can guarantee get it as we play out, making it to where any time Alexander attacks the life, he's essentially saying -1 to my attacks for the rest of this turn.
Pretty much, yeah. And that is the beauty of this Gecko Moria, is being able to put something into life specifically and take advantage of all the great triggers.
And as we all know, if you've ever played against a yellow deck before, when they get to just start actually gaining their life cards, you're forced to attack them. And when you know there's triggers there, it's not a fun place to be in.
Yep, you get that Kumasi in life, and then the Perona is going to be coming out of the trash. Yeah. All right. Looks like it was a swing there.
Yeah, 2K to reduce the Gecko Moria to 9K, it looks like.
Well, that one, yeah. Well,
Satori is the stalker. Forgive me. Only still in play, though.
Right, looking at the top two is the Satori effect. All right, Nami effect in play. Just going to go ahead and trash the Borsalino. So disrespectful. The card everybody is afraid of.
I mean, when you're at 5 life, you kind of don't need it.
Yep.
We finally see a 6-drop coming down, but it is the 6-drop blocker Enel. It looks like we're going to use the Dot Minus effect here to discard a card from our hand and give it the blocker ability.
Seems that way, yeah.
Getting rid of another 6-drop Enel. Wow. We chose to value the blocker over the search here.
Doesn't need the searching. And at 1 health, I am not surprised so much about that because you've got a 10K body on the board on the other side looking at you right now, too.
And here we have the ping coming in, I believe, for 8K because it's a 6K base. And we're just going to get the value here from the Kumasi to potentially bring back that Perona.
Yep, that's right. And going to stun the character with the Don on it, which makes sense. All right, back over to Daniel. And we'll see what the plan is here. He also has this big 10K buy to worry about.
Ooh, another Nico Robin being add to hand. After that, will you be my servant? That's going to be so huge here, putting us at 5 life as Nami.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And also the opportunity again on KO to do that damage.
I love how just every turn this game, Daniel has swung for 8 with his leader every single time.
It makes it really awkward. It's such a huge tax on your opponent's hand at that point. Nico Robin does get played.
And this is another one of those sticky characters where even if Alexander can answer it, he's just going to lose a life card anyway and go down to 0. So he's kind of forced to just like let it be there.
Right. Yeah, and then because of the Nami leader ability, he still gets to draw a card as well. After playing the Nico Robin.
Yeah, because we changed our own life cards, not just our opponents.
Yep. Yeah, it's just straight up once per turn. On your turn. Okay. A little bit of deck fixing for Alexander.
Getting a lot of card selection here, which when you're looking for answers to board states is definitely what you want to be doing, but staring down 5 life to 1 and a 10K, a 5K, and a 8K attacker, 2 of which you can't reasonably get rid of because the second you do, they get a lot of on-KO value.
Now he's put them both back on top.
He's got the good ones.
Yeah, like Slitty found there. Just rearranging maybe a little bit. Plays another Frankie.
More 6-drops. Okay, he's just like, guys, we're not going to need these for the rest of the game. I know that they're just going to be stunned and not being able to attack, so I may as well just try to win the game through other methods.
That's fair, just to prevent the attacks. He doesn't need something that's not a blocker, basically. It's just a philosophy, it seems like at this point.
Slash has better uses of his Dawn, right? Like, if he spends his whole turn playing 6 Dawn just for that card, he doesn't get to establish blockers. He doesn't get to draw cards. All these other things that are going to be more valuable for him in actually making it possible to win the game against Daniel, not just not lose, if that makes sense.
Gamma Knife on Gecko Moria. And Mamaragan. Turning it sideways there. Potentially setting up an attack into it.
And again, we're in a situation here where Nami being able to protect itself is really good, but the characters are kind of free reign. So getting this Gecko Moria 10K body off the board is going to be super huge.
Yeah. Even with 2 blockers on board, or 1.5 blockers. Oh no, he's actually got potentially 3 if he uses the Enel ability, the Enel card ability. Lightning Dragon is going to buy him some time.
Yeah, going to make it to where that Perona cannot refresh during the refresh phase. But now we're going to swing what looks to be 6 into the 3. We're just going to let it go, it looks like.
Yep. Yeah, not wanting to commit any resources from hand to defend that Gecko Moria.
But here's the place you don't want to be. Given the free attack over to Daniel, do you take it? Do you just lose the card? Well, when it's a Borsalino that can't do anything, you may as well get value out of it. Oh, going to continue to counter out here. I like it. And now we're going to use the ability of the Enel to make it a blocker. So now we have access to 3 blockers, 2 of which are 7K or higher, and 1 of which already drew 2 cards and trashed a card. So while Daniel is presenting a lot of threats to Alexander, he's not exactly threatening for the next few turns.
Yeah, has to find a way to deal with that board a little bit more. And This is again where I really like the extra blocker package with the Frankies that Alexander has going in this Enel list.
But speaking of blockers here, we see the OP13 10-drop Newgate coming down. That 12K blocker will not only let you draw 2 trash 1, it'll also give you access to 4 more Don cards being attached to your cards, 14 Don worth of value, and a 12,000 blocker to boot. That's just stats on stats on stats right there.
Well, I mean, you just had to use a lot of resources, too, to get rid of that Gecko Moria. Multiple cards to take out that. Yeah, and so now having to deal with a 13K is even rougher. Frankie does go down.
Yeah, and this Newgate is actually a really good attacker into the board state of Alexander, because the second he blocks with that blocker Enel, we could very go 14 into 10. That's like really good math for you.
Yep, absolutely. Now over to Alexander again.
We're basically in the same state we were in last turn, but now we have an even bigger threat on the other side of the table. Not a 10K base, a 12K base.
Yeah.
And this one's a blocker. So good luck trying to threaten Daniel's life this turn. It's, some would say, not easy.
I don't think so. I think both these players, feeling relatively safe overall, but he's going to maybe swing with this Reiju.
I mean, you kind of have to, right? Like, if you're not threatening life, you're just giving Daniel free turns. And once the first Newgate comes down, what are the odds another one comes down, and so on and so forth? They can snowball like crazy at this stage of the game. And this is the stage that yellow decks, particularly Nami yellow decks, love to be in.
Right. He was mulling over what looked like a 10K swing with that Reiju. Or is that Reiju 8? I thought you said
it gains
7,
2K,
right?
and it gains 4.
Plus 4
the cost.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Reiju, there it is again.
Yep. There we go. Another 7K. Yep. Because I would imagine he's got enough events in his trash. And if he doesn't, this will help.
Going to go ahead and get the reduction here of the Nico Robin down to 7,000 this turn.
Mm-hmm. And where do we go from here?
We could see leader ability reactivation attached to Senior Pink and then go for damage, but this is the situation you never want to be in against yellow, where basically every life you give them could be just them plussing their aggression against you. It could be a body that you now have to deal with on the crackback, where, especially if you choose to attack with your blockers, might be a bad thing to do.
Right. I mean, you're looking at this Nami having more health than she started the game with.
Yes.
At this point. And meanwhile, you have 1. It is a rough situation. I'm going to swing anyway.
And Daniel's more than happy about that. You're going to make Alexander here go to 0 with that on-KO ability.
Yeah, and you may ask, why would you do that? And the answer is you just got to deal with the board. You just got to do something about it. You can't let that Nico Robin just sit out there.
I mean, and you think about it, like with the number of attacks Daniel potentially had access to, I'm probably going to 0 anyway. I might as well get that attack off the board in the first place and force more resources out of my opponent that I can then block as a result of.
Yeah, and you notice, Daniel not using the Newgate to block that either. Just accepting that he's going to take it, still not using it to block here. And now taking a life.
And it's a trigger hog back.
Oh, my goodness.
That is back-breaking. It's not like Alexander was probably going to attack for the rest of the turn anyway, so he's just going to get a new attacker in the form of a hog back and not utilize his second Perona because he just doesn't need to right now. He has more than enough defense despite the pressure that Alexander is representing.
Yeah, and I mean, the hog back also does grab on KO something as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. From your hand. You need to have it in hand, but still. It's another card that replaces itself. Which is where this deck gets really scary, is that it's got all this self-protection with the leader ability, but then with the Thriller Bark package, it's got a board that is kind of self-sustaining in a way.
Yep, and for the first time ever, we see Daniel not attacking for 8 with the leader, only swinging with the 7, so that way we can also swing Sweeping with our Hog back and leave 7 Don back. Are we going to see another Nico Robin be played this turn? That'd be insane.
Maybe, just swinging with the Newgate. That it's so big, forcing out the block with the Enel.
And 2 cards. Like, normally this blocker is just a free stop, but nope, it requires 2 L Thors there to stop.
Yeah, exactly. It's another Nico Robin. Going back up to 5 health, this is wild. This is the strongest I think we've seen this Nami deck look today.
I mean, this is what it does in this stage of the game, where it's basically like in the grinder here for Alexander. There's no good decisions for the rest of this game. Anything has the potential to punish you. I will say, good news, if you attack Nico Robin and KO it, nothing happens anymore. I'm just, putting that out there.
Yep, and, we're looking at a situation where there is a large amount of blockers out right now for Alexander Gonzalez, in theory. You've got one right there.
And now we have one swinging in.
Yep, that's right. But
it's a Gecko Moria. And this can play any 4-cost, not just Thriller Bark ones, any 4-cost or less from the trash. You're going to get that Zoro and get the extra recovery. Oh, my goodness.
Yes. Man. Gets another life right back again.
It's like we didn't attack.
Well, it's worse than it's if we didn't attack.
We also gave them an attacker.
They have exactly. They have another card on the board, and they have that life back again. Yeah. That is so rough. But, what can you do? I mean, there's no other choice for Alexander, right? Establishes a Holly now on his side of the board, but you have to put the pressure on.
Yeah, yellow is as yellow does, as I like to say.
Yep. Yeah, you got to grind through it. I mean, we should track just how much life Alexander's taken this game, right? I mean, it's already been like 4, 5 life.
I mean, he's resolved 3 Nico Robins, so he's gained at least 6 life. And then taken at least 3 off their own effects, and then who knows how many cards since then. Wow.
that is crazy, yeah.
And he took, most of the life he's taken has been by his own effects, too. Not even from Alexander's attacks, because of the Zeus, because of all the Robins, because of the Nami effects.
Right. And we are just going to swing with that Senor Pink now.
Demands a 2K. So, our hand is non-existent though. As Daniel, we have literally a 1-card hand. But Alexander is scooping enough. He's seen enough. He knows it's not good from there. And we're revealing the triggers. Yeah. Oh my goodness! Daniel had a whole hand of them in there.
I mean, what do you expect, right? I mean, that's you see them all like kind of grinning about it, right? Because that's just like what this deck does. Yellow is just trigger city these days, right? So, I mean, it kind of always has been, I guess, but especially lately, and so meaningful, too. Again, this Thriller Bark package operates so cleanly within the Nami leader archetype, too. It's like, even though, it's like discordant lore-wise, it fits together so perfectly TCG-wise. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, too, of just, like, speaking to what Nami is good at doing, which is doing all the things Yellow wants to do and responding to the meta. The reason why Thriller Bark is good is because it's good against Enel, and the fact that Nami can utilize it in a way that's synergistic just makes Nami that much better.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that means we are 1 game down, potentially 2 games to go here in this best of 3. Yes. And, I think Alexander made the right choice there, too, where it's like that was not a game that was looking very winnable. It probably would have ended in the next few turns anyway. So why not, with it being a best of 3, just start from scratch, right? Just 100%. Go back into the next game with the knowledge then, the more intimate knowledge of about how your opponent is playing out their decks. It is open deck list at this point, so they do know what cards are in there.
That's right.
But getting a chance to face off against your opponent, seeing how they play it out is also, pretty interesting too, or pretty important too, right?
Yeah.
Get that download.
And I wonder if Alexander was choosing that entire game to not play the 6-drop Searcher, or just didn't draw them until the mid to late stages, where it was maybe quote-unquote too late to start establishing them. I would love to see maybe him take a bit more of an aggressive role here to force Daniel into situations where he's using those life card effects to catch back up versus solidify his lead, if that makes sense. And that'd be really nice to see.
It would. Here we go again, starting out with Girl.
I'm going to get the filter, put the Hog back down. They're not nearly as scary as a Perona, but still good.
Yeah, I mean, just any card that you have a chance to just bring back and play for free is just going to feel good. Yeah. And what do we got from Alexander? Now, we did see that early Holly last time, but Daniel just had the answers. He's going to opt for just playing the Frankie first in game number 2.
You get that discard draw 2. You love to see it. Going to get the L4 discarded there to draw more cards, establish their lead. Daniel's going to go ahead and begin their turn. And now I'm sure Daniel's going to do what he loves doing, which is swinging for 8,000. But this time, maybe 9,000? May as well.
We'll see. Get that dice out of there. There you go. All right. Oh, we're just going to go for the Zoro right off the bat.
So nice to see the different plays that Daniel's choosing to do because he's on the even curve now, but we still get that full value out of our Nami leader thanks to this girl giving us that extra attach. Again, I love how this harkens back to the original Nami that we saw in the original starter deck for Straw Hat Luffy, that 1-drop that just let you gain a Dawn every single turn. This girl does the same thing, but also filters a card. Why not?
And here's really where the power of the Red Bull Double Dawn comes into, is that after all that, you still get to swing for 7 with your leader too, which is just, so such a big difference between just, dropping a 2K to block an attack versus just taking that life, Demanding 2 cards from hand this early is really strong.
Speaking of big difference, we see Alexander having a big difference from Game 1. We are establishing that 6-drop Secret Rare Enel on our 6-Don turn, where we can actually begin the turn with 6-Don, and that's going to be so much more pressure that Daniel has to fight through for the rest of this game, because answering this card, as we've seen throughout the rest of the rounds, is not the easiest thing to do permanently. You can answer it for like a turn, but sometimes that's not enough.
That's generally more of what you want to do, right, is get that searcher out there, get that big body established. Played the Mamaragan as well to rest Roranoa Zoa. Roranoa Zoro.
It's a tongue twister for him. Everyone just calls him Zoro, though.
Getting deep in the day, too, so, yeah.
I love seeing that. I love seeing that Frankie swing. There's nothing I love more than attacking with blockers, I'll tell you what.
I bet.
Oh, but there we see the Perona going in the trash. The setup has been set up.
Yep. Perona's in there. You got to find the Kamasi in life now.
Oh, and we're going to get rid of the girl, it looks like, using the El Thor. He's like, that's too much value for you over time. Get it out of here.
Yep. I mean, if you have the resources to do it, now, might as well do it now, because it's only going to get harder to find time to commit to that later. A little searching here.
What do we need this turn if we're Daniel? We probably want either that 5-drop Nami or Perona would be really nice to establish here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Nami helps quite a bit.
I mean, this 5-drop Nami is already a good yellow card, but in specifically the blue-yellow Nami deck, it's just so powerful. It reads draw a card. It reads activate your leader abilities full power. It reads be a floater. Just everything you want to be doing and more. Yeah. Oh, and it reads burn your opponent for a damage, by the way.
Well, it's like a character spot on the board that has an extra life, essentially.
Yeah. It's really, and 2 characters, not just 1.
Mm. Especially if you can bring it back, or have a second one. All right, Alexander, his turn, playing another Frankie.
I really like these Frankies. They're just a really nice addition to the deck, I find. It just makes the deck feel even more consistent than it already was.
Yeah, 6K is strong to attack with, and then just having the extra layer of blockers has been pretty helpful.
All right, Alexander, is this the turn where you attack? I mean, it gets you full value. I'm going to get a bit of future information, though, from this Satori so we can know the best way to operate. Always good to maximize the amount of information you have access to before you start making plays.
For sure, yeah.
Especially in this deck where, like, essentially, if those 2 cards are good ones that you want to use this turn, you can draw them right now thanks to your cycle cards.
Yep.
And we have a gigantic hand as Alexander. Oh, we're going to have some fun this turn, I bet.
Mm-hmm. Thinking hard about if he wants to keep those on top, puts both back on top again. 7K swing.
Yep, demanding 2 cards minimum here from Daniel. A little dangerous to swing with the leader first in case we get a Thriller Bark life card here, but you got to do what you got to do sometimes, I think.
I mean, you have to take the life away at some point. Ooh,
checking the trash is not fun.
Yeah, I think I know what that is. Yeah.
What the? Putting it out before you reveal the card is so.
Yeah, we all knew it was coming. That Kamasi has just always been lurking at the top of the life this game. It feels like the series happened last game, happened again this game.
Oh, I feel like I wished it on Alexander. I feel so bad. I literally mentioned, like, it's not fun attacking with the leader first here, but you kind of have to do it to maximize your swing math, but it leaves you open to exactly that play happening.
But again, you go back to it, and what can you do? You have to reduce the life somehow.
100%. Oh, my goodness. And then we see the Lightning Dragon there, making sure the Perona cannot refresh here, basically blanking it.
And he does have him down to 3, so that is the lowest life I think he's been yet in this series.
Fair.
So that we'll call that a win,
Yes.
Yeah.
In before he plays another Nico Robin, goes back up to 4.
I mean, if there were to be a time, this would be the time.
I will say if he does that, though, he'll be denying his full power leader ability for what it's worth, because he's currently at 8 Dawn. So
sure.
Maybe not the best play he could be going for. Ooh,
no,
another Perona.
Get the Perona out there instead. Yep. That'll be the search.
I believe we have 2 Hogbacks in the trash and no more Perona because we got this one back. So
yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Worth noting here that there could be value here in hard playing that this turn. 2 7K swings.
Attacking. Yep, attacking with the other Nami.
2K, 1K. We love eating as many cards as possible when we attack. That's the goal of One Piece, and we're leaving the 4 Dawn back. That feels like a Perona to me.
Yeah, another 8K swing. Yep, there's a Perona. Going to go ahead and freeze the Secret Rare Enel on the other side. Pass the turn. Feels pretty safe if you are Daniel right now.
I mean, I know Alexander got to finally play the 6-drop on the curve this game, but it sure does not feel like he did thanks to these Peronas. And once again, we have a board of cards that if Daniel got rid of them, not the biggest deal in the world because you essentially get to use more of their effects or put them back in the trash so you can reuse them in later, or you just get the full value out of them by having that Nami's powerful on-KO ability.
Yeah. Wow, Frankie going after this Nami here.
Yep, 5-5.
Yeah. Bold move since, again, that Nami has such a high chance of replacing herself.
Yeah, but you don't want to
No, pointed at life instead. Oh, no.
No. You have to turn it face up. He just went over.
Is using the KO ability. Yeah,
yes, exactly.
Face up. It got me. It got you last game. It got me this game.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
But we only got the Hog back. So now we just have a board of cards that you don't want to get rid of. They're just annoying cards that just get to be there the entire game, essentially.
Sure. Gonna search the trash.
And I do respect the way that Alexander's playing because I know a lot of players who are so terrified of attacking into yellow players' life, but honestly that means you're being held hostage by cards you have no idea even exist. Right. And that is like chainmail on your ability to actually play the game.
No, he's doing the right thing, because you can't just let that fear of triggers keep you from doing anything, right? Because ultimately, the end of the game, it's only going to end with a win for you if their life cards are gone, right? So you got to go for it.
It is just so unfortunate that this blue-yellow Nami deck, or the blue-yellow decks in general, are so good at making up for yellow's most famous weakness, which is if you never attack their leader and only attack their characters, eventually they're going to run out of cards. Who cares what triggers they get? But with the blue ability to draw cards and all these new powerful yellow cards that have awesome on-KO effects, punishing your opponent for playing in that exact style makes it really difficult and challenging for even the best of players to combat.
Yeah, so a stun from the Lightning Dragon on the Perona in the middle, and then he went ahead and attacked 7K into that Dr. Hogback. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and go with that. Yeah, Kamasi hits the board now.
It can attack Ohm. That's pretty valuable, I think.
Sure. Yeah, why not?
Never mind. He's like, I know you were going to attack it. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction.
Well, I mean, the Ohm Holly shenanigans just aren't in the cards for Alexander this game. We saw him already trash one of the Hollies, so that's already kind of like a part of the strategy that he's kind of forgoing this time. That is a big swing, though, from the Satori.
Yeah. Well, what's nice is that this current hogback that's revealed face-up is not a valuable one, and swinging into the Perona here is kind of not the biggest deal in the world because, all the attackers currently cannot attack anyway, so who cares if one of them gets not allowed to attack? Definitely heads up there sequencing from Alexander, trying to maximize the amount of value he could gain this turn despite the stymied resources he was working with. But now we're at the full 10 Don for Daniel. Free reign for what this blue-yellow Nami deck wants to do. We have entered the end game. This deck loves being there. Started off with a 6K. That means no 10 new gate at least.
Yep, that's true. Does get another card out of Alexander's hand. Now gets a life out with that 7K swing. No blockers available.
Yep, get the draw off the leader ability here. And is this the Gecko Moria coming down? It sure is.
Oh, yeah. Into the Perona. Going to freeze the Enel again.
Not even putting the Perona in the live, just bringing it right out from the trash to play it and have that blocker already established. Doesn't want to give Alexander the possibility of playing around our life cards.
Yeah, might as well, right?
Free bodies are free bodies. Also, not going to 4 makes it to where if they do attack their life cards at all, we can turn on any Borsalinos in our hand. Makes it a little easier to get to that stage of the game.
Yeah. Meanwhile, over to Alexander's hand again. He's attacked this Senior Pink into the Dr. Hogback. Or into the Perona, I'm sorry.
And now we're having the Perona make it to where one of the Satoris cannot attack. I'm basically saying, hey, if you want to attack with your blocker, I say go ahead. I'm okay with that, especially when you're at 1 life.
Right. Yeah, both players. I think both players feeling the fatigue setting in a little bit today where now you're in this best of 3. It's been a grueling day. It's a grueling matchup.
I mean, if you think about it,
it's tough.
It's the same number of rounds as most regionals. That also happen in single days, but
yeah, it's a long day.
There's a top cut involved.
Yeah,
not all regionals have top cuts involved. So you have so many extra games that normally people just aren't used to playing on just a single day. So, and when you add the frustrating nature of having to balance the act of attacking versus not attacking against any yellow deck in the format, it just is so difficult for any player.
Right. Over to Alexander. Big swing into the Gecko Moria with the Satori. Red Bull Double Dawn activated.
Yeah, in this game, because Daniel has been a bit more laissez-faire about taking life card damage, his hand size is much more healthy, so defending this board is going to be way more possible, especially when there's no real threat of powerful attacks happening for the rest of this turn. We are going to choose to get rid of it. We're placing it in the Don pile, which is a little adorable. But it's officially in the trash for what it's worth.
I was going to say, yeah.
He's like, guys, Gecko Moria is basically free Don if you think about it because he plays free cards. So he may as well be in the cost area.
Yeah, that is I was going to say, how long is that going to last in the Don area?
I cannot express to you it's the most easy fix in the world, but it's very adorable.
It's value. It's free real estate. Yep.
The Lightning Dragon, once again, Alexander always having this Lightning Dragon to punish the Peronas coming back into play. Really nice to see, just stymieing the amount of aggression that comes his way.
What else can you do? All right, 7K gets countered out of. Keeps the Reiju safe. Frankie will go down, though.
Ooh,
and there's a Nico Robin. Yep. It's going to be a nice one-card heal, trash one, then add 2 from the top of your deck to your life. And then again, on KO, would remove that final life from Alexander Gonzalez' side of the board and leave him open to a big attack finisher.
It's worth noting, though, that currently Alexander has all of his cards able to attack, meaning there's going to be some real pressure being sent towards Daniel's life total. But thanks to the past few turns and how we've played it, we've been able to maintain our hand size to maybe protect ourselves.
Yeah.
And Nami may be very powerful at healing cards. It's also very powerful at countering, thanks to being base 7,000 power.
Yep.
Most of the time.
Like you get to keep a lot more in your hand for that, for sure. Goes up to the 7K. And there's that secret rare Enel. Our other 6-drop Enel, this is the one that you can make a blocker.
Wow, another Lightning Dragon on the Perona to keep it from attacking. He's like, I don't want you to be able to poke me with that.
Is that all 4 now?
I think I've seen at least three.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he discarded any earlier, but I've seen at least 3.
Right.
It is make or break here for Alexander, but he's got a really powerful minimum 14K attack here with that Enel. We're actually going to be putting it on the Senior Pink, going to get that 10K swing at the life. Going to be also very much good enough numbers, especially when we can go 10-12 with the Enel here. Whether they counter or not, you're going to be able to really pressure the hand size or put him to 2 life, which, depending on Daniel's hand, he'd be happy to do. Yeah, those Kumasis are not valuable in your hand. Just get them out of here.
Yep. Another 10K coming through. And he pointed the Perona. Oh, okay.
He's done attacking for the turn, so now he knows that one Perona is not going to be able to refresh, and the other one is going to make sure the Reiju can't attack. Okay, he wasn't going to do that anyway. And there we see the Enel ability to become a blocker while returning a Dawn and discarding a card. We discarded another 6-drop. I wonder how big Alexander's hand is. Oh, my goodness. The pressure, even with this Nico Robin, might be enough to put him to 0 this turn.
It seems thick. There you go. 8K swing. Once again, that is going to be blocked. Nico Robin swinging in again. And that's going to get blocked by the Reiju. A little bit of extra counter to make sure the Reiju stays alive. And another Gecko Moria. Ooh, that's pretty nice.
Especially after Alexander put that Perona in Daniel's trash ever so nicely.
Right.
Being able to set that up is so great. And here, once again, we're seeing the real power of this Nami deck and that these characters are so difficult for you to interact with because whether you attack the characters or attack the life, there's going to be a potential punish for you.
Right. The Gecko Moria puts the Kamasi back on life. The Kamasi brings the Perona out. The Perona stuns something and denies another attack. It is a vicious circle that this Nami can create.
Even if you get rid of the Nico Robin, it's still going to put you to 0 anyway, as if it attacked you. So
Yep, pretty much.
But there we see the alternate version of the Secret Rare Enel. Going to go ahead and get that extra search here, discarding the Ohm. We don't know what card was added because we don't get to know.
Which is good. I like that. It's always nice to have the draw sometimes that you don't have to reveal to your opponent what you've got. Kamasi removed from the board. Big swing onto the Nico Robin, and going to go ahead and let that go. Trash the life, or do the damage, rather, to the life area of Alexander Gonzalez. Senior Pink attacking 8K. I believe it is towards that Perona. It's 6K, right?
Yeah,
plus,
exactly.
Plus Red Bull doubled on, yeah.
Yep, and now we make sure that the Enel cannot attack this turn. We make it a blocker as Alexander, and now we have 2 blockers up. No cards in life, but 2 attacks from Daniel. So there's no way for Daniel to go for game this turn, but I don't think he needs to. But the amount of powerful attackers Alexander is going to be able to begin their turn with is pretty crazy. Like we have 3 10 power base cards, 10,000 power base cards.
All right, so girl enters play. Going to trash the Zeus and do a little bit more searching this turn.
I mean, we might be running out of gas here as Nami. Like we said, we don't have like infinite draw, but with 4 life cards, one of which is a guaranteed Perona, which basically blanks 2 attacks and establishes our own attacker. is basically like drawing cards. Speaking of which, we do add that 4-drop Zoro to our hand. We might just play that and not use its ability.
Well, I was kind of wondering, too, does Daniel not play the 3-cost Sanji that makes the character unblockable?
He potentially does, but they usually don't play it at high numbers.
Right. I feel like I haven't seen that at all from him yet today.
Yeah, it's a tech card most of the time, like 1 or 2 copies maximum, and so he might have just valued playing higher copies of the Thriller Bark package, if that makes sense.
Exactly, yeah. There's another Zoro, too, and I think that's another thing that might occupy that slot, too.
Ooh, and there we see the Zoro actually using its ability. So now we're in an interesting situation where the first attack won't necessarily blank an attack, but if you think about it, if you don't use at least the first or second attack using one of your 6-drops, it's like you didn't attack with them anyway, because the Perona will eventually come down and stop you no matter what.
And there's also the immense danger of just attacking into a yellow player with a bunch of triggers, too.
Mm-hmm.
You never know. There's another, looks like Vinsmoke Reiju coming in for Alexander. And, all right, yep, going to get rid of the girl there.
Once again, we love seeing the modes that these Enel players are doing, where they're like, I'm not the aggro deck anymore, I'm the control deck. And I'm just trying to build the most scary, powerful board I possibly can, and then start attacking. But when you have 5 life cards, only 1 card in hand is perfectly fine. Let's see what it is for this blind trigger. It's just going
goes
to
hand. Okay. Just wants it in hand instead. Now the attack onto the Gecko Moria with the 12K from the Enel.
I really respect that discipline there to not attack the life. You really need to make sure you deny that Perona as long as possible until you can start chaining attacks together.
Yep. There's the Ohm.
Yeah, and these blockers giving you basically 2 extra life every single turn, especially since Daniel cannot threaten them with high enough power totals, is going to be super huge.
Yeah. But what if he does have that Sanji? You know?
On this board, say it's way worse because you're having a base 6K versus a base 10K to use it on. And I'm not sure how many cards are in Alexander's hand, though, so I'm not sure what a safe number to go for game would be. But, oh, the 10-drop Newgate is so huge here. This really breaks apart the game plan that Alexander was hoping to continuously go for every single turn, because now not only do we get a lot of Dawn attached to our cards to pressure the board or the life cards, or the hand size, we also establish a blocker of our own to protect our board from being swung into.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, do you swing into that with your Newgate? Probably not. Oh, no, sorry. It doesn't have rush.
It just got played, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. For a second. Later on you might, but not right now.
Yeah. It's all starting to blur together.
But also eating up 2 cards from Alexander's hand. I think he's going down 2 cards total as he draws for turn and begins his first swing into the Zoro. Not even going to bother blocking that as Daniel. We have a 12K swinger. We're good. Well, because
you're going to have to require so much to keep it alive, yeah.
100%. Yeah, so the problem with having just Zoro in play or just Gecko Moria in play is that it doesn't demand nearly as many cards when you attack with it. But now, no matter which card Alexander blocks with, it's going to require a lot of things.
Yep.
We take the life card damage, we go for the Perona, and then we make it to where the Enel blocker cannot attack. I'm not sure it was going to anyway, but there we see that late game Frankie coming down, discarding the Holly, drawing 2 fresh ones. We don't know what these cards are, but they're hopefully better than just a Holly if you're Alexander.
Well, he's definitely not worried about the Ohm Holly package this game. It's like you said earlier, playing that more control style of just trying to slowly build a board of 10Ks in all these Enels while keeping your opponent's board as small as possible. Going to go for life that time around.
But now we have 3 attacks and only 2 blockers. The math is now officially mathing for Daniel's side. This could close it out and decide one of our finalists for the Red Bull Double Down. And Alexander scoops it up. He doesn't want to see it happen. All we have is enough counter to stop 1 attack, and you're going to go 8-8 minimum, and it's just not going to be enough to stop. Alexander sees the writing on the wall and just gives it over to Daniel.
Wow, what a finish there, too. And, I mean, what an amount of power for that Nami deck, right, to just create this impenetrable wall, you know, of, like, so much life game, so many triggers.
Yeah, when people talk about the bad matchup that Enel has into this deck, this is the exact style of turns or this exact go-about that they talk about, which is like no matter what you do, you can be forced in the blender of losing the game.
Yeah, exactly, yep. And you see our players getting up there. You know, I was wondering here and there if we were going to see a Game 3 with this one too, because it was looking like maybe Alexander was building that board that was just going to be just strong enough. But when you're teetering on that knife's edge, you know, at some point, you know, Alexander was just like, you know what? I don't got it, you know. Despite the strength of that board, the Nami is just a little bit too strong. And Daniel's just been piloting that beautifully all day.
Yes, 100%. It's beautiful to see, and he's definitely earned that spot in the finals. And now we have the potential to have a non-Enel deck in the finals because we know the other matchup has at least one red-green Luffy in it. And I don't know if we know the result yet, but we will announce those finals very soon and hopefully get to those games as quick as possible and crown our Red Bull Double Dawn champion.
Yeah, I mean, that really is kind of the story of the day, too, is the Enel players, because the deck is so strong, especially in Red Bull Double Dawn format, versus the players that think they found the answer to the Enel, both in the Nami and then in the red-green Luffy as well. And both of those things has worked pretty well, but you cannot deny the strength of purple Enel, No. So we'll see what the finals ends up looking like. I could see it going either way,
100%. And no matter what, we're going to be in for some amazing gameplay because these players, to make it this far, are some of the best to ever do it. And I always feel so grateful to be able to watch amazing gameplay like this whenever we get the opportunity to cast these events.
Yeah, it's always fun to see the best of the best, right? 100%. And I mean, this has been such a fun event because it's so outside of the norm, right? Where, we've been to, you and I specifically, we've been to a lot of nationals, we've been to a lot of championships, things like that. And, so getting to see a series where a tournament where the format is different, where the players have to think differently, or we have to think differently, it's been a lot of fun. I really hope we get to see more of this in the future, right?
Yeah, someone asked me earlier, what my overall thoughts of the event have been so far, and I'm like, it's like a mini microcosm of the One Piece card game that only we get to experience only on this day, and it's all really subtle, but also super exciting. And once we leave here, we'll probably not forget about it, but also maybe want to play it again and again over time, like you're saying, I hope this isn't the only time we do something like this.
Well, the fact that this was allowed to happen in the first place, that is, I think, really promising for some really fun stuff in the future of the game, where if they're willing to have these sort of out there events where they tweak the rule set a little bit, for kind of a special occasion, I would love to see, one or two of these things every year, where we look at the game a little bit differently than we would have otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. It just speaks to the ability of players to adapt to as new things come out in a way that is just so special and so unique that being a part of it just feels really exciting. And
it's just fun, too. I mean, a lot of people out there around the nation had a chance to play in all these Double Dawn events, and now, from here on out, when you're playing against your friends just on the kitchen table, it's like, hey, do you want to play a game of Double Dawn, right?
Yeah.
So I think it just adds to the variety and adds to the life of the game itself, too.
And there it is.
Yeah.
We have confirmation that Kevin Zhao and Daniel Massa are finalists, not an Enel to be found in that finals matchup.
Amazing. That is so cool. And it's not I'm not trying to talk down about Enel or about the Enel players or anything like that. Again, I think the strength of that deck is second to none, and I think the ability to pilot that deck well is something that's underestimated because it does have a lot more subtlety to it than I think a lot of people give it credit for. But it really is neat to see sort of the masters of the counter to the top deck are the ones that eventually made it the finals. So we've got red-green Luffy versus the blue-yellow Nami, which is not a matchup we've seen all day. So getting to have a best of three of that is going to be really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said, I'm very unbiased when it comes to commentary of the match, but I'm super biased to the story of the event. And how cool is the story of the event being the deck that not 90% of people played, being the two matchups in the finals is just such an amazing thing to take home with us and talk about and tell our friends and broadcast to everyone out in the world. And anyone that thought that OP15 Enel was unbeatable, the only deck you should be playing, well, this format, he's technically even stronger, and he's not even in the finals. Hopefully that can give you some solace and inspire you to brew your own self and your own decks for future events.
What a final match for these players to be looking at, too. And I think this is a match that neither one of them were maybe expecting, coming into today. A lot of them, I would imagine both of them are saying, hey, if we're going to be in the finals, probably going to play against an Enel, right?
100%.
If I were the player, that's what I'd be kind of thinking of. And here they are playing against different matchups, especially, with Daniel having to face a red-green Luffy. Obviously, in testing, you would have played against this.
Right.
But it wasn't maybe the biggest focus in testing. So this is going to be, I think, a real test for him, too.
Yeah, if it's a measure of who's more prepared, there's no question that Kevin is more prepared for this matchup than maybe Daniel is, but not saying Daniel is not prepared because he's very much a master of the blue-yellow Nami deck from what we've seen, and I'm sure he can adapt on the fly if he has to. He probably doesn't even have to. He's probably ready to go, but we'll find out together.
That's right. We'll find out. And so after a short break, we are going to come back with the grand finals of Red Bull Double Dawn here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's been a long day, but it all comes down to a final best of three. We'll be right back with that right after this. Hey, we are back one last time here at the Red Bull Double Dawn Finals here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Doey here along with True Champ Steve. We have gone through every series today. We've gotten to sit in on every single one in the stream, but now we have our final best of three, the grand finals, to find out which player is going to raise the trophy high, and it is Daniel Masso on this blue-yellow Nami taking on Kevin Zhao on this red-green Monkey D Luffy. OP 13 versus OP 11. And you know, you gotta give the game credit sometimes for bringing in some cool support for leaders from a set or two ago, or a few ago from in the Nami's case. But in this Red Bull Double Dawn meta specifically, just the ability to keep swinging for those 7K, or as we've seen Daniel do, swing for 8K a lot with this turn, really does change how the entire game operates, doesn't it?
Yep, and it's going to be really interesting to see. We kind of saw Kevin earlier master a sort of mid-range matchup where he had to kind of grind and jockey for position rather than just try to get ahead and stay ahead like you would in an aggro matchup. But here we're going to see two different decks trying two different ways to be the kings of mid-range, and they're both really good at snowballing, basically, and they're both really bad at answering each other's boards. So we could see some wild board states, some wild situations, and I cannot wait as Daniel begins his first turn in this final match. Untimed round, by the way. We will have a winner in proper form.
I love it, and I would not complain one bit if we got all three games out of here. As we get things started here, Daniel Masso on the play, putting down that Red Bull Double Dawn to start things off. It's always going to be the first Dawn to come out of your Dawn deck if you haven't figured out that out by now.
He even has a separate Dawn zones. You can always keep track of it.
Yeah, exactly. Going to search the Gecko Moria to start things off.
Yep, you can't get what you be
looking ahead.
You cannot get Edward Newgate, but you sure can get some of your other top end in this deck with Will You Be My Servant.
2 to 8 cost, right? And there's the Jewelry Bonnie search on Kevin's side of things. And all right, just going to grab a Sanji. Cool.
The setup is set-upping for both of these players, and that's exactly where you want to be.
Set-upping? Laboon. Oh, okay. A little bit of board protection then.
Right. There is some powerful removal cards from Daniel's deck. We've seen Zeus be played time and time again, but this just being able to be like a massive protection for all the really powerful cards.
He got the read.
I mean, Laboon is actually a pretty interesting card. It's kind of like it's kind of a lot like the OP14 Virgo, where it provides a protection effect to all your cards, and as long as you have enough Dawn to rest or cards to rest, you can keep protecting them. It's pretty powerful. It's
one of those rare 2Ks where you do find yourself playing it too from time to time, which is always nice.
But it can only protect base power 7K or higher. You can't just protect everything, but it usually protects the important things.
It's coming out very early, obviously. But again, this is something we got to talk about. In the Red Bull Double Dawn meta, it only takes the Double Dawn and another regular Dawn to have a 5K swing out of your Laboon, I guess, if you want to. So I'm not saying we're going to see that. I'm just saying it's possible, all right?
100%. 100%. Yep. I mean, if back in the day, Zero Costo Thomas could go for game, I imagine 2K Laboons can go for game thanks to Double Dawn. I wouldn't be surprised.
Dude, watch Laboon into the Brook restand Laboon beatdown, right?
Oh, my.
Lore synergy. Lore synergy, man.
Oh, that'd be so adorable. I would love every second of that.
Right. Playing Banks' brew the whole time.
Yes, we love it. So there we see the Usopp coming down here on that 4-Dawn curve here. Definitely optimal for Kevin to get full value out of their Dawn. But here we see the Nami. One thing that's going to be really important is that even though the Monkey D. Luffy is known for being super defensive, all of the automatic damage, essentially, that Nami has access to is going to be a big, big problem for you dealing with. Who cares if you can counter my attacks? You're just going to take a life anyway.
Yeah, true enough. All right. And the Nami out there to potentially replace itself. And just checking a couple things here.
Yeah, it's interesting. We have the deck here that can constantly protect its cards from being KO'd, and then we have the deck on the other side whose cards you never really want to KO.
Yeah. All right, rearranging things a little bit. There is the 7K swing coming at Daniel.
Sequencing is always key here, especially in the Red Bull Double Dawn event, to maximize your amount of damage and the amount of cards you're playing per turn.
And this red-green Luffy already down to 2 life too, so Kevin feeling a little bit of the pressure, but getting that board established, right? And specifically having a little bit more protection for some of your higher end stuff too.
Yes, and one cool thing about double attack from the 6-cost Luffy is that it kind of mitigates the biggest problem about yellow decks, if that makes sense. Like, basically, for the one potential attack you're doing, the one scary attack you're doing, you're potentially getting 2 life cards of value. So who cares if they get the trigger? That's usually a good enough tempo exchange, I think, to make it worth it.
Sure.
Ooh, Nico Robin trashing Nico Robin from the life to go ahead and get 2 more life cards, putting it at 5. 5-1 is a crazy life differential. But here it is here for Daniel. This is what the blue-yellow deck wants to be doing.
Yep. I mean, it feels so good to go up 1 life. You get to draw a card. Like, you get a bigger character on the board. Everything feels really, really good in that sequence for the Nami player for sure.
Especially with the girl in play to make it not like a punish that you're playing your Nico Robin on your 7 Dawn turn, so that way you could still maintain your Dawn X1 ability.
Right. Yeah, very true.
We're going to get 3 more Dawn activated at the end of the turn here. We're going to go ahead and use 5 of it here to play another Sanji, giving us 2 more active. We can still attack and activate 4 at the end of the turn. That's everything you want to be doing if you're Kevin. Setting up those big boards and then making sure that they can stick the landing towards the end of the game.
Yeah, it's okay to take some life early in exchange for getting this board state established. Does not feel bad. 4 life now.
Oh, I think I saw a little bit of a flash of an SP Nami in Daniel's hand from EBO3. Quite the beautiful card to see. Will we see it touch the board right now? It's a little less valuable now that your opponent is at less than 3 life cards because you don't get the full value out of the card being able to trigger your leader ability, but it's still a floater. It's still base 6K. It's still really good.
Yeah, for sure. Over to Daniel. And we are rapidly moving through this first game, too, I got to say. Nico Robin swinging.
I mean, Nami definitely gets to be the aggressor in this matchup more so than Kevin's deck gets to be because he just has 0 punishes, like 0 care in the world. Go ahead and freeze my cards. Go ahead and KO them. I don't care. I can adapt just fine.
Yep. Ooh, Gecko Moria. All right. The big body's starting to hit the board on Daniel's side. What's he going to grab?
No matter what, I think it's going to be an automatic thing in life. Oh, no, we're actually just going to hard play it out. It does get to be hard played in the active position, whereas if you put it in the life, the card would come back rested, which does open up more punishes from Kevin's deck versus just having a card in the active position. So I do like that from Daniel, I think. Also sets up an attacker, which is going to be super nice. We've seen how valuable going for just 5K swings are against the Luffy, Red-Green Luffy deck because you're basically making negative counter EV for their leader ability.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said. It's just more of a chance to make sure that you can, have that Perona be the attacker the next turn, too. Yeah.
Here we see the 7K swing from Kevin. Wouldn't be surprised if it's the only 7K swing he goes for because proccing that leader ability and demanding a card is sometimes more than enough. But we have more 7K base cards, so the party's going to keep going, especially the double attack one.
And remember, that double attack Luffy can't attack this turn because of the Perona.
Because of the Perona. I forgot he was 6K play.
I know, right? You can be ready. That's fine. Just can't attack.
Oop, there's the SP Nami I was talking about. Gorgeous.
Nice. Man. Daniel is looking very frightening on that side of the board.
I mean, but so is Kevin.
Goodbye, Laboon.
Yeah, his board is so powerful. He's like, you know what? I don't care if you start controlling my board. I have plenty of threats anyway. I want to start cycling for the more impactful cards that are going to mean me like getting through with the rest of my attacks.
Yeah.
This could be another matchup where the red Zoro from OP15 that we saw Kevin expertly utilize in the mirror match in top 8 could be very useful.
Yeah, very true. We also saw him pull the film Nami just a moment ago, too. So perhaps setting things up in a way where we can lock the board down a little bit more effectively.
Well, we can lock a lot of things, but not the 8-cost Moria. That's a very notable thing. This deck can dodge Electric Luna in a way that other decks in the format cannot. And sometimes it might make those actually useless cards in the matchup, depending on if you draw them. But like I said, we have the Zoro here. It can swing in, but only against characters. And I don't think attacking the Sneaker Robin and going to 0 life cards is something Kevin wants to do.
Now, only 1 active Dawn, it looks like, for Kevin here. But with your leader being 7K, that makes you feel a little bit safer. There's a Dr. Hogback being played by Daniel.
Yeah, luckily for us, thanks to the power of Sanji and Usopp, he will get 4 more back. So it'll be just enough to maximize his defense this turn.
Yep.
But had he committed more to the board, it would have been different.
I was getting ahead of myself there.
I mean, but still, Daniel has 4 really impressive attacks. So 5 Dawn cards, and those 5 Dawn cards are not enough to stop all of them.
Even with all that, though, all that active Dawn representing 2K counter each, plus plus Kevin's leader is base 7K now on this turn. It's going to be really, really difficult to push in for some damage. Most likely. I
love how Daniel was like attack, and Kevin's like, okay.
Yeah, right.
Maybe forgetting about that Zoro. It's been a long day for everybody, even for our top players here.
Yeah, seriously, right? For us, too, it's like your brain just becomes mush at this point in the day, and you're just trying to hold on for one last match, right?
Oh, is this a Newgate play right here?
Yep. Get out of here, Dr. Hogback. That was embarrassing. Yep, there's a Newgate.
It was all part of the plan. Daniel was like, "I'm just gonna swing and see if you counter." I totally did it on purpose. I swear. Because
is he gonna forget he's 7K?
Yeah, is he gonna forget? I wouldn't mind putting the Dawn here on the Gecko Moria, just getting a big swing in.
Yeah.
Let's see. Does the math work out where you force out all the Dawn plus a card? I don't think so, because we only swing 12 with that one. Ooh, but putting in the Nami, we might be able to.
You could, yeah. I was gonna say, look at the way he's got the Dawn arranged. You could just put together multiple attacks to try to maybe get a card or two, right?
Yeah, and thanks to the girl, we can become 9K with our leader ability here. And force out 2 that way. We can force out 2 with Gecko Moria, and then each Nami and Nico Robin force out 2 on their own. So that's going to be at least 1 card out of hand. Beautiful, beautiful Dawn allocation there from Daniel. Had he put it all on the Moria, it wouldn't have been enough.
Yeah, fair enough. Daniel's just taking a moment to think about the sequencing here. This is where it gets very complicated.
Yeah, he's valuing the number of attacks, not necessarily the power of the attacks.
Right.
But they still have to reach a specific threshold to actually threaten the Luffy defense.
Correct. That threshold is 7 to at least force a Dawn to be used, which is what we see from this Nami. And then the Gecko Moria swinging in for a 10 at the Sanji. Yeah.
It's basically the same thing.
Yeah. Still going to require that Dawn to be used.
Oh, wait, no. We're 1 shy because the Nico Robin's only base 8. It's not base 9. That's right. If it was base 9, it would have been able to force the card out of hand.
Yep.
If only we could attach 1 Dawn using the Newgate ability, but because we're forced to attach the 2, we could have like split it where it's like 1 on Nico Robin, 1 on Nami, but no, it wouldn't work that way. Just again, speaking to the powerful defensive plays that this Red-Green Luffy deck has access to. Like, we attacked with almost all of it and did 0 damage. And didn't even eat a card from hand except for that Nami that we used earlier.
Yep. Now, we'll see if he finds another Zoro.
That would be very powerful.
That is what enabled that. I mean, we saw him win the last series off of 3 Zoros in a row. I mean, this is a different situation, but it still is a good way to stall out the turn. You mentioned like Electrical Luna, you know, and then we also talked about how the Zoro can do effectively the same thing, where it you know, whatever is preventing damage from coming in the next turn, you know, is valuable.
The one unfortunate thing for Kevin here is that Daniel was able to establish that really big blocker, so now our double attacker is kind of not going to be nearly as useful, because if we attach a bunch of onto it, he can just go cool block. You need to like combo it with something like Brook, which from all the games we've seen Kevin play, I haven't seen him play 1 Brook or even reveal 1. So do you think he's not on that card?
I thought we did see 1, but maybe I'm misremembering.
We definitely saw it from James both times.
But not Kevin, huh?
No, I don't think. To my knowledge, anyway. He could just be playing high numbers of the other cards, though.
It is a techie kind of thing. You aren't required to run the Brook, but I think it's so strong into, you know, leaning into what the Monkey D. Luffy deck can do. You know, I think it makes sense, but it's not a requirement. You know, it's not one of the must-includes.
And there we see the Gecko Moria trigger, bringing back the Zoro, getting the recycle of the life cards as if we did not take any damage, and we got a free attacker out of the deal.
Yep, not bad. Now
we really need that 7-drop Zoro for Kevin, because those amount of attacks are going to pressure so much of our hand. Dawn cards, doesn't matter. But also, Daniel's only had 1 card in hand. Let's remember this.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Another trigger here in Perona. I'm not sure how valuable that's going to be other than blanking one of the attacks this turn. But not even really, because everything's 7 cost or higher. No, it can blank the Usopp's attack. Okay. But we did replace our Nami with it, so we went actually down in power. But you're definitely on defense mode here as Daniel, and I think Kevin has been able to sustain his board long enough to where he can finally fight through all the massive life cards that Daniel's had. Is it going to be a 3rd trigger in a row?
He's thinking about it. Nope, goes to hand. Goes to hand. All right. And
can't be blocked.
That's
there it is.
Unblocked, yeah.
Wow.
All right, flips a hand over, and that's game 1. Going to Kevin Zhao here in the grand finals of the Red Bull Double Down. Ooh, Double Dawn. Doubling down with Double Dawn.
It's so funny that both the blue-yellow Nami deck and the red-green Luffy deck are known for playing a Sanji, but a different colored Sanji that does a very similar effect of dodging blockers. The blue-yellow Nami one has a blue one. The red-green Luffy one has a red one. And that time it won him from the game, and that is a beautiful thing to see Kevin just automatically figure that out and take game 1. Good for him.
Yeah, one makes something unblockable. The other one makes your something unable to activate blocker, if I remember right.
Essentially, yes.
Yeah. So, you know, same effect in a way.
Yeah, same result.
Achieved differently, right? So, yeah, Kevin takes game number 1. And we'll see if Daniel can bring it back. I could see this being a series that goes to 3 games for sure, but that last little bit of tech getting through the wall, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely a question of like the mid-range threats. Whoever can maintain the most threats and make them threatening for the longest amount of time. I will say, though, when it comes to quote-unquote useless cards, I would say they have maybe an even number, but I could very much see Electric Luna not getting that much value for Kevin.
Well, the longer the game goes, the less valuable it gets because you're going to have the bigger, power bodies on Daniel's side.
Exactly. Having a deck like Daniel's that just has so many cards.
That's the face of a man who just saw Sanji make things unable to be blocked.
Yep. Yeah. He saw a chef, and he was like, I did not like that meal. I'm going to send it back.
Yep. That's a face of a man that said, I got Sanji. It's all right, though. It's only one game. It's best of 3. Daniel's got more than a chance of tying it up and sending us to that final game here in the Red Bull Double Dawn Grand Finals.
And this match is untimed, so they have all time in the world to make sure they stay calm, stay collected, keep that mental sustained, because every bit of decision matters here at this stage of the game.
What's in that bush over there?
I don't know. Something exciting? Maybe chords?
What do you think they're looking for? Yeah.
I don't know. Treasure?
Yeah. Well, it is One Piece. Buried treasure. The One Piece. Is it in there? I'm sorry. I'm so distracted.
I'm enthralled.
Yeah. And they can hear us too. Yep. But I just love the demeanor of our 2 grand finalists, right? Where they're both having a good time. This is as high stakes as it gets in this tournament, but when you're still able to laugh and joke around, there was a certain amount of relief despite the pressure of getting to this point in the tournament too, because you've gotten to be one of the top 2. You want to win it, obviously, but in terms of our prizing, you've gotten that uncut sheet already. Win or lose, right? So you're in a great spot, but nothing beats being the champion, right? So
100%. Yep. The first ever Red Bull Double Dawn champion, too. Let's not forget.
Yeah, and kind of the first ever tournament that I'm aware of in One Piece TCG history that involves kind of like a changed rule set in a way.
100%, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we've had other things over the years at team events and things like that,
But nothing that drastically changes the mechanics of the game.
The game is still played the same way. It's more just the team aspect that, affects what decks you bring, where, the arrangement of how you sit in certain situations. But yeah, this is the first time I'm aware of, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the rules of the game have been altered a little bit in that there hasn't been any changes to the Dawn deck up until now.
That's correct.
Very cool. Starting things off with the Nami Searcher. On Kevin's side of things, it was Daniel going first again.
And we saw that go really well for Kevin in the first game, so I'm sure he's happy to see it replaced in the second.
You like that even curve, especially because you can do things like play 2 searchers. Grabs the Zoro. All right. Well, we saw that card be so impactful in not just 1 but 2 matches here.
Yep, just double-checking here what card was searching with the Nami. It was the Luffy, because notably Nami cannot search Nami, so if you grab a Nami by accident, that is an illegal target.
Correct.
Always worth noting what your searchers can and cannot get.
You can definitely grab the Luffy, though. And speaking of, well, not searching, but speaking of a little bit of deck filtering, we'll say.
100%.
Girl is out. And again, just that activate main ability of being able to put a Dawn on your leader is so strong. 7K swing comes in. That's just going to be a life that Kevin takes. We saw him very liberal. Oh, my goodness. Liberal about taking life in hand in game number 1.
100%.
Same thing in game number 2.
His deck is just so defensive, and he knows that he's not going to be able to pressure Nami in a more important way where tempo can be a thing that he uses to win the game. So he's just like, I want to get as much advantage as possible, see as many cards as possible, and then once I'm at 1 life, that's when I'll start carrying.
Yep. And there's the Nami leader ability going up to 7K, getting to draw that card as well.
And again, we see that Usopp on 4, just giving us full access to our maximum level of defense at this stage of the game.
Uh-huh.
This Usopp has been such a huge card that I've seen from these red-green Luffy players. And there we see the 5-drop Nami being played on curve. Going to be full value here. We're going to get the AK attack here thanks to the combo of Girl plus Nami. This is everything Daniel wants to be doing here.
Yeah. And down 1 more life is Kevin.
I mean, so far it's a bar-for-bar repeat of Game 1, which, as we saw, definitely went Kevin's way.
He stacks his life so perfectly. It's hard to tell how many there are. It's 1 now, but it looked exactly like that last game. It was 2.
Oh, really?
There's a lot of damage, though, coming in from Daniel. I know we've talked about, I know we all saw game 1, right? But I still get a little bit nervous when I see a player
so scary.
being at 1 life versus a player at 4 life when you know that all that healing potential is in, too. The life gain from things like the Nico Robin, the Zoro,
Basically, it makes it to where now every single Nico Robin that Daniel plays cannot be removed. It has to be Luna'd or frozen. And
it does feel like that, yeah.
He's never allowed to attack into them, essentially, for the rest of the game, which is a tough thing, but I don't think he was planning on doing it anyway.
Another life being taken here. And going to go ahead and trash that Nami to boost the leader up to 7K after the swing from the Usopp. And another little bit of searching from the Jewelry Bonnie. So Kevin Zhao diving deeper into the deck. Finds the Brook. Oh, there it is.
It is
all
in his
right.
deck.
I was going to be very surprised if it doesn't get played. Daniel is taking a moment to read that one.
That's one you don't want to read, folks. That's a scary card. Is that the second time that card's been read on stream, by the way?
It is.
By different people?
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
I mean, to be fair, I only was familiar with what that card does because I think the ODK Brook is so cool.
It's so cool. I love the Black Green Book so much.
I love the fringe decks, yeah.
I just love Self-Mill so much. That's why I also love Crocodile.
It is fun. Yeah, they have Crocodile. New Crocodile is really cool. Yep.
Another girl. Ooh, that's pretty good.
There's a soundboard clip for you out there in internet land. Go ahead.
I just love in the Double Dawn event seeing all these cards that be like, oh yeah, attach an extra Dawn, attach an extra Dawn.
Yeah, we all love it. Yep. Just saying, the internet does things with those clips. That's all.
Yeah, let them.
Yep. It's certainly good for the leader, obviously. You get to attach 2 Dawn now. Those leader swings are going to be even more impactful. Coming in for 9 now is Daniel.
We're just going to rest 3 Dawn here, go up by 6, and then we're going to end with the Perona saying, hey, that guy that can deal 2 damage? No, sir.
Yep, not anymore. Yeah. All right, back over to Kevin Zhao's turn here as we get things started. Here's your card draw, and again, the Perona, blanking your ability to attack with the double attack is concerning. Only a lot of searchers and an Usopp out aside from that, and it's you want to be aggressive with the Usopp at the same time. If you make it vulnerable, you lose the ability to bring back more Dawn for you to use on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, I think once we exit this turn, we're really going to see some of the adaptations Daniel has chosen to make to the matchup now that he has more information, at least from how Kevin played game 1. Mm-hmm. Oh, but speaking of adaptations, here we're seeing the 4-drop Nami coming down. Go ahead and rest both the girls here so we can swing into them with our searchers that we have and get some extra added value here because unlike Kevin's deck, Daniel has no real way to protect those profitably.
Yeah, those girls were just getting a little bit too threatening. And when you have that many searchers out, that's just a good way to deal with it. And 7K with the Red Bull Double Dawn.
Yeah, this is the thing that I think is just going to keep adding up. I think because we have the Red Bull Double Dawn, this matchup in particularly is even more favored for the Red Green Luffy because you force more cards out of the Nami player than they force out of you because of your defensive leader ability.
Life taken, and there was no trigger that Daniel opted to use there. And now there's a 7K swing in with the Usopp.
I mean, I kind of really like this play because basically you have 2 situations now. As Daniel, you can counter this, and now that double attacker is going to constantly be a thing you have to stop. Or you take it and go to 1, and now every attack you do was when you need to constantly stop, or you need to start healing like your life depends on it.
Yeah, it's going to demand at least a card from hand. And, it's like, what, 6-7 cards I think in hand right now? Okay.
Yeah, we haven't used leader ability yet, so really it costs 2 cards.
Just do that. Yeah, oh, you're right. I forgot he hadn't used leader ability this turn. That's a good point.
Yeah.
2 cards, yeah.
And then we just get all the Dawn back thanks to our Nami being played this turn.
Mm-hmm. All right, so 2 health to 1 now, and we'll see if Daniel has a way to maybe generate a little bit more health and jump back into more of a lead there. Kevin putting the pressure on. 1 game up in the series, too, remember. Mm-hmm. If Kevin wins this one, he is our champion. Perona, attack. Negated by the resting of the Dawn for the 2K counter. Another attack comes in from Nami. And just resting more Dawn, and then it's going to be another 9K swing from the leader. 2 Dawn rested. And
another thing to keep thinking about, too, is because Kevin is playing this matchup so defensively, he also denies Daniel the ability to draw cards.
All right.
There's the Borsalino coming down.
Yeah, Borsalino alternate art.
Haven't seen many of this card being played on stream today, but it is absolutely one of the most powerful cards out of the EVO4 set that really enables these late game potentials from Daniel, where even if you don't see cards like Nico Robin and your opponent's putting the pressure on, you can always get your life cards back up.
Oh man, like at this point in the game, like the blocking and the life regen is so relevant. Yeah.
Although interesting that Kevin decided just to go for the swing here with the double attacker, maybe just trying to fish out some cards from the opponent's hand and maybe deny information for how Daniel can optimally play this defensively.
He's going to get 2, so I think that's only 2 cards left in the hand for Daniel too. So
100%.
the hand drain is very intense right now.
Yeah, but only really 2 attacks that have the potential of being threatening, and even then they require a lot of down commitment, or a little bit less now because we have that 7-drop Zoro coming down. We saw how powerful this was in Game 1, and I think it's equally as strong right now.
Yeah, that is a big one, and we're going to see the block from the Borsalino to stay a little bit safer here. There's another Usopp swing. He's going to swing into the Perona, it looks like. Okay, on KO. Going to freeze the look like he's just pointing to the Nami.
Yeah, he's like, that one can't back. No Nami and Nami violence here.
I guess so.
And we just draw, and we immediately attack for 7 into 7. We use our leader ability here. Yeah, honestly, the biggest thing here, I think, for Daniel is not being able to draw off of the leader here by getting any changes in the life cards. That's honestly probably the reason why Kevin wants to go to 1 so quickly, as he knows in the late game, denying those late game draws is a huge deal.
You know, I mean, we've seen Daniel, as he goes in for this big swing with the leader, take damage on his turn just to get the draw, you know?
Yep, and all it demands is 1 card. All those Dons being attached, even the double Don, only demanded 1 card out of Kevin's hand.
Yeah. Oh, my bad. I meant on his turn.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
And there we have the Zoro coming down, putting us back up to 4. And it is worth noting that Kevin's board is nowhere near as threatening as it was in Game 1. But it's still threatening nonetheless, especially when you have a 1-card hand. When you have a 1-card hand, I don't care what's coming your way. Any attack is scary.
When you've got that many triggers in your life and you've got 4 life, like, the game is far from over here, right?
Finally, for the first time on stream, a double attack has connected.
Okay,
deal 2 damage.
Well, let's talk about the triggers then. Let's see what we got. He's looking through trash. That kind of gives us a little bit of a clue, right? Yep, there's the Perona. Okay, bringing up the Dr. Hog back. Yep. So getting a body on the board established. Yep, second one, and that one's just going to go to hand. Almost forgot there, I think, for a second. 9K swing from the Zoro. It really is, yeah.
Wow. And we know we have the Brook in hand, too, for what it's worth.
Yeah, exactly. Another Zoro. Ooh, I mean, hey, you know, again, we saw Kevin just chaining these Zoros one after the other to win the mirror. And it's going to be so strong here because it's like, hey, oh, great. You like being a 7K leader on defense? Well, you know, 2 can play that game.
Yeah, instead of discarding a card, I get to put a 9,000 blocker attacker in play. How's that sound?
Yeah, exactly. Feels pretty good if you are the red-green Luffy player.
Yep, ever since turn 3, Kevin has been at 1 life, and now we're reached the end game here. And oh my gosh, is that a Zeus coming down? Yes, it is. We're going to add the life card to hand and go ahead and get rid of that blocker Nami here. That kind of means Daniel has to go for broke, but 7K base, 4 extra 2Ks essentially worth of Dawn cards. That's going to be an easier said than done task, I feel.
I've not seen that alter at Zeus before. That's cool.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah. All right. 7K swing, I believe it is, with that Nami there and some Dawn rested. Perona swinging for 7 as well. Dr. Hog back. My bad.
Yeah, but still, it's not demanding any answers from Kevin. And I think his hand's also like at least 6 cards, by the way, for what it's worth. So
both players smiling. It's you're doing what you can, right?
And it's like you said, too. Both players are just happy to be in the finals here, both getting uncut sheets, and Kevin is just playing like an absolute calm master right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, the Brook is in the hand.
We do know that.
We know the Brook is in the hand, right? Which I'm sure is on Daniel's mind as well. Yeah, another 7K swing, another Dawn rested. You got to go for it, right? And there's the swing from the Nami, and he's going to be able to counter out of that. There's a handshake. Daniel admitting defeat there, and I believe that means Kevin Zhao is our Red Bull Double Dawn champion.
And that means he is not. You can hear the crowd cheering for him, by the way. Hopefully it comes across on stream as well. And oh my gosh, quite literally deserves it. The Cinderella story being the 8th seed, bubbling in at X2, winning the mirror match against the undefeated Swiss champ in James, and making it all the way here to the finals, despite the sea of Enel that he's probably had to gone through to get here, and this Nami that was dominating in the top 4, but Kevin made it look easy to take home the victory here.
Yeah, and I mean, you could see Daniel smiling and all that, having a good time too. Making it to the grand finals always 100%. Feels good as well. Yeah, you get some really awesome prizing to bring home. But man, what a sigh of relief. And the exaltation from Kevin's side of things is being the champion of the first ever Red Bull Double Dawn. I say first because I'm hoping it's not the last. I want to see this come back for sure. Yeah, exactly. That was a great tournament. It was really fun to see a deck that we knew was out there. I mean, it's not like people weren't talking about Red Green Luffy. It was on everybody's list as a deck that was going to be seen at the finals, but I don't think it was on the top of anybody's list.
No.
But the way that both, that Kevin played it, that we saw James play a little bit earlier too, just shows you the power of this deck.
Yes.
And then just the way that it just has good matchups, I think, into kind of everything else out there right now.
In
this tournament, at least.
And there it is, that champion title going to KZ, also known as Kevin Zhao. I also do want to speak to the kind of serendipity of having Daniel be one of our first people that we aired on stream and being one of our last people that we aired on stream. Congratulations to you. Getting that second place finish, absolutely amazing. And congrats, of course, to the rest of our amazing top 8 and all the players that came here today to fight for their region of the country and represent themselves in the Double Dawn finals. Just an amazing thing to be a part of.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel really playing the Nami spectacularly all throughout the tournament today. Making it all the way to the grand finals. There just isn't enough good stuff to say, right? I mean, this was such a fun event, and it was a sprint and a marathon at the same time, if that makes sense, right? Because it was so fast paced all day. We were on stream basically from like 10 a.m. this morning until right now. Still on there right now, and it's been a ton of fun. But for our players to kind of like grind through this one too, and make it all the way to the end, and I mean, I hope we get a chance to talk to Kevin on stream here in a moment for the interview. We're waiting. Yeah, we're getting some word here that we're just going to get into some of the trophy awarding here in a moment, and we'll see what the plan is for that. But I'd sure love to talk to Kevin and see how he feels after all that. I'm sure the answer is pretty good. But there's always that journey, right, on how he got there.
I always love the differences players have in the middle of the tournament, how stoic they have to be, how taking charge of their mental have to be. But when the event's over, it's full celebration mode. For anyone that's wondering, they are blasting music like crazy, getting ready for the after party here that's happening at Red Bull Double Dawn. It's going to be an absolute party, and especially a party for Kevin, who's going to be our Double Dawn champion that we're going to be announcing properly in the way that he deserves very soon.
That's right. So it sounds like we're going to let them do that trophy ceremony on stage here. And then we'll be getting Kevin back here for an interview, I'd imagine. But, hey, it was a great time casting today with you here.
Always a pleasure, my friend. And I definitely enjoyed like the sort of excitement that the new rules, the Red Bull's sort of run event kind of gave us. And I can't wait to see it all come to an end in a very ceremonial fashion.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, all right. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to get that trophy ceremony for you and wrap this thing up. So we'll see you again in just a few.
150 players played 8 rounds and 3 matches of Top Cut, and we finally have our champion ready to be crowned. Let's go ahead, throw over to the stage, and see our top 3 competitors.
One at a time, I'll announce the name, big cheer, and then they'll walk past me and they'll get this. All right, hey everybody, we're back one last time here at Red Bull Double Dawn. It's time to award our champions, and we're going to start with third place, work all the way up to first place. So, in third place, Michael Crilly. Where's he at? Oh. I saw him walk away that way. I guess he didn't come back. Well. Oh, okay. Well, we'll just move right along then. In second place, big shout out for Michael, though, one more time, just so we can hear us from the rest. There you go. All right. I think he can hear us in there. Okay. In second place, Daniel Masso. All right. The answer is yes. All right, there we go. One last shout out for Daniel here. All right. And I'll have you scoot over a little bit here because it's time to award our grand champion here at Red Bull Double Dawn. It's none other than Kevin Zhao. Hey, congratulations. And there is the first place trophy and a Red Bull, of course. Give it up. Yeah. All right, we're going to have a couple words with Kevin here on stream as the cameras flash or don't flash. It's probably good, I suppose, in a way. So here you are, red-green Luffy believer. What put you on the deck?
I mean, I played it at Nats in February. I played it all of like OP14. Honestly, it was like a last-second decision. I was like playing Enel because I knew it was gonna be the best deck, but I was like, I can't win with the best deck. I gotta win with something off meta. Like stay true to myself. So.
All right, but something good into the meta, right? Of course.
It was decent, yeah.
Yeah. So throughout the day, because this was a grueling day, right? 8 rounds of Swiss into the Top Cut. What was your biggest challenge that you faced?
I mean, definitely all the Enel matchups. Like, I just think that Double Dawn made it really hard for me to counter, obviously. So, and like all the games were just a grind. I think it was just like I would win games by 1K, lose games by like 1K. So it's just a grind overall.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. Well, one last question for you before we let you go. Obviously, it's a process to get here. So any shout-outs you want to make to the crew back home, to the people that help you practice?
Yeah, shout out to the DMV area. Yeah. Woo! Definitely, like, a lot of my friends. My high school friend, Jung, came out to, support me. Give a shout out to him. I guess, like, local stores, like Gaming Giant, Anime
Copy.
TCG in the DMV area definitely, helped me get here. Oh, yeah, also shout out to Chinoy's Cup. Like, I definitely, I play in the Chinoy's Cup a lot. I think that definitely, like, helped me grow as a player. So, shout out to them for sure.
All right, awesome. Well, here you are, the Red Bull Double Dawn champion. One more time for Kevin Zhao. All right, it's been an awesome day here at Red Bull Double Dawn. We're going to send it back to true champion Steven at the desk one last time.
Beautiful, beautiful. Congratulations once again to Kevin for taking down the first ever, hopefully not the last, Red Bull Double Dawn event. Like Doa said, it was quite the day for everyone to be playing. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket one last time to see what Kevin had to do. Not only did he have to start in this top 8 bracket, going up against their mirror match, he had to do it as the 8th seed, the X2 Cinderella story, and he was able to take on the current 3rd place Michael Crilly in the semifinals, and then of course the current 2nd place Daniel Massau in the finals to earn that Ultimate Champion title. Beautiful to see, absolutely amazing, and definitely well deserved. But with all that said, I think I speak for everyone here, especially all part of the production team, from me to Doa to Stefan to Jarius to Z from behind the desk. Thank you guys so much. Fern as well, big goat Fern back there taking care of everything. We really do appreciate y'all for tuning in, and we definitely appreciate all the players for putting on quite the show for y'all to witness. Be sure to tune in for the next one, and as always, be sure to sail on the big seas of the Grand Line for any future One Piece card game action.